Hey guys, good morning, welcome to the live session of Stocks Network Trading. My name is Dave, guys, my partner is Ron. Let's get down to business here, guys.
In on US30, sell, okay? I'm jumping in. Guys, that's a 100 pip drop. Yes, we caught it. Hey, guys, 200 pips, please, secure.
Hey guys, good morning, welcome to the live session of Stocks Number Trading. My name is Dave, guys, my partner is Ron. Let's get down to business here, guys.
In on US30, sell. Okay, I'm jumping in. Guys, that's a 100 pip drop. Yes, we caught it. Hey, guys, 200 pips, please secure.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Happy Monday to everybody. Thanks for joining. My name is Ron. My partner is Dave. Welcome to Stocks Number Trading. It's good to be back, everyone. Exciting week, guys. We have the basically last few days of September. We're moving into October, and it is NFP week. So we have non-farm payroll on Friday morning of this week. 51,000 is the forecast for the job creation. So we'll see how everything moves leading into NFP this Friday. We still have some news this week prior to hitting that. So we'll go over everything this week. So today, Mondays are always a busy day for us here at SST. We start with our weekly analysis in Forex Factory. We go over each individual days, highlight which days are the important days with high impact news. We'll do earnings, pre-market and after hours this entire week. So we'll go through that too. We'll highlight which days are the important days with those big name securities that could impact the markets. And then we'll start off with gold this morning. XAUUSD, we'll do a top-down analysis. You guys see it was rocking up to 3,820 right up here. Had this little double top now on the 5 minutes and slowly retracing back down, maybe to test 3,800 right in here, and we'll see if there's some support there or if it will start to break down. But we'll do a top-down analysis on gold, and then we'll move over to the US indices. We'll look at Dow Jones and NASDAQ are having historic runs as well. So we'll take our time. We'll go daily, 4 hour, hourly, bring it down to the 5 minutes, and then we'll watch in there. Okay, guys? So I appreciate all of you guys. During this time that we're going through here. So I didn't want to miss this week. You know, we got to be strong and we got to continue to come into the markets and kind of just get onto the charts and forget about everything else and just get right back into it, guys. Okay, so I'm going to get started, and thanks for everyone for joining. More will join with us in a little bit. Let's get into this, okay, guys? So I hope everyone had a great week last week, and let's have a great week to finish off this month of September and move into October, guys, okay? So first things first is the news Forex Factory. Today there is lots of news in the schedule, but high impact news during our session here, like in the North American, we don't have anything high impact, but we still have a lot of news that we can go over. So Europe has already gone by. It opened up at 3 a.m. Eastern. It's now 6 a.m. Eastern. You can see there was some British news today at 4:30. Mortgage approvals, net lending to individuals, M4 money supply month over month. You can see the M4 money supply dramatically increased from 0.2 forecast to doubled it to 0.4. So money supply is increasing in the UK over here. As we move into North American block over here, remember, guys, a reminder, 8:20 a.m. Eastern is COMEX, the Commodities Exchange. That's for precious metals, gold, silver, for example, exchange dedicated to those metals. Brings in volatility and volume. We will be trading at that time. We'll be charting and we'll be watching that. At 8:30, normally at this time is when we get North American news, Canadian news, American news. Some days it's low impact, some days medium impact, some days there's high impact. Today, not much going on. We do have some FOMC members that are speaking. Hammock is speaking. After our session, we kind of wrap up at 10 a.m. If you guys are trading after, there is some pending home sales month over month in the US. Guys, just a reminder right here, at 1:15 p.m. Eastern this afternoon, President Trump speaks. If you want to just click on the folder, gives you a quick little brief what it's about. It's due to hold a press conference at the White House in Washington, D.C. Doesn't say what it's regarding this specific when he speaks, but just keep in mind if he starts talking about the financial markets regarding tariffs, trade, things like that, it could impact the markets, okay? Maybe he's not even talking about anything to do with finance. Maybe he's talking about other things. But you guys know, as traders, anytime Trump is speaking, the markets could react, okay? So just be careful at that time. Hopefully you guys maybe hit your daily goal and are out of the markets at that time. But if you're still trading, just keep an eye on that, okay? And then we do have multiple FOMC members speaking throughout the day today. You can see Musalem, Williams, Bostic is speaking throughout the day today. Again, it's not Powell, so it's not the head chairman, but there's other speakers of FOMC, okay? They're speaking throughout the day, could talk about monetary policy, and we could see some market movement. Finally, then the markets will wrap up. Then we go into after hours earnings, and then you start your Tokyo. You got your Asian session. You have some Japanese news coming over here from the Bank of Japan. Then we move into Australia, New Zealand, that side of the world, and then we start to China over here. Alibaba is on an absolute tear. That security, I believe they're up again in the pre-market this morning. So Alibaba has not cooled off. That thing is continuing to move like crazy. So that's today's news. We'll go through, not much going on today, okay? Let's go look at tomorrow, okay? Tuesday. We do have, starting at midnight, you can see that there's some Australian red news, a high impact if you are trading the Australian dollar. Again, please be careful. It's got to do with the rate statement. You can see the cash rate is 3.6. They're forecasting no change at the cash rate. So that will affect the Australian dollar if you are trading at that time. Then the markets move into Europe. This is pre-London. Got some European news. And then London market opens up here. Again, I don't see any high impact news in Europe tomorrow. We have a bank holiday in Canada Tuesday. Over here, and our Canadian banks will be closed on Tuesday. Then we move into our North American session. ECB President Lagarde speaks. You can see at 8:50 a.m. Eastern. 9 a.m. we don't have much, but we do have at 10 a.m. JOLTS job openings. Okay, so this is kind of it's always released a couple days, 2 days, 3 days before NFP, and it kind of gives us a good indication of the job openings and labor turnover. So number of job openings during the reported month, excluding the farming industry. It's released late, but can impact the market due to because job openings are a leading indicator of overall employment. Okay, so that's what we have leading into. You can see the numbers. Previous month, was 7.36. Well, the actual numbers came out 7.38. Was the forecast actual number was below 7.18. So you can see this 7.18 from September carries over to our previous right now. There's the 7.18, and they're forecasting a decrease again to 7.15 million. So we'll see what this actual number is when it comes out. That's going to be when we're kind of wrapping up our Tuesday session right around 10 a.m. We'll stick around for that few minutes, see how that is, but that will directly impact the US dollar. So if you are trading anything correlated with the US dollar at that time, please be careful. There could be some momentum, some big volume, some high impact moves. So you could be in a trade coming out of Wall Street, then you walk right into that JOLTS job openings, okay? Just trade with proper risk management, and it can alleviate a lot of stress when you're trading through these folders, okay? And then we do have some news throughout the rest of the day. You can see it leads into China has a bank holiday later that evening. And then we move into Wednesday, midweek. So this is hump day in the trading markets. This is where some days you'll start to see maybe some securities on a higher time frame midweek, maybe make some midweek reversals, maybe are consolidating and to continue to trend in the intended direction if it's bullish or bearish. But you could expect a midweek move at this time. You could also see if there was a big move made on Monday and Tuesday, maybe this is the day where markets kind of cool off to regain market direction on Thursday, Friday to end the week. So just keep in mind when it comes to a midweek Wednesday, just use caution to see how markets are trending. Even if you're an intraday trader, it's still important to understand the overall higher time frame trend to help you trade throughout the day and stick with the trend as much as you can, okay? And then you can start to see pre-London, London, lots of news coming out of everywhere. You can see there's some Swiss news, some Spanish news, Italian news, French news, German news, lots going on, but a lot of it is all low impact. I don't see any big high impact folders. When we have multiple low impact folders consecutively, you can see like 2 a.m., 2:30, 3:15, 3:30, 3:45, 3:50, 3:55, 4 a.m. That could provide a little bit of choppy trading throughout Europe if you are going to be trading that time. Then we got some medium impact news coming out of the Eurozone at 5 a.m. with the core CPI flash estimate and the CPI flash estimate, German 10-year bond auction. For crude oil traders, all day we have our OPEC meetings, global OPEC meetings. So they will be talking about global supply and demand of crude oil. So if you are a crude oil trader, if you're in any swing positions or anything like that, that could impact that. And it is on a Wednesday, so keep that in mind. And then when we start to move into our North American session, when we're live with you guys, we have a US red folder at 8:15, so that's 5 minutes prior to COMEX. ADP non-farm employment change. You can see the numbers, not the greatest numbers coming from our previous month, 54,000, and they're forecasting 53,000. We'll see what this actual number is that comes out. A lot of the forecasts are like really low forecasts, so we got to see if they'll beat these forecasts, or if they can't beat these forecasts, then we'll see what's going on with the US dollar. But probably will not be great for the US dollar if they're not producing a lot of jobs, especially these numbers, if they can't beat them. Then we move into Wall Street, 10 a.m. Then we have our ISM manufacturing PMI. Okay, this is a big folder, USD red folders, ISM manufacturing. So it's a level of diffusion index based on surveyed purchasing managers in the manufacturing industry. Manufacturing is basically your economy, your local economy, how it's doing. Tariffs have affected this manufacturing industry, so we'll see if it's continuing to impact it, or is it getting better. You can see the previous month, September, 48 was the previous, 49 was the forecast. The actual number was below the forecast, 48.7. And 50, it's kind of like that psychological number, 50.0. Anything above 50 indicates industry is expanding, growing, doing well. Anything below 50 indicates contraction, tightening of the industry, shrinking. So we'll see what those actual numbers are that are coming out. You can see that they're forecasting 49.1. It's below the 50, but we'll see the actual number that comes out, okay? And then you've got your crude oil inventories, Wednesday, 10:30 a.m. This is a regular folder that happens on the weekly. And China is still in a bank holiday. And then we move into Thursday of this week. Thursday, you can see not a very high impact day, not a lot of news, but we do have some Swiss news coming out pre-London, some European folders coming out of here. We do have our weekly unemployment claims at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. These are weekly unemployment claims, so you can see last week's numbers were 218,000. The forecast is this week is an increase in weekly unemployment of 11,000 to 229,000. Again, we don't want to start to see weekly numbers continue to increase. Then that's telling us individuals are seeking work, seeking employment benefits, can't find jobs. And you can see in the forecast they're already estimating an increase of 11,000 more individuals week over week unemployed. So we'll see what those actual numbers are. And then we move into Wall Street, and the big day this week is Friday, okay? Remember, the first Friday of every month is traditionally non-farm payroll. So you can see Friday, October 3. We're in the new month of October, and we do have our high impact news. So we'll be coming out of Europe. Germany has a bank holiday on Friday. There is some European news, all low impact. Again, with those consecutive folders, could provide some choppy trading in Europe. Just be careful when you're trading through there. And then we move into the big event this week is right here. This will impact everything you and I are trading, okay? Regarding the stock markets, regarding the commodities markets, bond markets, everything basically you can trade will be impacted by this. Why? Because these are US job numbers, and it directly impacts the US dollar. And most things that we trade are correlated versus the US dollar. So you can see we have our average hourly earnings month over month. Previous month 0.3. They're forecasting no increase, no decrease, just the same 0.3. The non-farm employment change numbers right here. So you can see previous data that came out at the previous NFP was 22,000. So that is telling us that only 22,000 jobs were created in that entire month in that industry. They're forecasting the increase, you can see here, almost a 30,000 increase to 51,000. 51,000 is still a significant forecast increase from the previous month, but it's still a small number. It's not over 100,000, but we'll see. When they release these numbers, will this actual be above 51,000? Will it be 60, 75? Will it be 80, 100? Or is it going to be right around 50,000? Then it's telling us it's right at the forecast. It's a little bit above the previous month, but still not amazing numbers. So we'll see how the US dollar moves. But however, if this is numbers, again, if it's a red number that comes below 51,000, what if it's 40,000, 30,000, 20,000, 10,000? Sometimes you'll see a negative, you know. We haven't seen it yet come out in the actual numbers until the revisions, but we could see, you know, you could see a negative where they do not create jobs, okay? So if that happens, then we'll see how everything impacts, okay? But that's to look forward to until we get to Friday. Right now, we still have a lot of time to get there. It's an entire week, so we got to take it day by day. And then Bank of England governor speaks also on Friday, right prior to Wall Street market open. And then we have our ISM services to finish off Friday, and then we go into the weekend, and we'll be back the following week. Okay, so that's regarding this week's news. You guys know the big days, which days to look for, whether you're trading in Europe, or you're trading in North America, or you're trading in the Asian sessions, what to look for, okay? Earnings, let's go through the earnings really quickly. We've got some pre-market earnings today. Carnival Corporation, this is a cruise line, okay? And then you got Carnival PLC over here. So that's what's happening this morning. I don't think these are going to impact the securities we trade too much. After hours, a little bit busier in the after hours today. You got Progressive Software Corporation, Jefferies Financial Group. Again, you can go through these. I highlight those big household names that we all know, the ones that could actually move, maybe S&P 500, Dow, or NASDAQ. We move into Tuesday before the open tomorrow. Lamb Weston Holdings, Paychex, United Natural Foods. Again, you can trade these corporations specifically by buying shares of the company or through the option chain. Nike is a household name that, you know, maybe some of us wear their clothing. We go to their stores. Nike reports Tuesday after hours at 4:15. Nike is traditionally gives us a good indication of retail spending, you know. So this is probably last quarter, you know, maybe we saw some back to school shopping, things like that. Maybe we bought our kids some Nike clothing, shoes. We'll see what the numbers come out here with Nike. You can see the earnings per share and the revenue, what they're looking at. This is over a quarter, okay? Some of you guys once asked me, Ron, is this just good like the last month, kind of like NFP? This is an entire quarterly. So when they report these are called quarterly earnings. So it's the last 3 months, okay? These are quarterly earnings, not monthly earnings. And then midweek Wednesday earnings, pre-market, we have Acuity Brands, Resolve AI, Conagra Brands over here, Nova Gold Resources. Again, not the biggest names that will impact Wednesday after the close. Nothing to show, no earnings. Thursday market morning, Angio Dynamics, One Corporation. After hours, nothing. You can see not much to report this week. Friday is NFP in the morning, nothing, and I don't think there's going to be anything after hours. So you can see how light the earnings forecast is. Basically, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, there's nothing to report, okay? So I wouldn't be too caught up with our earnings this week. Maybe just look at Nike. That's what I'll be looking at. But that's it for earnings. Okay, so not a big earnings week. Some weeks we have the pre-market and after hours in the entire week is jam-packed with earnings. This week we don't have much. Okay, just some related news right now in the markets. Again, when you're drinking your coffee every morning, take a look at your day-to-day news. Bank of Canada's cut is good news for borrowers, not good for savers. Not so much. Why is that? Because when you lower your interest rates, it's great for people that want to borrow money from the banks because you get it at low interest rates. But what about those individuals that put their money in savings? You're not getting that good interest rate in return. So it's better when they start cutting rates to borrow than it is to save money. That's just the way it works, guys. That's why you got to learn how to invest and either trade the markets to get a much larger return than the banks can offer us, okay? Weak economy may push Ottawa to recalibrate immigration policy. That's over here in Canada. Probably this is global, worldwide with immigration and local economies. What else we got over here? A lot of this news is all Canadian news, but sometimes we see some US news over here. I'm just going through this real quick, see if we get anything. U.S. agriculture official visits Taiwan amid tariff talks. Lufthansa airline group to shed 4,000 jobs by 2030 with help of AI, sees stronger profits ahead. Guys, I was at the airport. Last week we went to Detroit Airport, Detroit Metro. Then I went to Chicago O'Hare when I was in Chicago. It was the airports were not busy. I was surprised when I was in Chicago O'Hare, one of the biggest international airports in all of US. It wasn't even busy. The Metro, was not busy. I was in Toronto yesterday. I had to go pick up some family coming from Europe. It was surprisingly, I couldn't believe it. I found parking right away this is Toronto Pearson Airport. This is one of the largest airports, and there was nobody in there. I couldn't believe it. I was gonna make a video to show you guys. So airlines could be impacted with global travel. I don't know what's going on. Maybe you guys know more about this, but I was surprised to see that airports had no traffic like they normally do. Normally I can't even find parking. I got to go to the 12th floor to just find parking. I found parking as soon as I walked in, right at the doors, right at the elevators. It was unbelievable. I don't know about you guys, but I go to the airport often, and it's a big eye opener for me. In US and in Canada, for myself when I saw that. Okay, guys? So not much going on today in the news. The markets will be leading up for NFP this week. Guys, our signal group over here, SST Signals and Trade Ideas, there was some sent out last week. Here was one to short US30, 46,100. So there's the break of 46,100. There was the significant drop, but if you're waiting patiently, there's the pullback coming right back in, taps again, an area of support, turn to resistance, and then you continue to push down. So that's a great little move over there for 100 pips, maybe for like a daily goal. Gold, some signals were sent out last night. You can see yesterday, starting just after, the futures market opened up just after 8 p.m. Was to look for a buy on gold at 37.68. If you see gold, how high it went up to like 38.20, right up there was the signal. You got some volume close above. There was that nice push. And then look at even the retracement came all the way right back down. Again, that 37.68.70 area, support, and then it came all the way back down. Support, if you allow yourself with an alert here, you can allow yourself maybe a retest entry. If you miss the initial move, sometimes the markets will retrace down and allow you a confirmed trade. So if you got in there, you can see it really pump right back up and then got up to 38.20, running, over 400 pips. And you can see how runners can be left. Initial position with a 0.1 and then taking partials out, and then you leave a little runner. Even this 0.03, you can see how much it can yield if the markets are moving in your direction with that volume, and gold definitely is. It's one of those securities right now that hasn't cooled off, okay? Guys, this is our free Telegram channel. Thank you to everyone on YouTube for joining, and thank you everyone on Zoom. I appreciate all of you guys. There's over 200 viewers on YouTube. If you guys can leave us a like We do appreciate it. It helps grow the channel, and we do appreciate that. Subscribe if you haven't already, so you can join us in our daily live trading and analysis. I promise you, you'll learn something every single day with us. This is our free Telegram channel. It's pinned at the top of the YouTube, guys. So this gives you all of our links to for all of our live sessions that we do on YouTube. Guys, this was a little thing that just came out. Just want to read it real quick. So as we come together this week, so maybe some of you guys don't know what's going on. Our hearts are with myself, and my family. We're facing a profound, challenging time with my wife's aunt, who is like a mother, basically helped raise her. She's on life support right now. She suffered a brain aneurysm. It's been 1 week now. Last Sunday was when, so it's been 1 week. We've been in the hospital like 24 hours a day with her. You can probably see how drained out I am. I had to go to the Toronto Pearson last night to pick up family members coming from Europe to come and see her. But she's not doing well, guys. As much as I want to give something positive, it's tough right now. So they can't even do any surgery or anything like that. The blood, it still is in the brain and things like that, but hopefully she will recover. So I want to read this, guys, because we are traders, and you might go through something like this in your life, but you still got to come back to the markets and look at the charts after a while. So life often presents us with trials that test our emotional resilience. This is testing my emotional resilience. And as traders, I'm a trader just like you guys. It's crucial to learn how to separate personal emotions from the trading mindset, because if you allow this thing to continue you're thinking about it while you're trading, it could impact your trades. Okay, so I'm not the only one that will go through this. You'll probably go through this at some time in your life as well. So you gotta kind of prepare yourself for this and to know how to separate these two from each other when it comes to trading. So this is not just about financial discipline, but also about personal growth and maintaining balance. Some individuals can handle these situations better than others. Some take a long time to recover from some of these things. But remember, it's okay to take time off to process and heal. You saw last week I took a couple days off. I couldn't even think about trading at that time or coming on YouTube or being with you guys. It's just I was a wreck, right? So I wouldn't be able to help you guys out. But now I'm okay. I took my time off, and make sure you're mentally prepared when you return to the market. So I'm mentally prepared to come back to these markets with you guys and dissect and just get back into it. So be a soldier, and that's what we are. We're snipers. You got to be a soldier in the face of life's challenges, steadfast and resilient. So let's aim to bring the same discipline and focus into our trading activities. I'll be ready. Obviously, I released this on the weekend, but it is Monday morning. I'm ready to trade with you guys. I hope you guys are too. I hope you guys did a little bit of analysis over the weekend. So let's look forward to another engaging and rewarding week ahead in the markets. It is our NFP Friday week. So stay focused, stay strong, and let's continue supporting each other. So I just want to say thank you to everyone who reached out and, gave some blessings and things like that. I do appreciate you guys. So thank you guys. These were the signals that were sent out over the weekend, guys. So in this free Telegram channel, you do get kind of see what we do with the signals. If you guys do need some signals or trade ideas to help you out, we do provide those. Okay, this was the weekly outlook on key levels for US dollar, DXY, gold, US oil, NASDAQ, US30, Ethereum, and Bitcoin. Okay, guys, and so that's the free Telegram channel and also our website, guys. So if you need education, we got lots of education with myself and Dave over here through courses, webinars, boot camps, everything, long form, everything you need. Basically, whatever you need help with, I guarantee you there is some sort of webinar. We also did a crazy Friday night session. It was unannounced to you guys on Zoom as well. I just threw the link on there. It was 10:30 p.m. on a Friday night. I just came home from the hospital and just wanted to get to the charts and just, sometimes charts are therapy for most people. They are therapy for me. So we did a really forward outlook on US 30. Starting with the monthly, we went to the weekly, daily. I broke down points of control. We were talking about break of structure. We really analyzed the zones and the 50% and the point. Everything we did, we answered. So there wasn't many of us. No one expected a Friday night session that late. We went till like midnight. But get ready, guys, on Zoom. There might be more of those on the weekends coming up, okay? So that one was recorded, and I'll get it uploaded to the website. It's a good one. I think you should watch it. I guarantee you'll learn something on there, okay? So we'll do more of those raw and live sessions. They were fun. Guys, our schedule this week, Monday to Friday, we're with you guys on YouTube and Zoom at 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. There's our NFP Friday. Dave will be coming in doing some post-New York sessions, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then we'll have our weekly webinar that we postponed, but we'll get it done this week. So Wednesday we'll start doing our TradingView toolbox and indicators, okay? And our free blog is available for everybody on the blog section, okay? And guys, let's get started. So if you guys haven't subscribed to the channel, we do appreciate it. Let's try and get this thing to 86,000 today and continue supporting the channel. We do appreciate you guys. Okay, so we're going to get in on gold. If you guys are ready, I'm ready. XAUUSD, this is how it's moving on the 5 minutes right now. Again, we're going to do a top-down analysis. We're going to start off on the daily. Look at the 4-hour, hourly. We're going to figure out some zones, some points of interest, some points of control. We're going to see overall how it's trending, and then we'll bring it back down to these 5 minutes, and then we'll look for some setups, or we'll see how everything is moving, okay? So we'll start off with gold in just a little bit, then we'll do NASDAQ, and we'll do US 30, okay? So if you guys are ready, please, let's have some fun. Let's learn something. Hit the likes. Subscribe to the channel. And if you really want to take your trading to the next level, subscribe to the channel, and we'll definitely help you out day by day. So good morning, everyone on Zoom. Welcome, guys. Ferdinand, good morning. Conrad, welcome. Diego, thank you for joining. DCY, welcome. Thank you. Zizi, welcome. Denny, yes. Guys, congratulations to the Toronto Blue Jays. They clinched first place, AL East division winners. They got a bye in the first round. That was a much needed bye. That's awesome. But there's some great matchups that start Tuesday, MLB playoffs. Hopefully this is the year. It reminds me of 1993 when Joe Carter hit that 2-run home run. I was 11 years old, but I'm 43 now. Maybe I might witness again the Toronto Blue Jays winning a championship. So let's all root for the Blue Jays. Welcome, Reese. Good morning. Carla, good morning. Thank you, guys. And everyone on YouTube, thank you guys for joining as well. We do appreciate you guys. Cyrus, welcome. Mike Leeborg, thank you for joining. Chijoki, welcome. Ahmed, welcome. Thank you for coming back, brother. Appreciate all of you guys. Huddlestone, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. Okay, guys, let's get into this and let's have some fun. Make sure you got some coffee, everyone, and we're going to get rolling. So I'm going to get started on the daily. Holy, like gold is unstoppable right now, okay? So again, if you try to short this thing over the weekend, like this is what can happen. I guarantee you there was a lot of shorts trying to short this thing on Friday, and look at how it opened up. Look at the daily candle. It's an ignited bar. Again, if this was a 5-minute candle, it filled those prior wicks and it's continuing to pop. This is all-time high territory. How high it can go, nobody knows, right? You got to use your psychological levels. You got to use either your Fibonacci extensions, but it is pumping, guys. Holy. So if you're on the buy side, congratulations. If you're on the sell side, has not broken down yet, okay? So just some key, just to get everyone reminded, at looking for points of interest, zones, what to look for. Okay, first thing is, you guys remember this big day right here, April 22. That was that previous all-time high right there. I will do a yellow line to show you where we got up to that psychological number 3,500 and then it pushed down, okay? And then we highlighted this area right here with these two bars. It was, you can go back and watch all these videos back from April. We highlighted that, we stretched it into the future. You can see it came in there, double top. And notice the date, Tuesday, Wednesday, midweek reversal, Thursday came in there, and then they dropped it back down. If you stretch that into the future, again, you can see early June of this year, it came in there and back down. We came revisited it again where it closed again above. It was a Friday, and then over the weekend, they reversed the market and brought it right back down. We came in here again, right in here, mid-July. Notice the date, Tuesday close, Wednesday, midweek reversal, bring it right back down. And then we came in here again, another time, early August, came right in there again and pushed right back down. When you stretch that zone, same zone into the future, you can see the closing body, August 29 going into September, volume closed above. So all of this months of consolidation, April, May, June, July, August, you can see that's multiple months of consolidation. That's a massive bull flag, and they continued to break it out with a closing body. As soon as that body closed, flip your zone to green, just like we do on the 5 minutes, same thing. But why are we not doing it on the daily? And stretch it into the future. That's 3,400. We're trading at above 3,800 right now. If gold ever retraces all the way back down to 3,400 in that block, I'm telling you right now, for a fact that there's probably some big institutional buyers waiting to get filled pending in there that could possibly take it back up. However, if that selling pressure or something happens in the markets, in the world, and it breaks through there and there's a lot of selling pressure on gold, it could break right through there. Then we flip it red, and then when it comes back in, this could be an offering zone. This could be more sellers in there to take it and start selling it back down to these levels, okay? We don't have to entertain that. We're nowhere near that right now, but it's just something part of your education to look forward to, okay? So you could also have an alert in there, 3,400, look at psychological number. But maybe we come back down and test, remember our previous all-time high 3,500 resistance with the volume above, this could be support. So if it retraces all the way back down, let's see what type of reaction it will have right here, because it could hold right there 3,500 and go back up and not even come into this zone below us. Then we know that they're making that higher low support right there where it doesn't even need to come in there, okay? So those are highlighted, but we're nowhere near that today, so we don't have to worry about that too much. So now what we got to do is start dissecting a little bit of what we got going on right now. So you can clearly see it is making higher highs, higher lows, higher high, higher low, and a new higher high, which is a new all-time high. But there is some significant bodies of candles that we can look at right here. If you see that the videos, like the last live streams we've had the last couple weeks, I've highlighted this area. Okay, why? Because you can see bodies where you kind of consolidate the bodies of volume in here. You can see that that was a weekly bull flag where it just consolidated above. Look at the volume staying above 50% of this big bullish candle. Even the retracement probably hit right in that pocket of control and continued to stay up. We also have a closing body that closed above. So when it closes above that bull flag, you continue into the future. Then you can see gold was bearish right here on Wednesday and Thursday. So you can see it came up and then it pushed right back down, but it didn't break this block. A lot of gold traders sold big time here. I had conversations with them and they sold here and they told me, Ron, I got rocked on the next couple days when it came back up and going into the next week. And I asked them, I'm like, I know it was a sell. There was sells there 2 days, but nothing broke below, and sellers did not confirm to you that they closed it below this zone. So you see how it just came in there, and those buyers are still making higher lows and protecting that and close with volume. So we had to see sellers close it below this in order to make this red, and then we could possibly start to see the sellers in control to take it back down to here. But it was failed. So you can see how strong it was on the Friday, coming right back up, closing right near the high. And if you short over the weekend, things like this can happen where it opens Monday and pumps. You can see now when we look at from Friday where it came up and it sold off on Friday and closed right there, a lot of short sellers took positions going into the weekend, selling off of that wick, and look at what they did. They gapped it down, bullish ignited, and look at it driving right now. So a lot of short sellers, I'm not saying you and I, like intraday traders and things like that. I'm talking big institutional, like to sell gold and hold it for multiple weeks and months to get it back down to these levels, and it's not letting up. Okay, what in the world is suggesting to sell gold on a long-term basis? What? There's still war going. There's more war than there was the previous week. There's no peace agreements. There's no ceasefires anywhere. The world is getting out of control as I'm speaking. So more money is flocking into gold. A lot of fiat currencies around the world, not just in USA, but around the world, are exchanging their fiat currency and buying physical gold. And you can see what it's doing right now. Okay, so is there some other levels that we can look at right now? What about this big body candle? It's a very important candle. It's the start of the week, Monday. Same with this big body candle. It's the start of the week, Monday. You have to analyze this candle because we might be revisiting the point of control of this volume later this week, maybe tomorrow, Wednesday, maybe NFP. But right here, okay, so let me show you how I do it on this day, so then you'll know exactly what to do with today's volume, okay? So you guys got to follow me here to know what I'm doing here. You see this big candle, how it opened, ignited, and closed right near the high, all of that volume. We have to figure out something with this volume. It's a very critical candle. This is a very important candle too, but you see it didn't close above the structure. This one officially closed above that and made that new higher high, all-time high, with volume following it. So first thing I do is I cut it in half. Okay, anybody, if this was even a 5-minute candle, if this was a 15-hour, 4-hour daily, whatever it is, I cut it in half. That's me guessing where's the halfway point, okay? We don't need to guess, especially when you're doing a top-down analysis. There's no guesswork involved. Grab your Fibonacci tool from the opening balance, that's also a point of interest, and the closing balance, okay? See what I just did there. Opening balance, where the volume opened. I'm not getting the wick, okay? I'm just getting the body of volume, the critical volume. The real body is what it's traditionally called, okay? So I've grabbed my Fibonacci tool from the open to the close. You see how it's already marked my point of control right there, that little area. So what I do is, now I use a point of interest right at 50%. So you see I was a little off. If I bring it right there, now I'm right at 50%. I'm lined up right there. The price is 3,715. And now I can see my point of control. The point of control is just what's left on the Fibonacci right there. You can see I've taken out on my settings. I've taken out right here where I have the 0.236. You can see I unchecked it. I also unchecked the 786 right here. The only ones I have checked off is the 0.5, psychological midpoint. I have the 382 and the 618. That's the point of control. And then I have just the 0 and 1 for where I plot it, right? Okay, so that's if you guys want to know how to do this. And see, when you stretch the point of control into the future, now I can see on this day, specifically on Wednesday, look, it was bearish, bearish, bearish. It came right in there. Didn't come at 0.5, just right in there in the point of control, and it went back up. It triggered all of those pending buyers that were waiting patiently to get filled because they didn't FOMO buy the high and that next move. They waited patiently for the market to return back in there, and they got filled, and it went right back up. Next day again, it came bearish, 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 right at the top of the point. So it's making a higher low, higher low. The depth of market is increasing, getting stronger. And it bounced off here, and then look at the run up now. Now you can see where we are. Where we are today is because of the bounce off of that point of control right there. It could have broke down and closed below, and it could have been bearish, but you see how it held. So this zone now, once you've identified it, stretch it into the future, okay? We may revisit this later this week, maybe next month, who knows, okay? We're nowhere near this, but again, stretch it into the future, right? See how all of my zones below me, the depth of market, are stretched into the future, okay? I've got them going to early November. You can go December, you can go to the end of the year. But also, see that yellow line right there? I'm going to place an alert there. Add an alert, create it right there. I can add an alert at the zone below me right there at 50%, right? You can continue to do this. That's why we did that Friday night session. It was a fun session. Shout outs to everyone that joined. There was only, I think, 9 of us at that time because it was unannounced, but I guarantee you everyone on that call learned something, okay? And I kind of helped them to understand the importance of a point of control, okay? So let's continue. Look at today. It's a bullish ignited candle. They gapped down and filled it. So did we have some resistance right there, resistance right there, resistance right there? We did, because we can see how high it pushed up last week, Tuesday, came back down, closed right there. Next day opened, pushed back up, couldn't take that out, lower high, bearish candle coming down. We came right back up, look at right there. Look at the high of that day, it's right near those bodies right there, and then they pushed it right back down. Again, this was another Friday, big push, couldn't take out that high, they rejected it back down. But see where all the volume is kind of concentrated at this area? This is where we should at least entertain a point of interest right there. Where the body closed, a body opened, that one almost retested right there and got rejected. That one impulsively broke out, but see how the volume is still below that yellow line. So this 3763 area. SST, we had a signal at that area as well to look for buys above there, okay? And look at now, okay? So when I'm talking about like clean transitions and opens, I can see where we closed right there on Friday. We should have opened same area, 3762. They gapped the market down to 3759. So they gapped it down. That's kind of manipulating the move down. Why? Why do they do this? To pick up orders down there. If there's some orders that they can pick up, they come down and pick them up. You see how it came down, gapped down. Are we above 50% of the previous Friday's volume? Yes, we are. Okay. So you can also figure out a point of control from this candle. How do you do that? Same way, okay? It didn't, but this candle had a little bit more indecision. You see it opened, it was initially bearish, came back to the opening balance Friday, came back, look how high, this was a big bullish candle, but then it came back down and it closed right there. So that's all the real body is showing, the critical volume in there. I could do the same thing, grab my Fibonacci tool from the opening balance to the closing balance, right? It's going to tell me exactly where's 50% of that volume. It's right there, 3755. And then I could also get the point of control of that volume of that candle. So you can see how you can do this on any individual candle, right? And now I can see when I stretch it into the future, you see where they gapped it down? They kind of did not come into the point of control. It came right in there, and the buyers right away were asking to trade up here, okay? So they tried to bring it down, maybe had more sellers bid it down, but the buyers said, no, it's not happening. You can see the way how they brought it down, and it shot right back up. So again, we found another point of control. If you're looking for maybe a pullback buy, maybe to test this area, stretch it into the future. At this yellow line, you can create yourself an alert. You can create yourself some sort of indicator to, if it comes down there, maybe give you an opportunity to look at the charts, okay? Now let's look at this thing, okay? So let's follow it. Following from Friday, there was the rejection, push down, close, gap down. There's our opening balance. It's a bullish ignited candle. There's no wick on the bottom, right? When it opens, sometimes it comes down bearish. You'll see evidence left behind, a footprint, a wick, a shadow, a tail. This one has nothing. So there's the opening balance, and that's the lowest point of the day. It's ironically, it's the lowest point of the day, but it's the strongest open. So that's a bullish ignited candle. Like if this was a 5-minute candle, that's very powerful. So you can see how powerful it is on the daily candle. And look at the 3759, 3760 psychological area. That's our opening price. And look at it. Bullish, 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 came back up. Look at it, it filled every single wick to the left of us. It filled last Friday's wick, it filled last Wednesday's wick, it filled last Tuesday's wick, and it continued to drive. That was a previous all-time high, and look at where we are now. So we got to do something with these wicks, right? So there's 3 wicks. Where do I place a point of interest? At this one, or at this one? Okay, so this is where some traders get confused. And it's not about confusing you. It's all, everyone has their own bias. Everyone has their own perspective, okay? I can place a point of interest at this wick right here. Let me just show you guys, okay? I could place it right there, and I'm right if I do that. Okay, this is a previous resistance level. I could place it at Friday's high. If I do that, I'm correct too. That was a previous resistance, and it could become support in the future. I could also place it at this one right here, Tuesday's high, and I could be correct there too. Okay, so when you're picking this one, or this one, pick one of them and go with it, okay? Try and go with the most logical one that's representing about 50% of the volume. But if you want to kind of maybe guess, like right there, what I could do is I could place it right there. Why? Because it's in the middle of this wick, it's right up there, and that's kind of the midpoint, okay? That's the way you can justify it as well too. I'm gonna put this point of interest up on this one. Why? Because it looks to me like it's 50% of today's current volume. That would be a good point of interest, and it's a nice psychological number at 37.90. Okay, so let's see now how the volume moved all the way up there, and that was a previous all-time high. That's why that's an important one. That was a previous all-time high, and these other ones were just lower highs that could not get above that. We broke above that today, and look at, I have a high wick right up there. That's our new all-time high, daily high on the wick right there. So there's my purple line to represent today's daily high. I'll even make it an orange line, right? That's our all-time high currently right now. So we hit 37.20, or sorry, 38.20. And there's a tiny, tiny little wick. You know, if you're scalping, that was that 5-minute double top that pushed down for about 100 pips. But you can see if you're continuing to short, look at what you're going against. This big bullish candle could come right back up, reclaim that wick, and break out for a new all-time high. If we break out today for a new all-time high, first thing I would acknowledge is 38.25, right? Those quarter increments. 825, 850, 875, 3900. Let's mark up with a yellow line 825, okay? And you see from 825 to our all-time high, I'm just going to draw like a little red zone right there, just to show that there could be some sellers in that location, okay? If the buyers can break right above there, they'll break it out. Next move would be to 830, 840, then finally 850. Okay, so it all depends on what time frame you're trading. I'm a scalper, so I like to look for $5 increment moves, 825 to 830. That's 50 pips. If you're more looking for 100 pips, go to your like 820, 830, 840, right? And then the big one is 850. Okay, that's where you can place a block at those numbers, like 850. Okay, so you can go maybe like 20 pips above, let's say 82, and go to 48. So you're giving yourself a little bit of a buffer. 20 pips above, 20 pips below, but you got that psychological 38.50 right there, okay? So that's what I would do. This is price discovery. If it does come up there, I kind of want to know how it will react if it gets up there, okay? But now we still got to analyze today's strong volume, okay? Can we find, you know, the current point of control of this volume from the opening to the current price? I know there's 10 more hours to go. This body hasn't closed yet, but still it could give us a good estimate of where the point of control of the current volume is. So see how I placed it at the opening balance, and I'm bringing it right to the current volume. It's fluctuating, so it's gonna be, you know, it's gonna move. But you see how the previous that was right in our point of control, that previous all-time high yellow number. So there's my point of control of today's volume right there. So if I'm shorting this, or if I'm trying to sell, yes, if we do push this bullish volume down, you're coming right into there, and those were big buyers could be waiting to buy a pullback. So if you're selling, you got to understand that you could be selling into the big buyers right there. And if you're waiting for a patient pullback to buy, you don't want to buy like the all-time highs, maybe inside here, somewhere inside here would be a good potential buying area. Okay, so let's stretch that into the future. What we can do is, now you can see how we can adjust the yellow line. We can put it right there. Remember what I said, right in the middle. If you get a little bit above that wick, you got a little bit that one right in there, you're right at 50%. So you can kind of maybe justify it by putting it right there, okay? So very bullish on the daily. There's nothing I can say. It's very strong, came out of the weekend very strong, and if you look at your RSI indicator, you can see how long it's been overbought. It's been the entire September, the entire all-time high breakout, it's been overbought, overbought, overbought. It cooled off right there. You can see the 2-day cool off, but then it continued to drive. We're still currently overbought, and it's still driving to all-time highs. So gold does not care about RSI indicator. It can indicate that it's overbought for months. I've seen gold back in like 2015 where it was overbought on the monthly for multiple months, and it was still driving and still driving and still driving. There was no signs of anything coming down until finally kind of had double top, triple tops with sellers closing below support levels. Then it started to get pushed down, but very strong. The overall daily trend is bullish. You can see it's making higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, higher high, higher low, new all-time high. Now what we can do with this daily candle is start to dissect. Okay, so I'm going to start breaking today's daily candle down now to the 4-hour. Now we're going to look at, there was the big 4-hour push coming through there. You can see that there was a 4-hour move that came down, but it got held up right there, came back up, and look at the 4-hour volume again, closed above. There was another big 4-hour candle on Friday that came down, but it came right back up. So where did this big volume from gold come from? It started right here, the opening balance, 6 p.m. right there, 6 p.m. And then the big push was 10 p.m. last night going into 2 a.m., going into Europe. Okay, I can see the European candle right now is right here from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. That's representing pre-London, London, all of Frankfurt, all of Swiss market open, basically all of Europe right there. So it opened, it created the all-time high, came back down and closed right there. We're seeing a 4-hour 3-bar play where it opened, and you see where it opened up, this one, this 4-hour candle is now representing 6 to 10 a.m., basically our entire live session. It opened, there was a little bit of drawdown. Look at the wick. It didn't even take out like Europe's low. It still made a higher low and still, look at it, filling. Buyers are still asking to trade where it's not too far away from that all-time high, but it's got a wick so far and might push down. So you see right here, if I'm a 4-hour trader, here's a point of interest. Here's where 4-hour candle closed. Here's where 4-hour candle opens, right? The volume is still above this point of interest. So this is how on the 4-hour, either if I'm on the 4-hour or 1 hour, I use a white line to let me know that this white line is representing some analysis that I did on the hourly. This one specifically 4-hour. So you can see the volume is still above. If it comes back down to this white line, it could be support there, 3,813. Okay, if we can't hold this white line, then sellers might have control to bring it right back down. And then you see, here's another point of interest on the 4-hour. That's where the European candle closed, and this one, the North American one, opened right now. So we do have to have a little white line, again, acknowledging closing and opening balances. 3807 is still holding. If we lose this today, then we could look at, all we got to do is take out the European low, 3805, and then look at how much room there is for it to come right back down to test the top of our green zone. If I'm looking to short the market, if it kind of breaks, for example, let me grab my tool here. If it if it comes all the way back down, takes out that low, and maybe ready to kind of push back down, right there. I'm measuring that move just to come to the top of the green box, because when it comes down there, the buyers could get initiated and bring it right back up. But if I'm in a sell position, I got to know that I'm selling against a strong trend. But if it feels that much imbalance, I've hit my daily goal. That could be about 100 pips. If it can come down to 50% right there, that's 160, 170 pips on a nice sell. But you got to know that you're driving into a point of control where there could be buyers, and you might be selling that, and you know, you want more and you want more and you get greedy, and then right there the buyers are waiting and they're saying thank you to you for bringing the market down right to a nice discounted area, and they're buying it right back up to take it back up like that. So you got to know when you're trading what direction you're going in, what is the overall trend, and where your buyers and your sellers are, because as a buyer, you got to know where your sellers are, and as a seller, you got to know exactly where your buyers are, because you want to exchange and transact where they are, right? or you can just trade from one level to the next level, okay? But right now, you still see how strong this 4-hour move is. It's closing in 3 hours, so it just opened up 1 hour ago. So it is still strong, still pushing. You can see that the 4-hour candles, they were overbought, but they've significantly cooled off. And look at what they held above, the 50. The 50 is your psychological marker on your RSI indicator. It oscillates between 0 and 100, 50 being that psychological dotted line, you know, like what we do exactly. And now you see it driving right back up, and it could potentially get above 70 in an area of strength, get overbought again, and you want to sell it, and then it's continuing to pump through here for new all-time highs, okay? So you have to be very careful. This is a traditional 3-bar play that is coming right back up to fill that all-time high wick and test to see if it can break out. Next point would be that 38.25. Let's see what type of reaction it gets if it continues to go up there. Now what we can do is we can break this down by going into the 1 hour, okay? Now we can see, look at the 1 hour candles. They are barcoding, okay? They came right back up. Now they started to barcode. When? London, 3 a.m. This black candle right there represents London's open for the entire hour. 3 a.m. bearish. Look at 4 a.m., a bullish ignited hourly candle. So you see, guys, it opened and it didn't even have enough selling momentum to even take out that little tiny wick. Opened bullish ignited, came all the way back up, and look at where it closed. It closed engulfed. It engulfed that. 5 a.m., look, opened, and that's what tapped into that all-time high. There it is. There's a small wick there, small wick there, small wick there, small wick there, but it didn't break out. And then look at the sellers. They brought it right back down at 5 a.m., all the way back down, closed right there. And look at now 6 a.m., just opened up, and we got 1 minute to go into the close because we're going in 7 a.m. It's a bullish candle coming right back up. So next hour, are we going to continue pushing? Right now it's accumulating. Sellers are accumulating. Buyers are accumulating. It is literally barcoding on the hour. If you want to trap like all of this garbage right there, that's what I do on the 5 minutes. I say, guys, let's trap this and let's wait for the accumulated move to either redistribute to the upside. If we get upside redistribution, we'll fill those wicks, create a new all-time high. Let's say we get up 38.25 up there, or maybe 38.30. Let's say it comes up there, then it pulls back to retest this location. This might be buyers, and then they take it right back up. They redistribute it to the upside, just like a 5-minute move. If the sellers can close it below there with conviction, you see they failed there, they failed there. They haven't closed it below, but they're accumulating, they're there. They could bring it right back down the next hour again, barcode it back down, and bring it down there, close it below. We're retesting this, and then we're selling what I told you, back down to the top of that green box or down right in the middle, okay? So, or we're just going to continue to, it's going to accumulate. Again, here it comes up, accumulation, downside accumulation, upside accumulation, downside accumulation, upside accumulation. It could possibly come back down, right? It could just continue to trade in this box here. But it's not going to just trade in here all day today. Eventually, gold will be redistributed either to the upside if these buyers accumulate more, or it will be redistributed to the downside if these sellers accumulate more. Right now, it's hard to say because it's kind of like a 50-50 coin flip. But I give the upper hand because it's a bull flag. This is also a bullish flag pattern that's accumulating, and bull flag patterns have a high probability of continuing to go to the upside, okay? Unless the sellers can come back down and close it without, look at that, just how this hourly candle opened. It just opened and didn't even have enough, you know, to take out these little wicks right here, so sellers might be bringing it right back down, okay? Also, we got to test 50% of that previous candle, right there where that white line is. See that white line? That if it comes down, maybe catches a wick right here, and it will be a higher low, and buyers will step it back in to continue to break it out, okay? So that's what we got to watch right now. It's difficult to say where it's going to go because you can clearly see how it's barcoding. If I go into the 5 minutes now, this is what it's showing me. This is how 5 minutes look when they're barcoding. There's bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish. If I was to trap, just like I said, all of this garbage right in there, you know, I see sellers are accumulating, buyers are accumulating, but that bar closed above and they redistribute it to the upside. So exactly what I'm showing you on the hourly, on that previous, that's what could happen. There's showing you how it looked on the 5 minutes, right? So See that zone now? We stretched that zone into the future. See how it came in there? Held support, back up. Stretch it into the future, still holding support. So that is a green block on the 5 minutes. Now you can clearly see how that was a bull flag. They broke it out. Came back in, right in there. They brought it right back up. Double top, can't break. Came right back down in the green zone. Coming right back up. Might be a triple top up here, or it could break for a new all-time high. If it pulls back down into here, you can see we could legitimately be buying that green zone again down there to take it back up. However, if it closes below there, we flip that zone red, and then that's what I'm saying. It could have enough selling momentum if the sellers are accumulating more to bring it right down to there, or possibly right down to there, okay? So right now, the buyers are still strong. They've created a higher low at that white line. Remember, that's that hourly support. It's a higher than right there, higher than there. So it is still moving up. But right now, we're kind of just, we're trading in here. Up, all-time high, down back to support. Come back up to all-time, double top. They brought it down, but it did not break. You know that right there would have been that pattern to break and drop it down. It failed, okay? Look at there, the buyers holding it right there. So it continued to drive right back. Look at now, it's a big double bottom, okay? One bottom, second bottom, there's your W. So are we gonna see it break out to the upside? And if it does, we can continue trading with the trend, but it would be breaking a new all-time high up there, okay? And then we have markers where it could possibly go. 38.25, 38.30, okay? On the 5 minutes, you know, it's not overbought. It could still, it's in an area of strength. It could still build and start to continue to break out and get strong. There's a lot of sellers that are trying to sell right now. You can see on the hourly, okay? So right now, this is what we got like to watch on the 5 minutes. We can add our SST daily bar indicator right beside us. So this shows me my opening price. There's the gap down, lowest point of the day. Very strong, strong, strong. Remember, we got our 50% point of control of the current volume. This is our, you know, I just drew this 5 minute support line right here showing support. So our daily bar is still very strong. That could technically continue to break out to the upside, okay? We could add a 9 EMA. We're still above this 9 EMA green line, and we are above the 200 EMA. So everything is still bullish. You know, there was some selling. Again, if you're a seller and you're selling one of these nice legs down, right, measure the move so you know exactly what to look for if you sell like another leg down. Like just this selling move from right there down to there, that's 100 plus pips. 100, that's not bad. That could be your daily goal. I don't even need to measure this leg because it looks very similar. That's like a 100 pip drop. It's also 100 pips going back up. So this is the kind of what we're trading now. But right now you can see these 5 minute candles are again kind of barcoding right here. Kind of consolidating, bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish. Are we going to continue to get that upside move? You know, let's see if the buyers can close it above today's high, the all-time high, above that 38.20, let's say. Let's round it up to 38.20. If they can prove to us they can close it above here, maybe we'll pull back. Maybe we can buy a discounted pullback to continue to break out. However, if these sellers now, I can see that this wick, this wick, this wick, this wick is lower. Like I could go my green box all the way up to those wicks. I see it's still lower than over here, okay? So are they making a lower high to push this thing right back down? But right now it's still a green zone, still accumulating. What I need to see from the sellers is, can they continue to, like say I see a wick, a wick, a wick, a wick. They forced it down there, but no closure below there. Will we close below there, come back in here, then we flip it red, then maybe we could break that and then start dropping down into there, okay? But one thing I want to show you guys is we are flagging right here, but more importantly, if we break down, we kind of don't want to get caught in a sell. So you see this white line, it's a very important white line. It's from our 4 hour, right? And then you see there's a 5 minute wick and a 5 minute wick right there. So if I can see that there's a fair value that still has not been, you know, transacted right in there from that wick to that wick, and it's, see that white line? It's a 4 hour support line representing exactly 50% right there. So I stretch that across, and maybe I just make this as a neutralized zone. And then a better buy area would be right in here. So if I'm selling, guys, this is where sometimes you could get caught. it might close below there, retest this, then it sells down, but then comes right in there, and then it rockets right back up. Okay, so you have to be careful. I would be looking for more sells below this green zone. Okay, that I could maybe see sellers confirm to me that they close it below there, they cut through that zone, transact with all of those orders that haven't been filled, fill them, and then maybe close below there. Then we can invert that zone. Then we start selling. Okay, so maybe we don't look for sells until it shows us something below here. This is a buy zone. Okay, do you guys understand that? What I mean by that? This could be, we talked, guys, that was that Friday night session. If anyone was on the call with me on that Friday night session, remember what I was talking about, hidden blocks and inside block? That's what that is right there. This is our bigger red block. This is our bigger green block. That is a hidden inside block right at 50%, right? So there it is. There it is live. We've just identified it, okay? So I will get that Zoom uploaded on the website because I want you guys to all watch it, okay? Does that help, guys, with your analysis? I'll do US30 and NASDAQ in a moment, but let's just see what's going on with gold, okay? Thank you, everyone, for joining YouTube. If you guys can hit the like button, we do appreciate you guys. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. If you want to take your trading to the next level and you want to learn something on a daily basis, maybe learn some finance, we definitely can help you out with that. And you know, like as a scalper, you know, like sometimes you can get a sell too. Like, you know, even if it, you know, gets that sell down to there, you know, you could make yourself 20, 25 pips, but you might have to get out of the way, right? There's nothing wrong with selling and closing your sell or going down to a break even, maybe taking partials, but you got to understand too, like there is some good moves where you can sell and make some good pips, but you got to also, as a seller, just acknowledge that there is buying blocks below us, okay? And there is discounted buyers waiting to buy in here. They're waiting to buy in there. And then this is where I can manipulate things myself. See the white line there? I could just kind of move it right to 50% right there. You know, just manipulate it myself. Keep everything, you know, targeting 50%, the point of control. Okay, so see how it's still building, okay, bullish. Even on this, it was a bearish candle that came down, closed above 50% of that volume. Again, it opened, higher low, still above this 9 EMA. It's still driving, okay? But look, notice up here, when it comes up, it goes back down. Comes up, goes back down. Comes up, back down. Come up, back down. So is it going to be another impulse break where it just comes up and then they push it right back down? Or are we going to get some closing volume on the 5 minutes above here? And then maybe we will get to that all-time high, the daily high, and test it out again. See now how it's coming right back down. So it's still kind of in this zone. Not the greatest to be trading in here, but if you're already in a buy, it's accumulating for you, possibly to impulsively break out. And if you're trying to sell, okay, I understand that there was one top there, second top. This could be a third top coming right back down. But we got to see a significant rejection. We got to see like a big bearish black bar in, you know, come down like something like this, like a big strong bar coming down with conviction and maybe close below. I don't see it yet. I see it come down, higher low. It broke out for that higher high impulse, and we got this spin top candle that's closing in 3 minutes. Is anyone in a trade right now? I'm currently not in a trade. I will verbally let you guys know when I go in to buy or sell. You guys have my analysis, right? you know, you could also base a trend right now in the 5 minutes off of 50% of this strong candle, and you can see it's still moving up, right? So nothing has really broke down bearish yet, okay? It's still trending up. It's ascending. Good morning, Lady Stone. Welcome. Trevor, welcome. Good morning. I think we got a lot of people sleeping. It's still early Monday. Maybe they're in bed. Didn't set their alarm clocks today. Or maybe everyone's recovering from the Toronto Blue Jays clinching the AL East. They're still in bed. Okay, so you see, had a little bit of an impulse, and sellers are bringing it right back down with this bearish candle. Will it close below this structure? Will buyers bring it right back up? 2 more minutes to go. Yeah, guys, and if you're testing, I see there, Apache, you're testing a small sell. That's perfect. Yeah, if you want to feel out the market with a small sell, you're more than happy to do that, right? Small, test out, see if the sellers are there really pushing it down. If they are, they show you, then maybe you can add another position. But also, if you're testing out sells here, if it continues to drive up, then yeah, you'll lose, but you'll lose just a small amount. If you go with a larger size here and you're trying to sell, and then the buyers push you into all-time high territory and squeeze you, like that could affect the way how you trade today. That could be a big impact on your trading. So again, just test some feelers right now. If you want to test a buy, you don't have to go all in. You don't got to go huge sizing. You can start small and see, is it building? Will it close above there? Some traders need to get emotionally involved in trading, you know. Otherwise, if you're just waiting on the sidelines like myself, let's just see who will win this battle. Will the buyers be able to close it above here? Will sellers be able to close it below here? Maybe break this trend line. Maybe it might sell back down to the green zone. John, welcome. You're retired in the Philippines. Congratulations. That's nice. It's 7 p.m. for you in Euro JPY. Buy now, but up 1.3 today. Nice. Good percentage. Very nice that you're retired in Philippines. Might be a dream for all of us here. Okay, you see how that was a bearish candle? It was coming down, but look at the buyers brought it right back up and closed above there. Next bar opened bearish ignited and just came down. So it could flip, fill that wick, and start to drive to that orange line. That's the all-time high. That's today's daily high. We do have confirmation of now buyers closing it above. So let's see now, traditionally, we should see it fill back up to that all-time high. Okay, if you're in buys, it's continuing to do what there it is. There's a new all-time high, okay? So that's why if you were testing sells, that's why a small sell is advisable, because you know that big candle, if you're in a big lot, that could continue squeezing and you're in trouble in a large sell. That's why I say small feeler trades, right? But let's see now. So that just broke all the way in there. New all-time high, new daily high. Let's see where it will close, okay? Will it close with volume? Will this be the first candle close above all of these wicks with volume? So guys, it's still bullish, you know? Still very strong. So maybe we got to look for a pullback buy, you know, like maybe we got to wait for this thing to come back down somewhere in here or down in here, get a nice pullback buy on discount. Some of you guys are going long now. Yeah, that's up to you. You could also wait for closing volume to indicate where this bar will close. Closes in 3 minutes. Very, very, very strong. In 10 more minutes, I'm going to do US 30 or NASDAQ, whatever you guys decide. We'll get that one out of the way as well. And then we'll go back to gold. We'll watch gold how it moves into 8 a.m. and getting ready for COMEX. We don't have much news today at 8:30. And then around close to 9, then I'll do the other one, either US 30 or NASDAQ, whichever one you pick. And then we'll have all full analysis on all three of these leading into Wall Street as well, okay? Can we enter now? Again, it's not advisable because, again, you're buying at the highest point on FOMO, okay? So we try to avoid that. Do we not, all traders say it's not the greatest to buy, fear of missing out? Do we not always say it's best to wait for a pullback? So if you're asking me to buy right now, my answer is no, no. I wouldn't, I'm saying myself, I wouldn't buy the highest point of a candle, regardless what the security is. And this is also an impulse breakout. Because you might buy the highest point and then it comes all the way back down. Then you're in drawdown. And patient buyers are waiting to buy right here. Okay, I'll show you. Like right here, where all of these wicks were just now, those wicks and that body. I'm going to make this like a small little green zone. So if you want to buy right now this all-time high, fear of missing out, why don't we just see or wait just as a test to see if it will come back down here and test this green box? How about if I told you you could buy at 38.18 as opposed to 38.23? That's 50 pip discount, right? And we buy in there, we get a 50 pip discount, and maybe it comes back up. Because if you buy right now, yeah, you could make an extra 10, 20 pips, but you're buying the highest point, right? Trading is all about patience and discipline and buying on a discount. It's up to you guys, right? I know this candle is like this right now, but over time, the best strategy is to be patient, disciplined, and avoid buying on FOMO. If you continue to do this on a daily basis, you're not going to have a high probability of success. Maybe on this candle you did well, okay? But look at now. What about those traders that just bought that highest point? It's already dropped 30 pips in drawdown, okay? And then it's coming down. Maybe you're going to come retest this and we can buy at a discount. Yes, it could go down further, but at least you've already saved yourself that much drawdown. Look at right there. There's an example of those traders that bought that highest point and it's coming down, but it's going back up. Hopefully, maybe for them, it closes and continues to drive. But let's see, will it ever come back down into this location here? Again, you know, traders, we always say, like, avoid FOMO at all costs, right? And that's the hardest part of trading. I know this train left the station. It missed me, you know, like, but that bus has gone, right? So I gotta wait for the next bus to come back down to here. It might not come down, okay? It might come down 30 minutes from now, 1 hour from now. Maybe it doesn't come down, but at least give yourself an opportunity. If it does come down there, that could be a possible buying opportunity. This one would be stronger. This one is the best one down in here, right? Look at this thing continue to drive. So broke right through here. Again, target up there, 38.25. That's a psychological number. That's why I have that entire red zone right up to 38.25. And lots of traders are selling up here, right? They were trying to sell here. They were trying to sell there. They were trying to sell this. This was an impulse, strong breakout to a new all-time high, and I guarantee you there's a lot of sellers trying to sell up here too. Okay, so let the sellers do their job and bring it all the way back down to here. If you want to buy, I'm telling you, it's a better opportunity to buy down here than it is up here. And also I want to make it clear, if you do buy this too, it could push down further, right? Okay, so this is just, instead of buying all the way at the all-time high, you're getting a little bit of a discounted price to buy down in here. It's not guaranteed if we even wait down here that we're gonna, just buy in here. It's guaranteed to go right back up. No, that's not how trading works. So it's an area for a retest to buy down in here at a discount. Okay, now we got a bearish candle coming all the way back down. Let's see, it's still a long time on it. 2 minutes and 43 seconds is a lot of time. Anyone notice Tim Hortons has these retro cups? These are those old cups back from, you remember the 1990s? Do we got any Canadians in the group here? Look at these Tim Hortons cups. Look how fancy these things are. These are those old school ones. Where's everyone from in the chat? We got over 400 viewers. Lots of you guys on Zoom. Where are we all from? We're close to Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Shout outs to Toronto Blue Jays. Dubai, Sydney, UK, England. A lot of you guys are UK in Zoom. Malaysia. Nice. Manchester. Wow, we got a whole UK group in here. Mike, Zimbabwe. Welcome, brother. Kudze, you're Zimbabwe too? We got Mike in our group from Zimbabwe. Shout outs to Zimbabwe. Nigeria, Austria. My wife's aunt Amor came from Vienna. I had to pick her up at the airport yesterday. Boom. Lots of you guys, all UK. Kyle, UK. Wow. We have a massive UK group. South Africa, West Kenya, welcome guys. Sri Lanka, lots of Kenyans in the group, welcome. Morocco, thank you. North Africa, welcome. Trading brings everyone together. It does. It does. It brings everyone together. We're here for one reason. We're all united. That's one thing about trading. I love it. Doesn't matter your race, your religion, your ethnicity, your age, your gender, nothing. It's all of us. With looking at candles, okay? It's the universal language. Price action is the universal language that unites everybody. That's the beautiful thing about trading. Anyone around the world can understand this, you know? I know it's better if you understand English, or broken English for that matter. What Ron talks all the time is sometimes broken English. But if you understand these candlesticks, you know, it is the language of trading. It tells us a story. You guys are making enough money to get out of UK. I'm trying to make money to get out of Canada too. I'm helping for medical costs for my wife's aunt, you know, to keep her on life support. It's not cheap, but she doesn't have health care and things like that. So I put my money where my mouth is. I trade. I tell you guys, for my family, if situations like this happen, everything I do for in the markets it's for those reasons, right? You know, when a family member needs help, they need our help. So, you know, I didn't even think twice, nothing. Just I don't even ask how much it is. Just keep that life support on, give her the best medical care possible, and just hope to God that God can bring her through this. So, you know, I don't look at a price tag, right? I look at someone's life is very, very important. Okay, guys, so gold, let's see, that 38.25, will it tap into that nice psychological number here? this is, again, if you're looking, to short, if you're looking to, because I know that there's a lot of you guys that are looking to sell. It's got to sell, right? Just even if it comes down to right there, it could go 30, 40 pips to come down there. And that's where some patient buyers are looking to buy that pullback right there. But if you're selling and you get yourself 30, 40, 50 pips down there, grab your money, at least scale out a little bit, because it could come down there and bounce right back up. This could produce maybe the first top, right? First top, come back down, go back up, maybe a second top, then come back down. Again, it's got to break this block right here. Okay, but it's coming down, going right back up. So it still doesn't even have a bearish candle closing below structure as of yet. So this thing is still strong. Have I taken a trade yet? No, not yet. I haven't. I will verbally let you guys know my thoughts of going into a trade, right? I'll let you guys know. I got nothing to hide here, guys. But you got to know if I'm going into like a sell. Like if I sell, I could just be looking to grab 20, 30, 40 pips on a pullback and get out, or go to a break even and take some partials, because I know I could be selling into where buyers are, right? Same thing is if we're looking not to sell, but we're looking to buy a pullback, then we got to wait down here to allow the sellers to bring it down to us. Still very, very strong. And we're going into 7:30 now, a new 30-minute candle in 30 seconds. So you could also take a look at your 30-minute candles and see it's still very, very strong 30-minute candle, new all-time high. Okay, so it produced nice little double bottom, and your 30-minute candle is breaking out of here. You can also look at your 1 hour, still very strong. Okay, so it barcoded all of those 1 hours, and then see how they're redistributing all of that to the upside. Okay, so this is how it looks on the 5 minutes. Okay, here's the close. This is a new now 30-minute candle now opening in the market. Okay, so will it come down bearish, come back down? Will we find a little bit of a neckline somewhere down in here? Will it come back up for that second opportunity and then pull back down? And things on the 5 minutes now are getting a little overbought here on this RSI indicator. But again, I showed you on the daily, showed you on the 4 hour hourly. Things are overbought and they continue to go higher and higher and higher. So showing us that the 5 minutes are a little bit overbought, but it could continue to go higher, right? And it's still producing a higher low, still holding up at that point of interest with that higher low. So still technically holding strong here. And then let's see if this bullish candle can get, I really want to see at that 3825, if it can get up to there, to that nice psychological number. So it's coming right back up. Okay, let's see how it will react at 3825. Remember, we marked that for a specific reason prior to breaking this all-time high. So it's filled 3820 to 3825. If you're in that buy, that's 50 points. It's cleared that entire red zone. But let's see now the reaction it gets at 3825. Okay, so it's still very, very strong. See what I'm going to do now with this green zone? I'm just going to bring it right there. Go backwards, and you see how it was red, red, red right there and push down. Again, right there it was red, push down, red, push down, but now closing above is green, right? So that could be a possible opportunity to look for a buy coming back down to either 3820, 3819, 3818. I'm gonna place an alert right at 50% in that green zone there. Okay, so we tap that 38.25 now. So when we're talking psychological numbers, that is a psychological number. You got 3,800, 3,825, 3,850, 3,875, 3,900 would be the next one. The next one would be 3,925, 3,950, 3,975. Then you get to 4,000, okay? So let's see now. There's the big rejection at that 38.25. Let's see now, in the next 2 minutes, can the sellers, bid down and close it down here? Maybe officially start maybe a bearish leg coming down. I'm just going to check my spreads on gold right now. 0.4, that's a good spread for me. If I do get into a trade now. Okay, so you got this indecision candle now. Okay, so we hit that 38.25 perfectly. That's a new all-time high. Getting rejected. Still have some bullish volume in the candle. When I get to the indices, do you guys want me to do NASDAQ or Dow first? Excuse me. Look at that big pump back up. Bullish, still bullish, okay? The sellers did push it down to the opening price. And then look at the buyers are still strong, asking to trade up there. So it's still very strong. Dow, okay. We'll start off with the Dow. We'll do a top down on that. And then we'll do NASDAQ right by 9 a.m., okay? Strong bullish candle going into the close. Wow, so they brought it all the way right back up there, okay? So you guys know if it continues to break out, my next target, yellow line, is 38.30. So if you're in buy still, 38.30 would be your next, psychological area, okay, if it continues to drive. This is still strong. You can see, even if I cut that body in half right there, it's still technically showing me buyers are there. Look at ignited bar, push up, they rejected it back down. Let's see if it still holds its ignited open, right? Can it continue to hold this ignited open? Ooh, look at it, ignited, came down, refueled. Continue to drive. Okay, see how it's not advisable to be selling, guys. If you guys are in this, in the buy, congrats, right? Some of us are still waiting for that pullback buy entry. It's not there, okay? But it's not an opportunity for us just to go in and sell the market, okay? You still see now, can they still see how it's still ignited? It's still ignited, still refueling, still coming back up. Okay, so it came 2 opportunities to break that opening there. Now it came right back down. There's where it flipped, okay, quickly. So I want to see, is this going to be like a shooting star candle? Yeah, are they going to pin it up there where they broke that 38.25? And this could start the bearish leg coming down now, okay? But I got to wait for official closure, okay? There's the push down. There's the impulse of that 38.25. There's that candle that they pushed down, but now it's going to come down to the closure in 3.5 minutes, right? So can we at least close below 50% of this body, maybe back down below these points of interest? That could trigger the selling leg to come down. Goldilocks, Fusion Markets is a great broker. That's the broker I use. Yes, for live trading is Fusion I use. I'm grandfathered in with them from multiple years ago. Where I live in Ontario, Canada, they don't even allow new Ontario residents So if I was to close that account, I wouldn't be able to open it up again. There was new laws, but I got grandfathered in years ago. Unfortunately, Fusion Markets is not available to any US residents and any residents where I live in Ontario, Canada. Any other province in Canada, you're allowed, but not in Ontario. Ontario has very strict laws, just like the USA where I live. Okay, so there's that big bearish candle coming down. So you guys understand, they pinned it, they brought it down. Here's the closure in 2.5 minutes. You could go into a sell on this candle, but it could come right back up and close strong again. So let's just see, follow this volume. Will it close below all of this structure? Will it close at 50%? Are buyers going to bring it right back up? This could, potentially show us where strong sellers are. Okay, and again, it's at that 38.25 location. That psychological location. Okay, so point of interest right there where those bodies were. Will it close below there? Okay, and guys, we got a signal came out on Discord to look for a potential sell on gold right here. Approximately a zone from anywhere from 38.25 to 38.30 where we're trading right now. Okay, so 38.25, 38.30 around here. Okay, so you see how that bar came down, but again, look how it's coming right back up. Okay, so yes, it did some damage, but the closing bar will tell the story. Okay, look at the buyers brought it right back up. That was a beautiful bearish candle, but again, it's got a higher low coming right back up. So that's the problem with going in prior to a candle closing. Okay. Now we'll wait for the official close in the next 43 seconds. It's kind of like the last seconds of a game. Did anyone watch the crazy football game last night with the Dallas Cowboys and Green Bay Packers? It ended in a 40-40 tie. Unbelievable. You don't see ties in NFL football too often. It came down to the last second. Okay, so this candle is going to come down to the last second here. And look at the sellers are bringing it right back down. Look at where that point of interest is on that. There's that body close, body open. Again, here's the fight. We've got some consolidation now. Look at the range of this candle now. Now the range really opened up. So we've got a lot of transactions. Okay. Okay, that one opened ignited bearish. Okay, but it's got that long wick. Okay. So let's see if it can get a lower high and they push this thing back down. Still bullish. Wow. Okay. RSI is getting overbought. Okay, so it's still in this strong location. Okay, so it's a spin top. Still strong. I'm looking to potentially sell up here, okay? I'll give you guys heads up. I'm looking for a sell. We got an SST sell signal. I'm looking to sell. It's getting a little bit overbought up here. I was waiting to buy a pullback down in here and never came down. So maybe I'm going to sell down, close my position down there, and maybe buy it back up there, okay? So we've got this spin top candle that came up lower high. It's still bullish, guys. Still building. Welcome, Dale. Good morning. Sherry, good morning. Welcome, guys. Okay, still bullish. Wow. Okay, so we got to wait, see where this body will close. Am I an ICT trader? No, I don't even know what ICT trading is. Maybe you guys can teach me. Okay, so you see how it broke through here? What is this? What do you guys call that? ICT traders. What is that? Where it just broke this new higher high and continued to drive. Does this have any specific name that you guys use? I'm not knocking it, I just don't know it. I don't look at it. Like, I don't study ICT. Break of structure, is that what it is? Okay, so yeah, okay, so this was structure right here, and they just broke it. So it's a break of structure, BOS. I 100% agree with that, okay? So what are you guys looking for now? As an ICT trader, what are you guys looking for now? What's your next thing that you guys are looking for? Are you guys looking to buy the highs? Fear of missing out, buy the highs? Or are you guys looking for a pullback entry? Or are you guys looking to short? What do you guys, like, you guys teach me. What are you guys looking for? Okay, so it's still squeezing. Unbelievable. Holy. Okay. So it could get up to that 38.30. And that's a higher time frame, big position here, okay? Wow. Okay. This is unbelievably strong. Okay, I'm going to let this bar close. This is a big, big bar here. And look at the RSI, okay? So it's telling us it's very overbought, but extremely strong up here. Anything above 70 is also indicating strength. As an ICT trader, you guys hunt liquidity. Okay, so it's hunted a lot of liquidity up here. Why are you guys selling as ICT traders? I see liquidity hunt. A lot of liquidity being hunted up here. It's not just trading liquidity hunts, because I've seen a lot of hunts that are faked out. Okay, so big rejection coming back down, closing in 30 seconds. So we got a sell signal around this location, anywhere in between these yellow lines, from 38.25 to 38.30. Okay, just because a sell signal comes out, it's a signal, it's an alert to let us watch. You don't have to go in blindly, right? Still got to watch and see what's going on. Okay, here's the close. So it did close bullish, okay? If I'm just looking at, like, to continue point of control of that body of that candle, still holding. We have now closed above this red zone, still strong. So this is now, it could represent a green zone if it comes down into here, okay? I know it's a lot of green zones here. But if it falls back in here, you got to know that it could technically come back up. Then we're looking for maybe a second top and then to break right through there, okay? And 745 is a new 15-minute candle in the market as well, okay? So it's still cruising near this all-time high, psychological area of that 38.30, still potentially holding here. Okay, so it's got that bearish candle testing 50%. Let's see if it gets a wick and comes back up. Okay, so there's the wick coming back up. Will it get that next leg to continue to push down? Okay, I'm going to sell. I'm going to go on to sell here. I'm going to initiate it now. So that SST signal is saying look for a sell around 38.25, 38.30. Okay, so I entered here at 38.26. I'm going to see if we can cut through this entire green zone, get it back down to here, to test down right where I have down in here, okay? So stop loss placement now. Like, do I want to place my stop loss at all the way at 38.40? Probably not for that reward, okay? So what is 50% of this location? If I'm just measuring from the yellow line to the yellow line, right there, I could be just above, you know, 50%, right? If I really want to give it that much room to breathe. If I'm giving it that much stop loss, then my reward will be technically a larger reward, right? So maybe I'll just keep my stop loss right there, right about there, 38.32, okay? So that's where I'm going to keep my stop loss. I'm not going to give it the entire distance, because I know that we could be trading into a green zone and it could come right back up, okay? But I'm in a sell now, okay? So I'm going to follow how this body can close. Will it close bearish engulfed down here? Will I get one more bar to come back down? Is this now producing the top area? Okay, so I got to follow this candle with 2 more minutes to go now, okay? I'm in a sell, guys. So it opened, it came back up, it didn't fill that wick, came down bearish, 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 bearish. It was engulfing. Again, got that higher low. Buyers are interested, buying it back up. We'll see where it closes. I'd like to see this bearish bar at least close below 50% of that previous one. If it can close engulf down there, that's better, right? But at least let's see if it can close 50%, okay? With about 90 seconds to go. Is it always better, Omar, to wait for candle close? Absolutely, absolutely. Maybe I entered this one a little premature, right? I didn't wait for it to close, okay? I was going based off of the rejection of the previous candle, how this one opened, came up, and then started going down. So, you know, it was coming down, but those buyers are still there. They're still strong, bringing it right back up, okay? But regardless, I'm in it. I've already placed my stop loss. I've already calculated how much I'm willing to invest in this trade for possible reward. If it can start coming down in here, Omar, I'm going to start bringing my stop loss and start reducing it and hopefully get it down to break even if I can go up 30, 40 pips in profit, okay? But let's see where it's going to finally close. It's not a massive position, guys. Not a massive position. I'm just going to test these all-time highs up here. We had that SST signal come in for a sell alert, so I'm testing it out. So buyers are still very, very strong. Okay, that was a bearish candle that came all the way down. They brought it all the way back up. Here's the close. So it is closed with a bearish head. Okay, opened, ignited. Let's see if we can continue with a lower high, just to start a little official trend coming down. So can we get a wick right here now and push this bar down? It opened, ignited, bullish. So it could technically take out the previous wick, but we got the lower high. But even if it was to take out that, we still have this previous wick. So that's a good rejection. It made the lower high. So again, we're battling with 50% of that previous candle. So this is where our buyers are accumulating right now. So can the sellers continue to offer, and bring it back down and start to close it below here, okay? So that's a good rejection we had, that lower high, because it could have filled that previous wick and started to fill up this long distance wick, okay? So we have a good rejection. It eliminated that bullish ignited open, and now we have another bearish candle coming down. But similar situation, it could come down and go right back up. We've seen it this entire trend here. So we got to start to see some strong selling candles, bearish black candles closing below structure. We still don't have a nice bearish bar closing below any structure as of yet, okay? If we can start to close below here with structure, that could give us the confirmation, right? I entered in early. If you guys are waiting for confirmation, let's see if the sellers can officially close it below here with bearish volume. Okay, so sellers are still there. Good rejection, right? But it would be very, very impactful if they can close it below here and bid to continue trade down below 38.25, 38.24. Continue to bid it down in here, close below, because that could give us that next bearish leg to push down into here. Okay, but those buyers they're very strong. They're still strong up here. So now it's filling. Gonna possibly fill that wick and continue to drive. So we've got this wick behind us, okay? So I always say, guys, that's a rather large wick compared to the previous wick, right? So let's see if we can keep it below, 50% of that wick from the body to the wick, right there, 38.28. Let's see if the sellers can keep it below here. It takes time for things to develop, guys, especially when you're countering a sell at an all-time high. It's not easy, okay? I could definitely get stopped out, absolutely. But I haven't risked my entire account on this trade, right? So I don't need to panic while it's still building. It's in a little bit of drawdown. I could add more positions to sell if I get confirmations that I'm looking for. Okay, so sellers are there. They're showing us they're there. That is technically a lower high, still holding below this point of interest. They're bidding back down in here. We've got 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. So we officially have to wait for this candle to close. Will it close below 50% of that bullish candle where this green line is? We found another consolidated area. Okay, it could flag in here and continue going back up. However, if the sellers can close with momentum down here, we could get that next push down. Okay, so those buyers are still holding this position. Here it goes into the close with 40 seconds, still pushing back up there. So it's still flagging, bullish flag in here. It is technically barcoding in here, bullish, bearish, bullish. No, haven't added any position yet. No. Not yet. Not until I get confirmation. Okay, so it's testing where I have this red line, which was representing 50% of that previous wick, closed right at it, okay? So this has got a low wick, could open strong and continue to drive and fill that wick and get up to 38.30, okay? So my stop is just above that at 38. What do I got it at? 38.32 and a quarter up there. So any missiles going off? Is there war happening right now that I'm not aware about? Let me know in your country if you're having any war. This is still strong move. Okay, so it got to that 3830 level. Okay, so this is a point of interest on a higher time frame, psychological higher time frame. So I'm just watching my stop above here. Okay, it's not easy to short all-time highs, guys. You can clearly see that how difficult it is. The SST signal has 100 pip stop loss from either 38.25, 38.30. I don't have that. Okay. I'll verbally let you guys know as soon as I get stopped out, okay? Okay, they've rejected that move so far. Again, one more minute to go. So, if it closes above this yellow line, high probability I'm getting stopped out. If it can close below this yellow line, we might have a bearish candle come down and test this red line again. So it's this is a big location right here. Okay, so I'm still in it, holding in drawdown. It's a good rejection candle, but we've seen that a lot of these bars. Okay, so we really got to see it closing with authority down here, okay? I know you guys think I'm crazy selling this. I understand. Would you guys call me crazy if I added another sell position? Probably you guys would think I'm insane. Craig, Putin will address the world on Tuesday. Trump has called all military leaders from around the world to the US so he can talk to them. Yeah. Okay, here's the close, guys. So it's still got that little bit of bullish volume. That's all it takes, that bullish volume, to continue to hold this move up. But quickly it's open bearish. So again, can it come down? We've seen it just come down and get a wick and go back up. So can we officially have a solid bearish candle close below some structure? Number one, can we have it close below right here, this red line? Will it close where I entered previously, back down below my entry point? That would be fantastic. But, it could just come down there again, pick up higher low, and continue going back up. It's got a large wick to fill, and it's filling it up. Holy shit. Like, it is so strong right now. I can't even tell you how strong this move is. Yeah, the US dollar is dumping, but there's no news like regarding the drop right now. Why did I sell at this location? There was a Discord signal come out right over here on gold. Looking for the short at 38.25, 38.30, So right here, like kind of initiated right there. Again, there's that 38.30. So I'm still in it, holding it. We're going to see if we can break this and start to get it to come down, okay? So it takes a while for something to develop, especially when you're countering an all-time high. It's not easy, but, we got our rejection at 38.30. We have our rejection pushing back down, but we need confirmation, okay? So if you guys are still waiting, could come right back to entry point, but I'm looking for that bear bar to close below here, okay? So we got our rejection. We have sellers present. They're here, okay? But we need them to close with conviction, because I don't want this to lose out on all this bearish volume, come down again, and then it just picks up another higher low wick and continue to drive back up. We have to officially close. So I'm back in the, where I initiated the position. I had to hold through all that drawdown. But let's see now how this bar will close. It's 8 a.m. now. Okay, this is the new hourly candle again. So can we get now some hourly push down, trading down into here at 8 a.m. going into COMEX now? Even a nice little drop down into here would be nice. And then maybe COMEX will pick it right back up. But we got kind of maybe 20 minutes to maybe see if we can continue to come down in here, okay? The close is very important below this structure. I can't stress enough, okay? And guys, also, if you're in a sell, right, it's basically back down to break even. If you're not cool with this, if you're not feeling it, you can kind of, de-risk or exit when it comes back down to break even. I'm not out. I'm holding it. I'm going to see how far down we can close and see if we can continue to push down with this volume. Start at 8 a.m. Okay, so we got 60 seconds to go. I'm watching. Took out that low. Will it take out this low? Can we close strong below here so we can make this, our resistance level right here for 50% pullbacks? Okay, I'd like to see, if it can clear the bottom of this green box, that's potentially 60 points coming down there. Down to there could be about 70. But we need that closure. Okay, so we came down, we made that new lower low, which is important. To continue to push down, we got to make new lower lows, but the buyers are buying that discount right back up. Okay, so where will it close now? Man, this is going to come down so critical. Okay, so it did officially close below there, okay? So if we do come back up, it is bullish, coming back up. Remember, we do have a little red body behind us. So if I just bring it down to the point of control of that previous bearish body, if it comes back up bullish, blue, 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 maybe we get rejected right there with sellers to push it right back down. However, it's retesting the location right now, okay? So can we get those sellers just to bid this candle right back down quickly at the start of this candle without it even retesting back above here? So we need them to bid it back down that wick, drive down there, and then maybe we could push a little further down. And then we could maybe get 30, 40, 50 pips into profit, and then we can start to reduce our risk, okay? We've already gone through the risk. Maybe it would be time to de-risk, okay? But let's see. Okay, we got a beautiful candle that closed below, bearish. We have our retest and continue push down. But you see right there, that's where I always look for. Is it equal lows? Are they going to produce a new lower low? Is this body going to do some more damage to create a new low? Or are we just going to get another equal low there and come right back up? I do not want to see those tweezer bottom lows because that's what it's showing me right now. Those are those equal lows. So we really need to penetrate this and break this down. See, that's what sucks there, are those equal lows. And then now the body comes right back up. So this could flip and then fill, and then retest the 50% location. Those equal bottom lows right there just held this market right there from breaking down. It's because if that just broke right there, the market could have filled to the next wick and continue to drop down, okay? So again, it came back to the top point. Sellers are offering, again, at the opening balance, bringing it back down. Can we try one more attempt? Now, with more sellers, more offers now you technically want to break that equal low. We have more offers. It's got more delta negative volume. It just picked at the opening balance. So traditionally, it's got more volume to break now this low. I don't want to see a third equal low because then buyers will come back up stronger. But it did officially break for the new low. So now can we redistribute the volume to the downside a little bit, right? So that's, 25 pips. I know that's not what we're looking for 25 pips on this trade, because we did suffer some unrealized drawdown, but I'd like to get it down, 50, 60, 70 pips down into there, okay? It might need to come back up, and then right here, see the yellow line in the bodies? This is where maybe higher time frame now offers are entering the market. Maybe that could be the double top up there, okay? I haven't reduced any risk yet. I haven't taken out any profit, nothing. I'm still holding this thing. Might have to hold this thing going into COMEX. Sorry guys, I didn't get a chance to do the Dow Jones analysis. We're just going to have to hold up on it because we got into a trade here. So I will do those. No problems, guys. I'll get to it. But this is really critical where we can close on this bar here. And we're 10 minutes away from COMEX. So I really want to watch this, okay? Because I'm in the sell. Okay, so we got 90 seconds to go into this candle close. So it did push back down, coming back up bullish now. Okay, so we have not retested 50% of this candle as of yet, okay? And then we still have that red zone above us. That could potentially be the double top up there, okay? Again, it's going to go and draw down up there, right? That's why, you place a stop loss above a critical point of interest to allow it to breathe if it comes up there without panicking. You shouldn't be over leveraged. Can you still buy from here? You can buy, absolutely. Yeah, you're buying the strong trend. Yeah, and then if you're in a buy and it comes up there, you can see it could come back up there, squeeze me out, and then continue to drive. Absolutely, okay? I'm trying to sell it down into here, and then you can buy it down there. So if you want to buy, I'm going to sell, trying to push the market down to give you a better discounted buy down in here, and then I exit with my money on a sell, and maybe I'll buy it back up with you down here. But, this is going to be a war between buyers and sellers right here. It's at that 38.25 level, like right around there. Okay, so buyers closed with a little bit of blue volume. If we ask, that's probably like a 70-30 candle, 70% buyers, 30% sellers. It did push down for that lower low, got a lower high. But sellers, are still in the market. They're there, but they haven't closed it below 38.25, that psychological level. I'd like to see if they can close it below there. Then that could trigger that next strong selling leg down. However, buyers are maintaining. They're still there holding it up, okay? So this could curl for that next buying leg coming right back up, right? And this is where we're going to increase in volume. We're going to increase in volatility as we get 5-10 minutes into COMEX, okay? So sellers are still here pushing it down with volume. Can they fill that wick and continue with a new low and come down? Lots of wicks getting tapped down in here. Okay, so a lot of buyers are getting triggered, right? So that could easily bring this thing right back up. So I need sellers to continue to bid down in here, and not just bid down there, bid and close it strong below there. So they're continuing to bid it. What I mean by bidding, see this is the bid, this is the asking price. When you bid, they want to get in at 38.25 and 40 cents. They're asking to trade up here, 38.25 and 75 cents. So, and then the spread is the difference between the bid and the ask. So sellers are trying to hit the bid while buyers are hitting the asking price. That's what causes it to go up when you're in a buy, and that's what causes it to go down when you're in a sell. So sellers are continuing to bid down the price, okay? And just a reminder to everybody, next 7 minutes is COMEX. So there's going to be increased volatility that could go both ways, help buyers or it could help sellers, okay? I go candle by candle to see where bars officially close. So sellers are still there bidding it down. It's good for sellers, including myself here, but I'm not convinced till I get closing volume. Okay, so we're right back, new low, good. The sellers are there, they offered at the top, they're bidding the lows. You know, that's what makes lower highs and lower lows. Okay, so that drop right there is approximately 30 pips, okay? So, but we're looking for that, you know, we opened up our stop loss for a specific reason to not just go for 20 pips or 30 pips. Let's see if we can get that move coming down, okay? But this is where you can kind of de-risk if you like. You don't have to go to a break even as of yet, but that's up to you. You can bring your stop loss, you know, below this red zone, below that red line if you like. Or however, just, you know, keep it open if it's still open. Like, I'm just reminding you guys. I'm not telling you what to do, right? So we got 1 more minute to go into this close. We have not closed with volume below this wick, that wick, that wick. We created that new lower low, but where will the volume close? Man, it would be really nice if we can close right near the low. Maybe get one more ignited bearish open and continue with this momentum to continue drop. That would be perfect going into COMEX. Here's the close in 30 seconds, guys. Let's keep our eye on this. Ultimately, I'd like to keep the volume below, you know, this yellow line, 38.25, that psychological marker. Here's the close. Okay, so close right there. So it could come back right back up to here, 38.25, and get rejected back down and pushed down. Okay, let's hope again, lower high, bid near the lows, you know, push it down this wick. And then that would be that trend line right there. That red line, where did we get that trend line from? It came from this big bullish move. I kind of hugged A to B right there and continued to extend it across. So that is that trend line, still upper trend line that's still holding. Will we come down, take out that low and test the trend line, maybe break it, start to come down into here? Or is it still holding to reverse back up, okay? So this candle is leading us into COMEX. 5 more minutes. And there's going to be more volatility come COMEX, okay? So if you guys want to control risk, you're welcome to prior to COMEX. Good rejection at the opening balance. Push down. Let's bid it down. But remember, we got to continue fill that long wick. Bid down to create that new low. I'm looking for a redistribution like right before COMEX. Just bring it down there. Just bring it down, reduce risk, take some partials, and see what happens in COMEX, okay? But if you want to continue to hold the trade, that's, guys, I can't guide you on what to do, okay? I'm in the trade telling you what I'm doing. Okay, so it produced that lower low coming down. Measure it. Sometimes you guys need measurements. That's 35 pips right there. Okay, so if you're comfortable with 40 pips now, go to a break even. Okay, prior to COMEX. There's nothing wrong with that. Worst case scenarios, you avoided that drawdown, you're in profit, you get back your profit, but you cannot go back into drawdown. Okay, so that's what I would advise for everybody right now. We just came right down to that trend line. We just tapped it, kissed it, okay? So it's bouncing off of it. Okay, so down there was a 44 pip drop, right? One more significant push down would break that trend, come down here. That would be about a 50 pip trade. Then it's up to you if you want to be to a break even. Sometimes when I'm scalping the markets, if I go up 10, 15, 20 pips, I'm at a break even. This thing is running 30, 40 pips. It's up to you. Okay, we're less than 2 minutes away from COMEX. It dropped all the way down, right down to that trend line. Tapped it, coming right back up. Still got some bearish volume. We are still below 38 and a quarter. "90 seconds to go." Okay, this could trigger that next leg coming right back up for COMEX, guys, okay? So, again, please, guys, if you want to de-risk, otherwise, we've got to go through those motions again with more volatility and more volume coming up in the next 45 seconds. Okay, so here we go. 10 seconds into COMEX. COMEX, for those that are asking, is Commodity Exchange Open. It opens at this time, Monday to Friday, 8:20 a.m. Eastern, every single day. It's the metals exchange. Here we go. Increased volatility. Okay, bearish ignited open. Let's see. Can we push down with this momentum? It's bearish ignited. Ignited, holding, 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 holding. Push down, bid it down, bid it down. Let's take out the trend line. Let's see if we can continue holding our bearish head. We don't want this thing to flip. We want to hold this thing and take out these lows right now with this open. Come on. Let's see if we can push down. Yep. Push it down. Bid it down. Bid it down. Still got that ignited open. Okay, so we're in a sell. Okay, that benefits us in a sell with that ignited open. But it came back down to that trend line, you know, those equal lows, higher low. Okay, so it's holding. But now when the buyers are asking trade back up, we still have that ignited head holding down. So they could be offering still to bring this thing down. Okay, this is where, if you like, you could, again, start to de-risk. As soon as you see that bearish ignited open, pushing down. But let's see if it can push down and get that next push. Then we go up 50, maybe 60 pips in profit. Then definitely be de-risking and take some profit out of the market. There's those equal lows, okay? So that was a bearish ignited open to help us in the sell. But you see, again, it's holding those equal bottom lows right there. Holy, okay, right there. Yes, we got the break. Okay, so guys, I'm going to go to a break even now. It's time for a break even right there. No questions. Everyone should be at a break even up 50 pips. Okay, you're welcome to take out profit as well if you like down there. Okay, I will take out 80% down there too myself. Okay, because I know we're going into buyers. So I took out 80% and see how the candle can flip. Okay, so I took out 80% down there and I got the rest at break even now with COMEX. Okay, 50 pips is a nice psychological number. Sometimes it doesn't always have to be dollar numbers, this, that. 50 pips, 50, psychological. I told you, open, bearish, ignited, drop, took out that low. I took my stop loss, break even. When it came 50 pips, took out 80%. The rest, you know, is at 20% with no more risk, okay? Because this could easily flip right back up bullish. We came deep down into the pocket of buyers. So we were countering that. We also encountered unrealized drawdowns. So when we get in profit, let's take advantage of that. okay? Do you guys understand that? And now I'm only at a break even with 20% remaining. If it comes all the way back up, right? That's why it's important to take out profit. Don't worry about what could have happened, what should have happened, what could have happened. Just get your money and realize some profit. Okay, and then if the runner keeps running, that's perfect. Let the runner do its job. But the bulk of the trade should be taken out, in my opinion. And then if you're following it still, we're invested. We got runners. You might have your entire trade still on the board. Now what we got to watch is, can we get bear volume closing below that trend line in order to continue to break down, right? If we get that volume closing below there, the trend line could become the resistance, pull back, get a wick, and keep dropping. Chris, you closed out $60. Nice. Okay, so the sell entry was a little early. I admit it. Would have been better to sell up there or even on any one of these. But regardless, that's why we measure stop loss. You allocate certain risks to your stop loss. I told you my stop loss was at 32 up here, 32 and a quarter. Survived that candle and in the money. We're live every day, guys. Every day. Subscribe to the channel. Like the channel. Join us. Put a W in the chat. Let us know, guys. Are you guys in profit? 60 pips. Put a W if you are at break even, if you've reduced your risk, if you understood how to deal with drawdown, turn a trade from a negative to a positive. It's trading, guys. It's a real live trading. Okay, we don't do shit after the fact. It's live. I showed you. I encountered drawdown. How do I handle it? Did you guys see me, react differently? Keep my emotions in check. And now it's coming down to, remember that previous target where I told you guys at the start of the call? That could be where those patient buyers are buying right now. That's exactly what could be happening. There it is, that block. Remember at the start of the call, said that would be a good location to buy, and it kept going up there. FOMO buyers, don't worry, we'll short the market back down to you. And you want to buy, you can buy now. You got a nice discounted buy. Sellers could exchange the bag to you now, and the market moves the opposite direction, okay? If you want to keep, now, the volume closed below the trend line. So if it comes back up, this trend line could be a resistance now, a resistance trend, right? It could continue push down, coming back down into there. And then that was 60, 70 pips and could be where buyers are trading down in there, okay? So I'm going to close the remaining 20% just to help me psychologically get out of this trade and then start to look at US30 and NASDAQ. But I'm going to close the remaining 20% down here. I'm happy with that, right in that block, and I'm out of this entire trade completely, okay? So it helps me to move on to another security, just knowing that I have nothing left in this trade, I left it on the line, guys. That's good enough for me. It came from, one position, came down where those strong buyers could be waiting from, all the way from 715, they could buy it and bring it right back up, right? So I'm happy with that, okay? Wow, Rakib, you made $600. Congratulations, brother. I kind of don't like, dollar amounts because it means, it doesn't matter. We do more, the language of trading is percentage, pips, ticks, points, whatever. But if you did $600, congratulations. Did I break that down for you guys? I know some of you guys said, Ron, you went in a little too early on the sell. Why are you selling? Why are you not buying? I understand that, okay? But it was getting extremely, extremely, extremely overbought, okay? It could go right back up, right? Okay? Yeah, you absolutely can buy it back up right now. But again, it's coming down bearish right now. So you kind of got to look for confirmations. Maybe what you got to look for is, you got to look for it to come back up, maybe close with the blue candle above here, maybe retest this, then you get your buy coming back up. Because right now it's still coming down with a lot of selling pressure. I know if you buy this, sellers could continue to redistribute all the way, and this would be a better buying area down here at 38.13. Okay, so this thing could continue to push down. I'm out of this trade right now, guys, completely. But if you are still in it, you know, you can please monitor it, okay? So that was the signal, guys, okay? So if you look now, 38.30 was the better location. You know, I got in at 38.25, right there, 38.25. The signal that was sent out here is right over here. You can see it when it came out, 804. Short gold 38.30, sorry, it was right here, 735 from 38.25.30, the higher zone, right? And then when we look at it, continuing to break down, okay? So and in profits, good job, guys, okay? Manage your risk right now, okay? Also, you could utilize a trailing stop loss, okay? There's multiple ways you can take out partials, trailing stop loss, taking your stop loss to break even. Just get in the habit of doing this stuff when you're trading, okay? And don't get too greedy, guys. That's right there is a 93, almost 100 pip drop, okay? Some of you guys got in up here at 38.30. That's even higher, okay? That's would be 150 pips. I'm just measuring it from my entry point right there. And then this, guys, see this red box? Bring it into the future, okay? Because if it ever comes back up there, that could be the bigger double top dropping. Okay, look at, you remember this was that big bullish daily candle, broke that all-time high and started dropping. Okay, so, you know, it's basically we sold today's daily wick, right? It's not easy to do that. So, and we're moving into 8:30 in the next 50 seconds. So when you look again at those 30-minute candles, we sold this 30-minute candle, 8 a.m., right? Comex helped push it down, but we could be coming into where there's bigger buyers down in here who are welcome to buy it right back up here at 38.13 at this white line, okay? If you look on the hourly, look at it. Look at how it's barcoding, okay? It came up 7 a.m. Look at 8 a.m. is bringing it right back down. This hourly candle is going to close in 30 minutes. That's why you can dissect it and watch the close of the 30-minute candle. This might come back down and trade down into here, right? This could be left shoulder, head. We come back into the right shoulder. Maybe during New York, they sell off gold. Chris, you got 1%. Congratulations, brother. Good job, guys. Okay, I'm going to stick with this just for 5 more minutes, just to open at 8:30, 8:35. Then we're going to move over and we're going to do some indices, okay? Just remember this zone here, that green one, that little block below us, that hidden block, make it red. What I do is I just go through the motions, right? The big block above now is red, okay? So all of the blocks above are now illustrating sellers, offers currently. Okay, could this continue to drop down? Absolutely. Full target TP, in my opinion, if you're still in this trade, right down there, it would be coming down right down to that location. Again, there's that fair value gap that, you know, these patient traders were waiting to buy. They didn't want to buy there. They're glad to buy in there. So if you're in a sell, exchange the bag to them, realize your money, get out, and then see if the buyers will bring it right back up. Man, okay, so that was a trade. We went through a little bit of drawdown. We escaped it. Hopefully it came up positive for most of you guys. I told you guys probably thought I was crazy. I really was itching myself to add one more position on the sell, but then you guys probably would have unsubscribed and said this man is crazy. So didn't want to do that. but you know, there's where you got some closing volume below and the woulda, shoulda, couldas. Okay, guys. Down there, in my opinion, okay, I took out my position there, but that is a full target. No matter how you cut it, 125 pips, full target, back down to that 4-hour point of control, okay? Congrats, guys. Mikey, sorry, you're done for the day. I see Mickey, you know. Is it Mickey or it's Mikey, right? Guys, if you can help us out, hit the subscribe. You know, if you had some fun, thank you, guys. We hit 86,000. We do appreciate you guys. Thank you. By hitting the subscribe button, you're telling yourself you're here to learn every single day with us. I promise you'll learn through winning trades. You'll learn through losing trades. I hit losses live, but I'll break them down and educate why I took the trade. I'll educate you on break evens. I'll educate you on price action. We're going to do now, I'll help you with top-down analysis. I'll educate you with indicators, whatever you need help with. I'll try my best, okay? I'm not the greatest, but I do know a little bit about price action, okay? I'll try my best. Guys, are you guys okay if I move now to a different security? Okay, we're going to do now flip. We're going to go now to US indices. I'm going to start off with the Dow Jones. We're going to do a top down, and then we're going to move into NASDAQ because we're getting close to 9 a.m. Okay, so we're going to get one out of the way, okay? If you're still in this, congratulations, guys. I hope you guys get the full. I hope this thing runs, just sells off all day today, and I hope it goes 1,000 pips for you guys. But you got to realize at some point, you know, there could be buyers right here and also in here. But man, so let's just kind of, you know, recap this. 3830, that psychological area. So it just bounced above that 3825, 50 more pips right up there, and then that's where that big selling block was in the market, and you can see now how they brought it down. So if you always wanted to buy pullbacks, there's a full indication that you don't have to always buy the highs. Look at now, the discount you're getting to buy. Why are you not buying right now, right? If you wanted to buy up here, why are you not buying down here? You're getting a substantial discount. It's like when you go shopping and there's a big sale, okay? Are we good, guys? Almost 600 viewers on today's live. Thank you, guys. So if you did well, if you understood what we did there, hit the likes. Also, for the signal that had us looking at 38.25 and 38.30, right? So that helped me get the mindset to look for sells. I went in a little early. I understand that, but things happen, right? That's why you got to learn how to use a stop loss, okay? And you see how it came right into there, right into that white line in there, and now it's coming back up. Those are buyers buying it right back up. Those could be sellers also closing transactions, closing it down to them, okay? So just looking here, did we have any news coming out at 8:30? Remember we went over this. We didn't have any news at 8:30, okay? So it was straight COMEX volume that made that drop, okay? Sometimes you can benefit in a trade while being in the trade leading into COMEX. But you know what the big thing was? Remember when 820 opened up? When it was that bearish ignited bar. Remember when I broke it down? Bearish ignited. It was dropping. Then it came right back up. It just lost that but lower high and then pushed back down. So that bearish ignited bar helped this move go down, okay? And helped keep me in that trade longer and longer by watching that right at 820. That gave me the indication that sellers are strong opening up COMEX. If that opened as a bullish ignited bar, we could be having a different conversation. It could have moved up here and came right back here, hit stop loss and new all-time high, okay? It's how candles open, specific candles, opening and closing balances, guys. That's what it's all about, okay? So the better you get at reading these, the better your trading will be. Okay, so let's move forward. I'm going to do now US 30 and we're going to get to NASDAQ, okay? So first things first, US 30, then we'll come back, we'll recap gold. What does three soldiers mean, Trevor? There are three bullish bars, three consecutive bullish bars. Technically, they're like ignited opens, bullish ignited opens. If they do have a wick, Trevor, it's a very, very small wick, and they close relative right near the highs, okay? And three of those consecutive bars are soldiers. Like right here, like this. Bullish one, close near the high, the bullish one, close near the high, another bullish ignited. Those are considered technically three soldiers, and they're strong to continue the trend, but depending on the context where they closed into, they closed into a bigger, higher time frame area of supply and then pushed down. But it's a signal that the trend is moving strong. The opposite is three bearish crows, okay? Could be three big black candles coming down like this. I don't know why they're named like that. Regardless, they're three bullish, strong candles. They have relatively low wicks below and low wicks on the top. They're kind of fully engulfed candles, okay? Let's do US 30, guys. On the top down, Remember, I missed a couple days with you guys last week, so a stop down is good for everybody, including myself, to kind of see how things are moving. Okay, so this is US 30, guys. We're off of gold now. Hopefully, you guys can manage gold. You're all at break even. Maybe you realize some profit. Maybe you learned from it. And I apologize to those buyers that were buying those highs when we were selling. Remember what I always say: trading is two ways. Sometimes I'm selling, you guys are buying. Sometimes I'm buying, you guys are selling. Sometimes, you guys go against me, I lose, you win. That's trading, okay? I'm not doing this I just read the analysis and go with the flow of the markets, okay? It's not to go against you guys or anything like that. We're all retail traders here. But sometimes you guys have a buying perspective, I have a bias perspective. Sometimes it works out in my favor, sometimes it doesn't. But hopefully I give you guys the psychology, the breakdown behind it, why I was looking for sells, okay? There was the previous, again, let's rewind it back. December 2024, previous all-time high for US 30. Rewind it back, February of this year, double top all-time high. Second top, they dropped it. Came back in 3-4 times in here, mid-June, July, the summer months, okay? Continuing to hold down. Then we had that big bullish bar, August 22, close above. If you guys remember that was Powell. Jackson Hole Symposium Day 2. Remember, in mid-August, he was hinting that the market could lower interest rates, which they in fact did. Now you can see how the market rallied off of that. As soon as that candle closed above, go through the motions. Red to green, stretch across in the future. Had you waited patiently for 1 or 2 weeks, you could have bought right back in there, right? That pullback. You didn't have to buy those previous all-time highs. Wait patiently, look how it came in there, came out, and you could have been in a buy with absolutely zero drawdown because you targeted that zone. That zone is still in the market, still pending. Stretch it into the future. You can see it's already transacted right there, but there still hasn't transacted the bottom half. We're nowhere near this. If it ever comes back down there, if you're looking for a swing trade, could come in there, you could buy right back out of there, right? This is also a location to let us know who's strong. If the sellers are strong right in there and close it below, guess what I'm doing? Same zone, I'm going to flip it red. I could look for a pullback and I could sell that, maybe look for a move like that, flag under there, and then look for US 30 to start selling down, right? If something happens in the market, that's where the market could potentially trigger a sell-off, okay? We're nowhere near that. We're continuing to diverge away from it. You can clearly see if you draw like a trend line starting from there, that's a daily trend line that is still intact. It's still basically holding. You could draw it yellow, like to show it's a yellow daily, yellow trend line, still strong. So it's still continuing to move bullish. Now, do we have some other zones to look at right here? We talked about this multiple times. See right there where there's bodies, and all I have is a wick inside, wick, 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 and a wick. Let me make it neutral so you guys can see exactly what I'm looking at. Okay, remember what I was just talking about, all of those wicks? I'm going to make it neutral. Get your eyes trained to look at this stuff, okay? Right there. See how it came in, back down, came in, back down, came in, back down, came in, back down, came in, back down. Closing volume above, that confirmed to us closing volume. What do we do with that zone? When things close above, we make it green. Continue stretching into the future. Again, you could have bought the high FOMO. We try and say that. Don't buy on FOMO. Wait for it to pull back into a zone. Again, you could have bought the pullback in there and made some money taking it back up to the highs. Now that zone again, stretch it into the future. That's a block. Right? It's above this one, okay? So you can also start to do your alert system. You can start preparing yourself for the future. If it does come in there, to be ready. I can place an alert right now, and this has no expiration date on this alert. Whether it comes in here tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, 3 years from now, I will be ready with an alert waiting for US 30 to come in here. However, it could still come into this zone. Where's my alert? You could either place it at the top of the zone, bottom of the zone. I like to be right in the middle. Right in the middle, 50%. I had my alert. I'm waiting. It's not anywhere near here, but I can wait patiently for if it does, okay? Even if I get into a sell, just like how we did with gold, if I'm selling and the market is coming down, I could be, realizing some profit there because I know that buyers could be there. It could just, like if you're selling and it's selling, 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 just like we did in gold, and it comes to that zone, you might want to realize something because it could be where the buyers bring it right back up. If this one can't hold, guess where it's gonna, that's where it's gonna come in, and that's a bigger zone, higher time frame, longer duration, bigger buyers, bigger move out of there, okay? So you take it zone by zone, block by block, structure by structure. You guys were asking me run on my ICT trader. I said I still don't even have any idea what the hell ICT is, okay? Just break of structure. If this, what do you guys call this? ICT traders. If this happens, what is this called? Please tell me. If this comes, if sellers come and break this block, what is that called? In ICT terminology, what is that called? Just that break and it closes below. And when it comes to retest, what do you guys call that? Break of structure, okay? Or change of character. Like, what is the difference between a break of structure and a change of character? Okay, if it does that, change of character. What is change of character? Okay, you're changing the uptrend. Is that what you mean? Like the character is trending up, going up, pull back, support, higher low, new break of structure, higher high, pull back, retest the structure, confirmed, made that new higher high, and now it comes back up. Let's say it's a double top and we're coming down. That right there is a change of character, right? So you're changing the character of the move. It's basically a head and shoulder pattern. You got your left shoulder, you got your head, and this would be the right shoulder, confirming, closing below the structure. Okay, change of character. Same shit, guys. But you got the closing. When that happens, what I do is, regardless, whatever you guys call it, I just go through red zone, green zone. Now it comes back up, and if it gets rejected, then yes, we have changed the character of the market. The structure is now going opposite side. This used to be bullish structure, now it's turned into bear structure. And when we sell down, we could get into a sell to come down into this zone, right? It's not that, it's basically the same shit you and I do. It's just worded differently, okay? But some traders get too caught up in the words, okay? And that's where they're failing to understand what's important here. It's not just what you call it, okay? I know it's important when you're studying it, but it's basically the same thing we're doing here without those names, okay? You can call it, this is a Mickey Mouse zone, Mickey Mouse, okay? This is the Mickey Mouse strategy. Okay, now let's continue. What is this a big significant day here, Tuesday, September 23rd? It has to be, okay? That was an all-time high, right? Orange, all-time high. 46,710 was Dow's all-time high. See when it came down right there, I got a wick and bodies. You see right here, right now, I'm doing this live now, okay? So when you guys are asking me, like right there, I would have placed this, if I was trading with you guys, I would have made that a red zone, right? Why? Because I can see it came in here, pushed back down. I see the all-time high breakout, but look, it came all the way back down. Look at where the volume closed. I see the next day it came right back in there and pushed back down. So right there, you see how I have that red zone? I am now stretching it into the future. I can see now today how we're trading right above that. So that zone is still technically red. I know we're trading bullish in it today, but today's candle has not closed. We still have 8 more hours to go. So I'm stretching that red zone in the future. I want to see today, can it close above here? Because if it does, I'm going to flip that zone green because we could continue to fill that all-time high wick and break for a new all-time high. However, if they do reject it back down and we close below there, it's still a red zone. We could be setting ourselves up to maybe sell tomorrow or part of this week, okay? So that is a red zone, okay? I acknowledge it. I see it, okay? Now, let's figure out pivot points. Pivot points off of this all-time high, got rejected, volume closed below, retested, sell, had 1, 2, 3 days selling down, hit down there, and look at where the volume closed and opened. Here is a daily point of interest. Make sure you place a yellow line right here. Right there, yellow line, daily point of interest. Why? Because the market pivoted right there. You see when it came down to the top of that green zone, buyers bought it right back up, closed it right there. Look at the next day, Friday, last Friday. Look, it closed very strong, okay? So that's a pivot point. 45,950, just below that 46,000, good strong support there. They did that because they're protecting this block below us, okay? Now, can we find 50% of this big Friday's volume? Can we find a point of control out of that? Yes, we can. How? Very easy. what we always do. Grab your Fibonacci tool, opening balance, closing balance, right? Go to 50%, 0.5, right there. Yellow line, another daily point of interest. And then I can find Friday's point of control. If we ever do pull back into there, just like if that was a 5-minute candle, maybe we could buy a decent daily pullback. This is more for swing traders, even for scalpers. That would be a good zone to buy. The market has not traded back into that point of control on Friday, okay? So figure it out, we just did, and stretch it into the future, right? And then if you like, set yourself up with an alert right there. Right click, add alert, create, fantastic. We got our alert in there, okay? Now, look at Friday. We came up right into that red zone, got rejected, closed right there, okay? That's a point of interest where the weekly closed. Now, I always look for, is there a transitional open? There was where we closed on Friday. Why did we not open at 46,275 exactly and start right there and go back up? Because the market was manipulated its way down on the weekend, and when they opened it up today, you can see they gapped it down right there. They gapped it down. Why do they do that? Because they pick up orders down there. There's some pending orders waiting. The markets are greedy. They want to get everything that they can, and they came down there, picked up those orders, and look at it. So that was a bullish gap down open. It opened, it ignited as well, ignited bullish. So that's our lowest point of the day. That's our purple low. And you see it's a bullish ignited open, that gap down. And you see we still didn't even fill back down this gap or transact into Friday's point of control. So we still have a lot of demand down in here. If it ever comes back down there, that's where you can patiently wait to buy down in there on discount. Right now, we can't buy down here because the price is all the way up here. So let's follow it. Opening price. Bullish, bullish, bullish. We took out Friday's high. Friday's high is a point of interest. It's a fresh high. You can draw a yellow line. Sometimes I don't draw lines at these locations because I know the size of my red box. We did this Friday night, guys, on a Friday night call. I came straight from the hospital and I just wanted to go to the charts and just forget about everything that's going on, you know, and just be at peace with the charts, kind of like therapy. And we had a fantastic session. I was explaining all of this. So I'm explaining to you guys, you can pinpoint it with a yellow line. However, if you do your zones, you got to know the top, bottom, and mid of your zone are all points of interest because we got them from that Fibonacci, right? Same with this one. When I told you guys the zone, how large I did it, I was looking at this wick and this wick and the reason why I did it, okay? So you can place right there if you like. I know if it pulls back down to the bottom of the red zone, I know it's at a specific location. But if you need that yellow line, put that yellow line there, okay? Because if we ever pull back there, that could be support, right? And it could make that higher low and continue coming back up. That resistance from Friday could be today's support, okay? Now, continue following this bullish volume. We cut right through this red zone, we filled that wick, and we produced a new high. It's a higher high. It's not didn't fill to the all-time high, so technically today's high is a lower high from the all-time high. So we can now see today's highest point with a purple line, 46,492, just below 46,500, right? So there's a little bit of a rejection. It could still continue fill and break out. Now, this is where it gets really advanced for some traders. I'm going to find a hidden block in the market. If you don't know what hidden blocks are, pay attention, okay? Because I talk fast, but I'm gonna make it very simple for everyone, okay? See this purple line, today's highest point and the all-time high, purple and orange. Do you guys see those two lines? There's gotta be something at 50% of this location. That's called a hidden block in the market or hidden iceberg, hidden orders. Just think, guys, if you're a big all-time high seller that you sold last week on Tuesday and you pushed the entire Dow Jones down and now it's coming back up, to protect your position, would you not want to sell the market and make a lower high, right? So where would this lower high be? Hidden right inside here, okay? This is just me showing you guys. I'll show you exactly where it is. But you guys understand that point, what I'm trying to make here? If I sold the all-time high, right? and the market came all the way down there, and now it's coming right back up. If I'm a market maker, or I'm some big institution, or I'm just a regular retail positional trader, and I want to protect my initial position from selling it right there, I want to add another sell position right there. Why? Why do I want to do that? I want to do that so it doesn't come back and hit my original position and take me out. So I want to add another sell order to make a lower high to push the market back down, right? Does that not make sense? Okay. So let's figure out, if it does come up there, where that hidden order could be, right? How do we determine? We don't just guess. Let's mathematically calculate. We know today's high and we know the all-time high. Grab your Fibonacci tool. It's going to be exactly 50%, and we'll find the point of control of that. So Fibonacci from the purple today's high to that orange line right there. See? There's the hidden block. As easy as that. I will figure out 50% of it. I'll put a yellow line for a daily point of interest, and I figured out where that hidden block could be right there. Does that make sense to everybody? Right? I can even add an alert in there. I'm going to right click it and add an alert, maybe to allow me to possibly sell at that hidden block today. And look at the number, guys. I'm not making this stuff up. That's today's high. That's the all-time high. 50%, $46,599.33. Walmart pricing. Price drop, right? A couple pennies away from 46,600. Psychological numbers. The market wants to transact psychologically in that block. Guys, I know it's a Monday and it's an exciting day, but do you guys understand this? We did this all Friday night. I don't know how high I was. I don't know how much weed I smoked on that night. You can ask the snipers in that group. Ron was blazed, but I was giving out nuggets in there. So I'm giving you guys nuggets for free too here on YouTube and Zoom if you guys missed it. I have that whole video recorded. We'll add it on the website. But guys, do you guys understand hidden blocks, right? You know, when you have depth of market and it's showing you a block, this is how you can do it with TradingView. You don't have to have that fancy depth of market. This is how you can do it ghetto style, okay? There it is. Now, will the market come all the way back in there and transact in there? Okay, could it cut through that hidden block? Yes, absolutely it could. But if it closes above there, that hidden block, now we make it green. Could be now hidden buyers. And then to take it right back to all-time high and take it right back out of here, okay? But something will happen there. No one has said anything about, do you guys understand this? On Zoom or YouTube, no one has mentioned, are you guys sleeping? Are you guys listening? Do you guys understand that? Because I hate repeating myself over and over and over. But how important this is, I know how to find these. I've been finding these for over 20 years. I hope you guys can find these too now, okay? It's up to you guys, whether you understand this or don't, but I will do my best to completely make sure you guys understand this. I teach my daughter this. She's 9 years old. If you ask my daughter, can you find a hidden block in the market? She'll find it, no problem. She knows how to find hidden blocks. I can't tell you how advanced that is, and my 9-year-old daughter can find hidden blocks in the market, okay? She's going to be the craziest trader you will ever see when she grows up. She'll be on here taking over this YouTube channel. She's a sniper. She snipes for 10 pips. She's doing 10 pips. She had 6 of 6 in a row one day. It was unbelievable watching it. And she's disciplined to get those 10 pips and get out of the market. Okay, so that's a hidden block. Let's keep it hidden up there in case it comes. Now, we're following today's volume. Again, today's volume is still strong, okay? So 50% is right there. It's like right down there, okay? So now what we can do is, we're going to now dissect today's daily candle. Let's go into the 4 hours because we're getting close to 9 a.m. We got to continue to move. Look at, there was the big 4-hour sell, all-time high, Tuesday, 10 a.m. Market dropped down, pulled back into here, pushed back down, pulled back, lower high, pushed all the way down, came down in here. Now Friday came all the way back up, okay? Came all the way back down. That was that crazy Friday, 10 a.m. back up, pulled back. Then Sunday, strong. There's our opening 4-hour candle. I can see right there, there's Europe, right? 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. Still very bullish. We can pinpoint 50% of Europe's volume. See how there was a little bit of a fair value gap? There's a wick and a wick. There's a tiny little bit of volume still pending in the market right there. But if we go from Europe, let's just pick Europe. this 4-hour candle. Sorry, we're picking on Europe, but that's a 4-hour candle that represents all of Europe, 2 to 6 a.m. See right there? All you could have traded, guys, if you woke up and you just saw the 4-hour candle close from Europe and you just did exactly what I did, body close, open, close, you figure out 50% is right there. White line, because now we're working on the hourly. And there's your bullish point of control. Had you waited, you could have bought today's pullback right in there at Europe's point of control and look at the response. Bullish coming out of there. You're in the money. You could have hit your daily goal and been done trading for today. Right there. Wow. Just by locating a important body in the market. Nothing is more important than Europe, 2 to 6 a.m. Also, this 4-hour block that we're trading right now, 6 to 10 a.m. It's very important. It's representing all the pre-New York and Wall Street market open. The next 4-hour candle is very important as well, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Okay, so you can literally find your locations off of 4-hour bodies. Okay, so now we can see it's coming back up. Got to the highest point of the day, they're rejecting it. So our 4-hour candle is now like a bullish spin top with some indecision with one more hour to go as Wall Street market. So are they going to push this thing back down? Or is it going to have one more attempt to come to our hidden block right up there? That's our hidden block. Remember? We can even write in there if we want. You could do this, guys, okay? To help educate yourself with TradingView, you can right-click on these lines, on these boxes. You can write, you can put what this represents. This was a 4-hour European point of control. This was a hidden block from the daily, all of these things. I don't necessarily write these things down because I know what they represent, but for education purposes, maybe I'll get more in the habit of writing exactly what these are. And then you'll see a little header on the left, on the right here to let you know what those are, okay? So that's our 4-hour candle. It's technically, we are moving up in a bullish motion. Higher high, higher low, higher high, but we still got to respect the all-time high is still pushing down. Okay, that's why I'm interested to see what that hidden block at 46,600 will happen today, okay? Let's go to the 1 hour now. Now we're breaking it down. Look at this, okay? Like it's a staircase going up with thin volume. We continue to push. There now I can see 6 a.m. was when they pinned it, the highest point of the day. We came back down 7 a.m. bearish. Now it's coming back up bullish. So our hourly is kind of barcoding. Bullish, bearish, bullish. You can trap all that hourly volume in. Are we going to continue to break for a new daily high and come through here? There's that hidden block. Or are we going to get hourly volume close below? Remember, excuse me, this green box is Europe's point of control. Can we close bearish below there? We flip that. We're still in that big red zone. Now we know it's European point of control. And then we could be selling the market right back down to the lowest point of the day, maybe back down to that green zone. Okay. For scalpers, if you want to now use tape reading, yellow to purple, let's say it just moves halfway down in there. Okay. And you're selling, like let's say you're a 5-minute trader like myself. If you take a sell from that yellow line down there, you've made yourself 50 pips and pip and dip, okay? If it continues to push down, yeah, it could come down to the lowest point and you get a 100. But it could just come right down there, pick up a higher low and shoot back up. But if I'm grabbing 50 pips down there, I'm grabbing my money or I'm reducing my risk or I'm going to a break even, okay? So right now, the hourly candles are kind of consolidating right near the highest point of the day. However, if we look back the last 3 hours, lower high, and today's daily high. There's a point of interest. Body and a body, okay? So right here, I place a white line. It's a point of interest, 46,470. Can we keep hourly volume below here? It's kind of like that gold sell we just had. Can we keep it below there? Those 5-minute candles stayed below and kept pushing down, okay? On the 5 minutes now on Dow, this is what we got going on. Trading really nice. You know, it's trending, moving up, higher high, pullback, new higher low, higher high, pullback, higher high, higher low, new higher high right up there. Okay, so 6:30 where we hit today's daily high, pushed down, came back up. We're below 50% of that candle, pushed down, transacting that point of control, that big green box, and it's coming right back up where it's kind of now going to test that hourly resistance to see if we can get today's daily high. Will it be a new daily high? Will it be a lower high? Will it be a liquidity grab? All of these things to consider. And then there's our hidden block above us, right? If we're scalping, you know, if today Wall Street breaks out from today's high and approaches that hidden block right there, again, where's 50%? Same thing. You know, for small time scalpers, I'm doing the same thing, but now I'm doing it on a smaller scale. See how I just placed my Fibonacci from today's daily high to that hidden block? There's the point of control, okay? So I could be exactly right at 0.5. I do it with this horizontal ray right up there. So if it comes and breaks out today, right into there, you know, if you're in a buy and it breaks out and it's a big blue candle breaking, it could come right in there. 40 pips, could pip and dip. But you're in that point of control where it could come in here and then they reject it back down, right? Because if it can break here, we're driving into that hidden block. So there's another small little location where we got to consider that could be some sellers in there. So if you're buying in there, just consider that when you're going into Wall Street, okay? Makes sense, guys? And then just stretch it into the future so you know where it is, okay? Now, to finalize everything, we can add our SSD daily bar indicator showing this big, strong bullish bar. Wow, okay, there's the opening price, no drawdown, strong bullish candle. We got to the highest point of the day. That's the only drawdown we've had today, right there. And the buyers are happy buying that discount right back up. So is it going to test today's highest point, break out? That's why I have that zone acknowledge up there. And then the bigger hidden one is up there, okay? Or will it just be a lower high? They pin it right now and push it right back down. If we lose this, we could sell right back down to 50%. And, you know, could be buyers bringing it right back up. So you got to know if you're selling, what to look for. If you're buying, what also to look for, okay? Just your typical indicators, EMA 9, we're above it, green line. EMA 200, we're still above it, okay? So that's Dow, it's 903. Was that good analysis? You guys understood that, okay? I know I taught some other things today that I normally don't talk about, but there's hidden blocks we just talked about, okay? So we've made today's live into a little bit of a webinar as well. You learn and you earn, okay? I'll do NASDAQ in just a moment, but let's just see what gold is doing. Okay, so gold. I'm not in this anymore, but just looking at zones, right? The zones. See where it came off of the green one, buyers, brought it right back up to the red one. Red one held and continued push down, came up, and look at now they're pushing it back down. So it's still making the lower low, little pause at that green box. If you bought that, okay, from 813 coming up to 818, 50 pips. Perfect. That's not bad. You could reduce your risk. You could be at a break even. I know if you wanted more, but the red zone, this one, remember this one? I don't know if you guys remember that one. That one. See how that one is the one playing now? And if this bar closes below, you go green to red as well. We could be coming deeper down into here. This might be a good location to buy. You know, that 200 EMA, it's conveniently 50% of this in there, okay? Right at 3,800 exactly, okay? But if you're in that and you're still holding that, congratulations, okay? Let's just update signal here for 1 second. Yeah, hit above 165 pips and even more, okay? So even the little 0.1s can add up to daily goals, okay? So see how that bar closed below? Again, go through the motions. That green block is now a red block. That's your offering zone now. So it's coming back up. Those buyers might be coming in there, but more offers are ready to push this thing back down into here, okay? So just trade from, guys, one block, one zone to the next zone, one structure to the next structure. Okay. Do you guys mind if I do NASDAQ real quick too? So we can have these all side by side because it is 9:05. Tony, awesome. Thank you for that note. Yeah, possible reason for market volatility in the next few days and the US dollar dropping. The US government is set to have a shutdown at 12:01 a.m. Eastern on October 1st, okay? Unless Congress passes a funding measure before that time. So yes, guys, that's very, very important. So, you know, U.S. government might have a shutdown, okay? So that's in the news for October 1st, 12:01 a.m. Eastern, okay? Let's do NASDAQ, guys. You can see right there, remember that white line? That was that hourly point of interest. You see how those buyers came in there? They rejected back down. Sellers are still strong at that hourly, lower high, pushing it back down, okay? So they're protecting today's daily high by pushing it back down, okay? So that's why it's important, guys, to start analysis. Like we're going to start NASDAQ from a daily, go down to a 4-hour or an hourly, then bring it down to your smaller time frames. And just trade off of these all day, okay? You don't need to just trade in no man's land. You trade at this block, you trade at this block, and just trade with the trend. But if you're countering, just know your counter trade moves. You know, like when we counter traded gold, we understand what can happen. So reducing risk is number one, trying to get it down to a break even and taking partials out, okay? And believe me, no one got broke by taking partials out of the market. Ask any trader that took partials out along the way while they're in profit, ask them, how did it work out? I can guarantee you those traders have never gone broke because they're always rewarding themselves and compounding their accounts, okay? Yes, they might not get the full move, but how many times have you guys seen me live hold over 50, 60, 70 pips, and I'm getting greedy, I want 100, and then the move comes right back to my break even, or sometimes even my stop loss, and I haven't taken out anything. And had I taken out something, my account would have continuously grown. Don't think for one day. Don't think for a week. Remember, trading is not just today, tomorrow, and next week. Think, guys, if you're going to do this 3 months from now, 6 months, 1 year. Some of you guys are already 5 years in compounding your account. Some of you guys have been in this longer than me, over 20 years. And you guys are compounding your retirement accounts, okay? You're on your way to financial freedom. But it's one candle at a time with a plan. You have to have a plan. Even you got to have a plan when you go in drawdown. You got to have a plan when you're losing as well. Don't just revenge trade. Don't give back everything. Don't swear at the market makers. Don't break your computers. Because the market is going to move regardless. Whether you're in a buy or a sell or you're on the sidelines watching, the market is moving, okay? You control what you're doing. At the end of the day, you can control how much risk you put in the market. You can control how much you want to lose. You can control how much you want to win. That's on you. I'm not here to judge you or tell you what to do. We're just here to educate and advise as much as we can to always remind you, always use proper risk management, okay? Yeah, if you're trading for grocery money, yeah, some traders, believe it or not, trade for their grocery money. I do. If I need to fill up gas today, I know I need $150 to put in my car. I'm going to trade for 15 pips with a standard lot and I got my gas. If I know I got to go buy the kids some groceries and I got to spend $200 at the grocery store, I calculated in my head, okay, I could trade with standard lot. I could look for 20 pips on US30. I paid for my groceries today. Groceries and gas, boom. I don't have to pay out of my pocket. US30 will pay. Miss Jones will pay for our groceries and gas. That's the way how I go about. I utilize the markets as my own financial personal ATM machine in the basement of my own home, but it comes with risk. Comes with losses as well. So you got to know what you're doing, guys. It takes experience, okay? So let's do a top-down analysis. Focus now, guys, okay? So this is NASDAQ. This is tech. Tech is on a tear right now. Like, look at this shit. Holy, is this thing ever going to cool off? I don't know, okay? We're flirting with all-time highs again. Okay, so I'm going to start it all the way, rewind it back. I know you're probably wondering, why is this guy coming back here? Because this is an important area which caused everything. There was a December 2024 all-time high, pushed down. It came back up February this year. Double top, drop. Everything that happened with Trump, over here, Liberation Day, April, tariffs were announced, tariffs were taken off the table, threats of tariffs. That's where we had that crazy volatility and the market has just chugged along, okay? Now that zone, again, into the future. Now I can see June 24th, we closed above with volume. So let's flip that zone green. That's a green block below us. I know we're nowhere near that, but it's holding. Look at it now, continued, making new all-time high, pull back, higher low, new all-time high, pull back, higher lows, new all-time high. Last week we had a pullback and now it's driving back up. Maybe we're going to get a double top this week, okay? We've got some news. We've got NFP this week. We have a possible government shutdown. We've got a lot going on. Well, how will that affect? Will it cause NASDAQ to continue to break all-time highs, or are we going to get like a second top and maybe start pushing down? Okay, so now there's things to consider. But we got to consider all of this structure below us. How do we make sense of this? Look for pivots, okay? Sorry for pointing at you guys, but look for pivots right here. The market pushed up and look at where it stopped. It stopped right there. You can see body closed, body open. I can see the wick. I can see that that's an impulse, but that bearish candle closed below and we had 2 big days pushing down. Draw a yellow line right here, please, okay? Put a yellow line right there where your unk, place the yellow line right here. And then follow it. coming all the way back down, all the way back down. It stopped right there. There's your next pivot point, okay? I got to go a little faster because it's 9:12. But right there's your next supporting pivot, okay? And what happened? Did the sellers break it down here? No. The market rallied back up with a bullish ignited candle, engulfed, pushed up, and look, took out new all-time high, okay? New pivot point. Again, concentrate on where bodies close and open. Right there. That's a new pivot point. Dropped. Where did it drop down to? Right there. Body, body. New pivot point. Now, this pivot point is very interesting. Why? Because if you look back, it cut a candle in half. This one, you see where it's barcoding? Bullish, bearish, bullish. That one closed above and took it next up. Look at where it is. It cut it in half. Right there. I swear, if you grab your Fibonacci from that open close, that would be representing 50% exactly. And it's those pivots. Now I got a wick, a wick, a wick, and a wick. When you've got that, you just identified yourself a zone. That bullish volume right there that's left in that body, when you stretch it now you can see literally when it came in, back up, came in, back up, came in, back up, came in one more time, came in, back up. That is a demand zone. That's where the demand is. You can see every time it comes in here, the demand to buy NASDAQ is there. It shows with the rejection. Not once, not twice, not 3 times, but 4 times, okay? What happens if it comes a 5th time in there? You better be ready with an alert right at 50% waiting to possibly buy a 5th time in there with the demand. Add an alert right there. I've created it. I'm ready. If NASDAQ ever drops all the way, but it's got levels to break through, if it comes in there, could see that. If it breaks below there, close, red, now we could sell back down into here, okay? But we're nowhere near this right now. Why? Because we got structure above us now. Like, look right here, right there. But look at where the market paused, right here. Stopped, 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 and continued to move. Right there. Another point of interest. Okay, then I can see the 3-day pullback. 1, 2, 3. Look at where it stopped, right in there, okay? So now you can literally draw another zone. How do we do this? I see the wick and a wick. And there's my 50% yellow line. Very easy like this. This is called freestyle trading now, okay? You know how freestyle rappers, you give them any words, any beat, they can just go off the top on the dome and just make up shit? That's what I'm doing right now. This is Ron doing freestyle trading now. I'm just making up shit as I go along. But it's accurate. It's pretty accurate. Okay? How did I do that? I'm not just guessing how to freestyle this. I'm looking at this pullback on Friday. Unfortunately, I wasn't in the market with you guys. But, you know, I did some weekend analysis. I saw that. Now get your fib tool. Okay? I'll show you guys how this can work. Grab your Fibonacci tool from that wick to that wick. Look. That yellow line where those bodies are is basically 50%, right? So you can even find your point of control of that zone right there. Guys, this Fibonacci tool is amazing. This should be your favorite tool in your toolbox as a trader. That's this week's webinar will be about learning all about tools and indicators, okay? This is a very, very important tool. Make sure you have this starred in your toolbox. Fibonacci, make sure you have your ruler. This is another very important tool. Like if you're a carpenter, if you're measuring walls, whatever it is, whatever job you're doing, you got to have a ruler, a tape measure. Us as traders, this is our tape measure. This is our tool. Believe me, this is one of my favorite tools. You know, if I'm doing something around the home, I got on my tool belt, I got my tape measure. Okay, I got a hammer and a tape measure. Same with us as traders. Make sure in your toolbox you got your trusty ruler so you can measure the exact moves, so you're not guessing. You know exactly what you're getting from point A to point B. You can already calculate your risk, take profit, all of these things. Everything should be all about mathematics when you're trading, not guessing. Okay, Fibonacci will help eliminate the guesswork. It does all the mathematical work for you. Okay, so you see now how it came in there. It's holding. We found the bottom, right? If we're just pattern recognition, it came up. There's got to be a resistance there. It came back down. Right there, it came in the zone. But look, it made that pivot right there, the volume. Now we're pushing up to either take out this high, like resistance, create a new higher high, which would continue the uptrend. In this situation, a new all-time high. However, what if there's a double top up there and it's an M coming down? There's your block that you need to break. Change of character, ICT, whatever the hell you guys call this shit. Right there. It needs to break that and officially close below there. And then you can come up to retest this. It's an offer zone. It's red now. Then therefore we take out that low and continue to drive down to this point of interest, and see what happens down there until we get to our next block located below us, right? So stretch that into the future. Are we ever going to revisit this? I don't know. We're up here now. But if it comes down in there, right click, add an alert, I'm ready. I could either buy a discounted pullback in here. What happens if it comes down, back down in here, right there? I'd love to buy in there. Maybe that's going to represent the next move coming right back up, okay? Patiently wait. Remember what we were doing. You can FOMO buy up here if you like, but there's a better discount waiting down here for you, okay? You just got to be patient and disciplined. Allow the market to come down to you. But now, okay, so this is another important daily point of interest. Follow with me, guys. Where we closed, where we opened, right there, okay? Because before we come down here, this might be a higher low support where it doesn't even come down in here. Then I know the depth of market is increasing right here, and they're not allowing it. They're protecting. I can already see it came in here, and it already tapped in there, higher low. So it's already respected this zone. Now maybe they'll create a new higher high rate, higher low right here, okay? And we got a nice bullish candle engulfed, closed above, and triggered today's strong move. Now, do we have an all-time high? Yes. Where is it? It's right there. When did we hit it? We hit it Tuesday, September 23. There's my orange line all-time high. Do I have a body and a body? Yes. This is where now you can create your red zone. Remember I tell you guys it takes two bodies to acknowledge structure. There it is. Okay. Don't ask me how I know this. Just follow me. Okay. All-time high, body, body. Stretch into the future. So we could literally come trade right in there. That would represent that double top. However, if we do breakout, new all-time high breakout. If the volume closes above today, we flip that red box green. That could be support to continue to take us higher. Okay. But let's see how it will transact in there. Okay. Now, do we have another point of interest? Yes, I can see where we closed and opened. So let's follow now Friday. Friday was very bearish. We came down right there, higher low, came back to the opening balance, came up, closed right near the high Friday. Friday's volume engulfed everything. So, you know, we're kind of rallying off of Friday over the weekend. And look at the wick, small pullback. Are we above 50% of Friday's volume? Yes, you could go through the motions, cut that in half, find your point of control. Short wick pop today, and we're filling. Have we got above here? There should be a point of interest right here. There's a body, a body, a body, and a body. Somewhere right around here, you should acknowledge this point of interest right there. You can draw a yellow line. We can fix this with 50% of the candle volume, or we can leave it as is. But when we opened, where was our opening price? It was right there, okay? And then look at the small tiny wick. So it was almost a bullish ignited open. There was just that open, a small little drawdown. There is technically a low of the day right there. You can place it purple right there, low of the day. To acknowledge low of the day, you can kind of, you know, play around with it wherever you like, okay? But it's small. It's technically a bullish, very, very bullish open. So you can see how strong the bullish momentum is. Not only did we backfill Friday's wick, Thursday's, look at Wednesday. Wednesday was a big push, and it got rejected exactly right at 50% of that bearish candle, came back down. And we're filling that wick, filling it, and it just broke for a new daily high, okay, right up there. There's our big red zone above us. And, you know, fresh Friday's high is right there. We're trading right at it right now. So you can use that as a point of interest to see if the volume still stays above this to continue to push up to today's daily high and break out to the red zone. Or are we going to lose this and push right back down? Okay. And then now, if you really want to find exactly point of location, I know this bar is closing in 8 more hours, but we can, you know, estimate from the opening price to where the volume is currently right now. Where's 50%? You see that yellow line right there, body, body, it's right at 50%. I could also do a bullish point of control of the current day's volume right there. If it pulls back, I might welcome a pullback buy in there. However, if the buyers lose this location, sellers could push it right back down to opening, and look, could flip. Look how small the wick is. Then it flips, and it's a bearish candle coming down, bearish, bearish, bearish. I would, right there, 50%. See if they hold Friday's volume right there. If they can't hold it, right there, and then the block below us. So right now, pattern recognition. This is the easiest pattern to recognize. There's nothing complicated about this. It came up, there's one top. Came back down, there's the block, okay? And you see how strong it was coming out of there? There's right there, our neckline, and it's coming back up, 2-day pullback. Now we're coming right back up. Now it's gonna test today. Are we going to come in here? It's going to produce a new all-time high. It's going to be a liquidity grab and they slam it down. Is it going to be a lower high right now? They've already pinned it maybe. And then Wall Street's going to bring this thing back down. There's your M. You know, there's what you got to break. It could just come back down there and go back up and try one more time. Okay, so this is how we're trading right now. It's on a very bullish leg coming up from Thursday, from Friday, and today a lot of volume. Breaking it down from the daily, we can go into the 4 hour. However, if we break for a new all-time high, where are we going? Look at the all-time high, 24,800. Go in 100 pip increments or points. Go to 900. Place a yellow line at 900, and then ultimately, what's the big psychological number? 25,000. Okay, you could go, 25,025. Okay, and then 25 points below would be 24,975. There's another big selling block, and that is a real block at 25,000. Okay, I can't stress how psychologically, when I always talk about 25s, 25, 50, 75, 100, this is 25,000. Okay, in the year 2025. Holy shit. Okay, man, that might be a lifetime sell up there if it comes up there. Who knows? And that could be the market dump. However, it could continue squeezing. But we got to acknowledge that block in the market. Okay, now go to the 4 hour. Okay, we can see now the 4 hours, how they're trading relative to these daily zones. Okay, we had that big uptrend come up. We see what day, what time it was. Tuesday, 6 a.m., September 23, started the leg coming down. Lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. Dipped it all the way down. Big buyers in that block. Okay, and then now they're buying it right back up. Coming up, retested, higher low, continuing to drive. Okay, see the volume is kind of thinning out a little bit. Not big bullish candles, but we'll see. Does it have enough room to continue to run, or are sellers going to push this thing back down? Okay, so we got a strong push. I can even look at the European 4 hour candle, which is this one right here. See it now? 2 to 6 a.m. See that wick to that wick? Do you guys see that there's a little imbalance, fair value, from there to there that has not been transacted? Okay, all of you fair value traders, right there. You guys mark that up, right? This 4 hour low, that 4 hour high, there's the London volume that has not been transacted right there, right? Another way of doing this is grab your Fibonacci tool, same shit. Go from the opening balance, closing balance. Okay, I know exactly where 50% is. It's right there. And you see my zone of control, see it's a little smaller. It's right there. Okay, but when you're in a situation like this, if you like to bring it all the way down to that wick, absolutely you can. Okay, 6 minutes left. Thank you for the heads up. Okay, so that's a 4 hour bullish point of control, still holding. Okay, I can see our 4 hour candles are still moving. Higher high, higher low, higher high. Tap today's daily high, but they're pushing it down now. So it is technically today's high is lower than there and lower than the all-time high. So what if they are essentially putting offers in the market to push this thing back down? Okay, if we close with volume above here, could continue push. This 4 hour candle is closing in 34 minutes. It looks like a bullish indecision candle here. Okay, very strong still on the 4 hour coming up. Okay, going into the 1 hour, we're barcoding. Bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish, still trending up, making its way, but it could, come up and then they could redistribute all of this to the downside. So see these blocks I have in the market. This one is representing that 4 hour zone. This is the bigger one down in here, okay? So we are literally barcoding. As a scalper, what I see is this 4 hourly support white line, like right here. I can see. When it came down bearish, stopped right there, went back up bullish. Here impulsively broke, volume closed above, came back up. So that is a white line, and it lets me know as a 5-minute trader, 24,686 is good support. If I get a 5-minute candle volume closing below there, that could start to fill that wick and start to drop down, okay? So right now we're literally barcoding. Bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish. Buyers and sellers are accumulating from 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m., 9 a.m. going into Wall Street, okay? So who is accumulating more and who's going to make the move? Time will tell when market opens up. And you can see how it's barcoding right just above this shoulder. There was the barcoding at the all-time high, and then it started that leg coming down. So we could literally push back down, guys. On the 5 minutes, this is what we got for NASDAQ, okay? So 5 minutes are coming up, back down, coming up, back down, coming all the way up. There's the daily high and potentially pushing back down, okay? So let's add our daily bar indicator. Again, to reiterate, there was our opening price. There's where we opened. I have it, placed at the lowest point of the day, but it looks like technically a bullish ignited candle, just with a small pullback. We came all the way highest point right there, and then they're rejecting it. This move coming down right now, going into Wall Street, is creating the wick on the candle. Okay, so far they're protecting today's highest point of the day, going into Wall Street. 9 EMA is now, volume is below the 9 EMA, and the 200 EMA is right here. Okay, so I'm going to leave these two side by side. NASDAQ is right here on the right side. We have US 30 on the left side. You pick which security you're trading. Gold, okay, so gold came down and it's coming right back up. Okay, so again, this zone now turns green, respecting this. So guys, if you're waiting to buy patient pullback, you see the sellers brought it down to you and gave you a nice decent pullback, and you could have seen it came down, closed back, could have been buying out of here, and you're in the profit on a buy. Okay, will it come all the way back up? These are all now buy zones, right? Sellers did their job, brought it down, couldn't break it and close it below here, so now it's coming right back up. As a seller, you should have been disciplined to take some money out of the market because you're still counter trading, which was a really good move where you could have caught your daily gold down there. Okay, so guys, we're going to focus now on Wall Street. We have 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. Let me just catch my breath and get a drink of water here. Again, everyone, please, whether you're trading futures, Forex, your own money, prop firm, whatever it is, don't make any mental mistakes. Make sure you're looking at the proper security. Make sure you got the right sizing in, contract sizing, lot sizing, all of these things. This is not the time to make a mental mistake, right? If you've made some money on the daily, how much are you willing to risk in Wall Street? If you're at your daily goal, do you want to give away your daily goal? Do you have a little bit left to continue to trade? All of these things. You should be developing a plan right now prior to trading. Are you going to trade the first second Wall Street market opens up and trade, or you're going to wait 5 minutes, 15 minutes? What's your plan, right? Everyone has a different plan. Right now, the market is pushing down. Will it continue in 60 seconds with this pushing down? Or is it already coming down to a discount level? And when Wall Street market opens up, it's going to be a big bullish buy coming right back up, okay? So these things can happen. But regardless what you're doing, please, and this is going to be bigger volume now. Bigger volume, bigger moves. This is where you traditionally want to lower your risk. Because if you're trading with a 20 pip stop loss, 30 pip stop loss, look at the size, measure the range of these candles. Like if it's just on the US 30, get your ruler. Like if you want to measure the entire range, this is wick to wick. That candle is 50 pips right now, okay? So these things can move 100 pips. Yes, guys, sorry. And if you guys can give us a subscribe on the channel, we appreciate it, guys. And like the channel if you got some good value out of today. And here we go, 10 seconds going to open. Trade careful, guys. It's a Monday. Don't do anything silly. It's still early in the week, and we got NFP Friday. Okay, so open bearish, coming down. US 30. I'm looking at US 30, guys, okay? So NASDAQ and US 30 are completely different securities, but just keep an eye on what you guys are watching for. I'll try and break down both simultaneously. So it came down, coming back up. Lots of volatility. You can see the range, right? Okay, bearish, pushing down. Okay, now it's got to that daily point of interest, the yellow line. Let's see if those daily buyers are there to push it back up. However, or will this bearish candle come back low, below it and close below it? Because it might make this daily position a resistance. Look at how NASDAQ came right back up to that hourly white line and pushing back down. But it's trading right in that little green block. The bigger one is down in here. This is just a temporary block here. I'm out of the gold trade. Nothing to manage with the gold trade. I'm out of that gold sell completely. I told you guys that. I need you guys to manage it if you're still in it. Okay, so, you know, if you were in a sell prior, remember we were in a sell on gold prior to COMEX market opening, and we benefited with the same situation here. If you were in a sell on US 30 prior to Wall Street market opening, you benefited from this, okay? So that's great if you were in a sell. It's not good if you were in a buy going into Wall Street. For us that are on the sidelines, I'm waiting for this candle to close. How far down will it go? Will it catch a wick and come back up? Will there be any whipsaw action? Is it going to be clean volume trading? Okay, that's a big bearish candle pushing below this daily point of interest. You know, like right there, I can see some structure in the market on the 5 minutes. Right here, I can see where there was a lot of wicks and bodies of volume. I don't know if you guys can see it. Kind of trained my eye to look at this stuff right here. Okay, look at NASDAQ. Nice big bullish engulfing candle coming right back up. Okay, so will it close above that daily position? Will we get continuation to test that daily high? Or will they push this back down? It's a great response from the buyers right out of the gate on Wall Street. Dow sold right out of the gate, but coming back up. Okay. Tony, have a great day. Enjoy your day today. Trump to speak with Qatar Monday morning. Okay, Trump on Truth Social. Sorry, I didn't read this at 9:07. Trump will be imposing substantial tariffs on any country that not make its furniture in the United States. Okay, so to all the Mennonites out there, we've got a big Mennonite community here in Elmer, Ontario. I support my local Mennonites. They make the finest antique furniture. I love them. Support local. But Trump is going to put substantial tariffs on any country that doesn't make furniture in the United States. Probably he's talking to China. Wow. Okay. So again, we're having tariff talk. Is that good or bad for US dollar? Probably not the greatest. What's gold doing? Gold is probably moving up right now. Okay, so the market, US 30, selling off. Derek, you live in Stratford, Ontario. Nice, bro. Nice. You know all about it. Support your local Mennonites. Yes, sir. They're great at framing homes. Quality work. They don't screw around, guys. They know all about measurements. They can learn about trading. They're carpenters by blood. Okay, here we go into the close. Okay, so that zone, obviously it's going to be a red zone. Okay, can I figure out 50% of that point of control of that big candle, opening, closing price? Okay, you got to go a little quicker here. That's right around there. That's the point of control of Wall Street's first 5-minute bar right there. Okay, so it just opened, continuing to be below, pushed down. Now, remember today's daily opening price was that bullish ignited candle. Are they going to target and take out? Let's see if they take out today's low liquidity, right? What's the lowest point? Right there, okay? So this is observing now, observing. Do they have enough to come down and trade at today's opening balance, that big bullish ignited candle? It's got a massive wick. Okay, so there's going to be buyers that are going to buy this discount. You got to understand that. But when it comes in here, will we be able to sell down with it? Okay, guys, I'm looking more at US 30, but NASDAQ is still kind of consolidating in between the white and the yellow line. Could still be consolidating to make its way back up or come back down. I'm really interested in the location of US 30 because it's approaching this inverted hammer, the daily opening. Let's see if they take out the liquidity. What do you got ICT traders call this? When they take out the daily low, is it a liquidity sweep? It's a new lower low, absolutely. But what do you guys call it? Okay, everyone has fancy names for this. Like if you wanted to buy up there, you're getting a substantial discount down in here. Let's just measure this from that highest point, you know, right now that's a 210 pip discount. At the opening price, 225 pip discount, and maybe if they take up 250 pip discount. So if you want a discount buy, you're getting a substantial discount, but you know, this thing could continue falling down, right? So we gotta see some structure. We gotta at least see, are they taking out the low? They're gonna build off of this. Will there be a second bottom, higher low? All this shit. It takes time to kind of, you know, put the pieces of the puzzle together. Yes, we could have hit the sell button, but some traders don't do that. Some traders wait for the market to make a move, analyze, see what happens, trade after. For every action, there's a reaction. You don't just gotta just go blindly and trade when you see a black candle hit the sell button, you see a blue candle just hit the buy button. You can map things out. Okay, so it came down. So far that is the lowest point. Coming right back up. Where will this close? Again, do we have news coming up? Do we have anything at 9:45, 10 a.m.? What do we got today? Pending home sales in the U.S. and President Trump speaks later today. Okay, so now it's coming back down bearish. Let's watch. Are they going to take out that lowest point? NASDAQ is still just consolidating in here. Dow is making the bigger move. Just looking at some securities in the market right now. Alibaba, wow. Up 5%, $180. Wow, cannabis securities. Holy shit, go Canopy. Up 13%. So you can smoke some weed and make some money with it too. Okay, NASDAQ rejected. Okay, let's see. US30 pushing down still. Okay, sometimes you don't always just want to buy a falling knife. Okay, because it could go up a little bit for 10, 20, 30 pips and then come right back down. Okay, we got to see. I'm watching here. I want to see. Are they going to take out today's lowest point? Look at it. Look at it. That's all we got left. Okay, there's a shit ton of pending orders waiting in here. Here they come down. 40 seconds to trigger, right? US30 is very bearish. NASDAQ is still kind of concentrated inside here. 30 seconds to go in the close. Will they close it below today's opening balance? Is it still holding its ignited open? Wow. So you see all day trading, and all it took was 9 a.m. 40 minutes to look at. Just drop everything. If you were holding buys all day today and you didn't take out any profit, this is demoralizing, guys. Look how easily they can just come down, okay? So right near the low. Now, will it come back up strong? This is where you want to see a strong push right here. No, they're breaking it down, see? The daily candle has now flipped. Look at it. It's a shooting star. Possible bearish pin bar coming right back down. So they've swept today's low. Why is US30 and NASDAQ difficult? They're not the same securities, guys. These are different indices. This is tech over here, NASDAQ. This is basically represents all industries in its, look at Dow Jones Industrial Average. This is all sectors, okay? These are not the same, guys. That's why I hate sometimes putting these side by side. When I'm trading US30, I don't even look at NASDAQ. I don't care what NASDAQ's doing. I have a full chart of US30. What I'm watching right now is that liquidity sweep. They took it out now. Now, will the buyers start asking to trade up here? Will the volume close above here? Are the sellers going to close it below there? Does it got further room to drop? And I know some traders are buying right here, okay? That's, yes, you are getting a substantial discount, okay? You could buy, yes, it could come right back up, but then what if it comes back down with that next leg down? That second bottom could be a stronger leg to buy, okay? So, yes, it did take out that low, did come back up bullish, okay? But remember, wait for bars to close. It's best practice. Okay, look at, they're even dropping. So they trapped those buyers that just bought, and look at, now they're dropping it even lower. Okay, that red line is, look at right there, that previous low right there, exactly. Friday, right at the close of the market, 350, okay? Last 10 minutes is the, like when you go to a bar and it's last call at the bars, this is where they get all those last minute, you know, orders in. It's like last call. If you guys ever go to a bar and the bartender's calling last call, you better get your orders in. You want that pint full of beer. That was what it did. Look at, we just took out, holy shit, okay? So Friday's 350 market close low. Wow. Trevor, you got to go see your mom. Have a great day. Tell your mother I say hello, your beautiful mom. To all the beautiful moms out there, we love you guys. We are all mama boys here at SST. Moms are the best, I agree. NAS didn't move. Yeah, right. It's coiling up, don't worry. There's something going on with US30 here, okay? It's pushing down, but let's see what they're doing, okay? So remember, you know, just taking that buy, you know, if you got in there, you could be stuck in there. You got to give yourself some breathing room, right? Now we got 2 minutes, good wick, coming back up. Well, they closed with some bullish volume above the previous low. So then we know that they came down and they took out Friday's 3:50 p.m. Remember, the markets close at 4 p.m. That's that closing balance, okay? Now it's coming right back up, okay? So will it flip like a bullish pin bar? Look at the daily candle now. Got a little bit bullish volume. Came back, took out the lows, building. Some traders, you know, go ahead right now and take a buy. They like what they see, you know, but it still potentially could come down, right? We don't know how strong this selling pressure is. So let's see right when it closes. NASDAQ is making a nice push, okay? Highest point of the day. Watch for volume to close above. Or are they taking out the liquidity of the highest point and going to push this thing down? Okay. Here's the close in 60 more seconds. Remember, like if you're liking a buy, look at down here. Remember the bigger block is down in there. Remember we did our top-down analysis? Man, that would be a nice location to entertain a buy with the bigger buyers in the market. Or we could start to look for something here. If they're going to protect this, they're probably putting in some buy orders right here to take it back up, okay? But we still don't have anything. All I see is lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower low. Okay, can we at least see a bullish candle close? This is where if you're testing markets out, feeler trades, use something smaller, test it out, see if you like what you see. If you're selling or buying, or similar with NASDAQ, right? You don't got to go all in on just one candle. We're not playing blackjack here. We're not playing poker. It's not all in. Okay, so here's the close in 10 seconds. Get ready. We'll see if we build some momentum off of this candle. So we see it came down, came down, came down. Remember, it took out that 350 Friday low, coming back up, closed back, bullish. Okay, so it opened. Right away, they rejected it back down. Okay, so let's see right in here now. I want to see, can it build some sort of support in here? Okay. So I'm making it a green zone to illustrate, can we build some support in here? I'm not in a trade. I'm building the blocks right now, okay? So can it build in here? Can it come back up? Or are sellers going to continue to penetrate through here? This is where I'd like to see. Can buyers build it inside here? NASDAQ open ignited, short wick, popping, okay? So let's see, it came deeper down in there. Let's see, coming back up. This could be I might take an impulse buy out of here if it can continue to build with 4 minutes to go. See, it's building, it's building, it's building. Right back to the opening balance of this candle. Okay, came back up, back down. Let's see if it can build one more time. Okay, it's building, building. I'm going to buy now. I'm going to go in and buy and see if we can come back up, maybe transact back in this red box up here. Okay, stop loss placement. I could be very, very tight below that wick, but I'm going to give it some room to breathe. I'm just going to be below the top of that green zone to see if bigger buyers can build it down in here. But I'm in a buy to see, you know, if we can get, you know, first test again 50% of there, see if it can build its way back up and close above. However, if it needs to come back down, pick up some more liquidity, giving it a little room to breathe. I'd like to see it gain a higher low inside this green box while it's still building, okay? Okay, so there's the higher low right at the bottom of the green box. Can it continue to hold and build itself back up? Okay, it's a good wick right there, but again, it's trading against that bearish volume. Okay, so remember it came down here, swept the low point, so it came a little deeper. Let's see if we can continue to build off of this. If you're watching the NASDAQ, it could get it right up to that red block, right? Okay, and we're watching US30, see if it can build in this green block in here. How much time is left? 2 more minutes to go. Okay, so there's still a lot of time left on this. There is some interest in buyers down here. Okay, but remember, we got to get it asking to trade up here because sellers are bidding down in here. Okay, will it be equal bottom lows, higher low, still building in the green zone? So I'm covering the clock with this cursor. 90 seconds to go. NASDAQ is pushing right up to that red zone. Okay, good solid wick. But remember, it's how the bar closes, okay? I'd like to see a blue bar close back above like kind of my entry point. If it can gather all of this depth of market below us here. 1 more minute to go into the close. Okay, so it took out that low. So we lost the higher low support. And we're at that psychological level of 46,200 right here. "30 more seconds, okay? It's going to come down to the close of the bar. I gave it obviously more room to breathe, okay? I'm in a smaller sizing, just testing out to see which block will hold in here. Believe me, if it builds, I will add another position and I'll verbally let you guys know when I'm adding another position if I do. Okay, right now it's just the original position and drawdown. Okay, so got that bearish close below there. So that block now is red. So it shows buyers have a lot of hard work to get it back in there. Okay, so that's that block above us, right below the previous low. So we got to kind of engage, trade again inside here. But if it comes in here bullish, it could get rejected back down. Okay, so we got to see how it builds in here. Also, where's 50% of that candle? Right there. Okay, so got to continue to watch this thing build. Okay. Lots of selling pressure, unbelievable selling pressure. And if you're in NASDAQ, if you're in a buy, it came to, you know, that destination, the red zone. But if you're looking for a little more, just look at 50% in there. Is it a good opportunity to buy Dow? You're buying deeper than where I bought. Yeah, so it's a good opportunity, but still has lots of room to continue to push down. Go smaller sizing, okay, if you want to test out a buy. We have no confirmations. It's still bearish. Lower lows and lower highs. Still, you could get a better buy down in here, okay? I'll get stopped out, but you'll get a better buy inside here, okay? If you can hold off, hold off. I don't want to start layering another position until, you know, buyers prove to me at least they can close maybe above here and build this leg up. However, you know, I got to see something because I'm losing faith in this. Like it could come down in here. You know, I want to see like a double bottom to break out. Sometimes I don't even like to hold these things any longer. If I don't see any faith of the buyers, you know, sometimes I don't even hold these things to my stop loss. But in this situation, I am. So we got to look back here. See, from there to there, there's a little bit of some imbalance right in there. Okay. So this hour, 9 a.m., very bearish, okay? Very bearish. Wow. Okay, so staircases going up, one elevator ride coming all the way down, okay? So, you know, this is liquidating everything, okay, to the left of us. A lot of hard work on those buyers, one candle coming down. Okay, so, you know, we're at an area where, you know, it's a good opportunity, but still no closing volume, strong closing volume. I don't know how much longer I can survive in this trade. My stop loss is just down here. I'll verbally let you guys know when I get stopped out. Still in this, still holding, still in drawdown. I'll let you guys know if I add another position. Okay, remember it comes down to last 30 seconds, final close. We do have some blue volume, but we've seen blue here, blue here. We need a strong close. A hammer candle would be nice to close near the high, especially if we can close in around 50% of that bearish candle. Maybe build one more upside move, get it back, closing above that previous purple low. NASDAQ had a beautiful recovery, pulled back, higher low, continuing to push. Maybe we'll see, can we build with US30 a little bit here? Okay, again, closing candle in 15 seconds. Here's the close. Okay, so close right near the high. We got a bullish ignited open. Okay, so it could essentially move to 50%. However, with the volume from Wall Street, could get back up to here, you know, but it could get rejected and come back down for a second bottom. So this green zone could be developing the neckline for a second bottom. Hopefully it's just a higher low and can continue to build off of this. You know, this red line, maybe move it down towards the bodies right there. Okay, so we got rejected exactly at 50%. Bearish candle coming down. So we got to get the higher low now. It's kind of barcoding. Bearish, bullish, bearish. We've got to pick up a higher low inside here. You know, because if I let it come down more and more and more, it's going to take out that low and my stop loss is down there. So higher time frame buyers need to start stepping in here. Okay, we got to see this start holding higher low support. We got a good wick. Can we come back up to the opening balance and continue to ask to trade up here? Sellers are still offering to push this thing back down, okay? So we're in a building phase now. It's a spin top with indecision the first 90 seconds of the candle. We just finally flipped the opening balance blue, okay, but we got to kind of push it up again and retest this high wick, which is 50%, that point of control, that big bearish candle coming down. So if the buyers can close above here, we could make this red line support and continue to get back up to the previous lowest point. And this is illustrating the liquidity grab, how low it went, right? And it could show us the first leg coming back up. Okay, so this candle is a very important candle because it's also going into the close for our hour and moving into 10 a.m. So maybe will this momentum build into the next hour and then we'll get a bullish hour. Okay, so good strong move coming right back where I entered. Okay, see how much drawdown I suffered, but I didn't take this trade just to be at break even. Excuse me, guys. We're right back now to that candle flipping. So this is the liquidity grab. How far down did they come? They grabbed about 70 pips of liquidity down there. So if it can kind of close above here, can we redistribute about 70 pips to the upside from the measurement of the drawdown of how much they took below? Can the buyers now kind of extend it and push it above? But we need closing volume. This is probably the neckline. This is where the move comes down, comes back up, you know, somewhere in here. Then it will come back down, maybe find a higher low. That's why I want this to close above here with blue volume going into 10 a.m. because we can build off of it. If the sellers push it down, then it's going to trigger that leg coming all the way back down, right? Then we got to see the second leg. Will it build the stronger momentum, the stronger volume to continue to the upside? Okay, so it's going to become very critical as to who and where this closes in the next 90 seconds. Okay, so did come all the way back up there. Sellers are pushing it back down. If I can't get that close above there, at least can I get the close above 50% of that bearish candle to continue to build one more candle, right? It would be nice if we can trade all the way up there on this candle. Then a pullback would be a higher low and we drive. But, you know, it sucks if we can't get that trade close above there and we can't get the close above 50%. Then kind of 10 a.m. bearish momentum will bring it right back down. Okay, so 60 more seconds to go, guys. It's a big, strong war between the buyers and sellers right here. Yeah, we got some news at 10 a.m. Don't forget that. Pending home sales coming in. Am I in a trade? Yeah, I'm in the Dow buy. It's in drawdown right now, approaching close in 40 seconds. And a lot of funny things can happen at 10 a.m. Remember, it's not just an hourly candle. It represents a 4-hour candle as well on most securities. Okay, so it's a significant time in the market. Not just 10 a.m., it's a 4-hour candle as well. Here we go into the close. Okay, oh man, we didn't get that close. Oh, right there. Okay, so initially sellers can push this down. We do have a little bit of a bullish ignited open holding. Okay, so we got that US pending home sales coming out as well. Okay, so they rejected the move back down. Can we build off of this? That's why it's so important, guys, when candles close above certain structure, how important they are. That losing that close right there and right there just invited offers into the market, and especially at 10 a.m., the new 4-hour and hourly candle. So if our buyers, including myself, can continue to build this up and close it above there, we could cause just a little bit of a short squeeze to just come in here, you know, and recover some drawdown and get into profit, right? But this could dictate also how strong this leg would be, where the next neckline is, okay? That's why I also have that red line pinpoint at 50% of that candle right there. Okay, again, it came up strong, rejected back down. So can it continue to build its base of the candle and continue to come up here? Pending home sales, let's take a look. Great pending home sales, 4.0. Wow, from the 0.2 to 4.0. That's good for pending home sales. That's great. Okay, so we're coming right back. Remember, this was the opening balance. Okay, so that shows how much drawdown, how much liquidity they ran to take out the lowest point of the day. So now it's so important if we can close with just some 5-minute volume, 5-minute, 15-minute volume above here, because then we could get our original buyers back and then start to ask to trade up here, right? Can't stress again how important it is to continue to make higher highs, but also while you're making a higher high to close with the volume above. Okay, a wick doesn't damage, but the volume following gives the closing and the momentum. Okay, so man, it's a big fight here. Okay, and this very well could be the resistance where they take it all the way back down. Then we got to test our second bottom in here. Remember, I was saying, where are we going to build? Okay, and we got 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Those U.S. pending home sales were very good news. That could be positive for the U.S. dollar, right? If you're trading gold, that could play into effect how gold moves in just a few moments. But I got to watch the close above this candle, okay? So I can't take my eyes off of this. You don't know how important it is to close back above our opening balance, because if we don't, we're inviting more offers into the market to push this leg back down. So this could be like a counter move just coming up, and the next leg could come back down, and then we see if we can get our second stronger bottom, right? So we lost that. Now we got to build it all back up. Okay, so that's it. We lost momentum, turned into a shooting star candle. Now you could see the move coming right back down. Will it pick up a higher low? Will we hold this point of interest, that body right there where my cursor is? Are we going to trade back in this green zone? Maybe we get a higher low on this candle where we don't even need to come down into here. But regardless, no closing volume above there. Sellers are in full control, pushing it right back down. So that's what I mean. You're inviting more sellers to come in to the market if we cannot close strong above there. So this is the leg, continue push down. That was a pullback leg, didn't last long, and then the next leg is pushing right back down. So we got to see inside here, will the buyers step in here? Otherwise, the little deeper, but that's where my stop loss is. I don't want to then continue to trade a trending bearish market if it's continuing to make lower lows and lower highs and new lower lows. Okay, because then this bearish candle on daily could turn very deep and continue to push down. So it's not always holding a bias. It's I want to get out of the way if these sellers are continuing to push it down. That's my final area of structure. I'm going to give it to room to breathe. So here's the close, big bearish bar, statement bar, closing below all that, ignited push down. So this is where, buyers have to step in. Otherwise, they lose this low and they've lost all this support below us, okay? So we've got to now build the second leg here. So I'm not even looking to see if the buyers can close it above there anymore. Can they just close it above these bodies? Here's the 5-minute neckline. So can it just get back, right back above there, close above there for support in order to take us back here, build there, pull back here, support, then we could be driving out of there, right? That's the kind of path I'd like to see. But it's got to continue to build against this bearish pressure. So do we have some significant buyers that can step in at today's lowest point of the day to continue to hold this and build this? And then, guys, you know, I got to be honest, like this is support turned to resistance. Okay, it's coming in there. That red line could continue to be resistance and push down, right? So, you know, I'm not even looking at 50%. I know 50% is right there, but, you know, we got to wait for bodies to close. I know it's a blue candle, but we've seen blue candles go up and we've seen them come back down. This could come back up, get that resistance, and continue pushing down. So that's why we need a strong close above there, build. You know, if a candle can come all the way through there and close above there, that's even better, right? But I just go from one point of interest to the next point of interest. I would love if this bullish candle could come all the way back to my opening position and close above there, then that could trigger that next big push. But we got to go one step at a time. So this is building that second bottom, right? It's kind of barcoding. Came down, back up, came down, back up, right? W. But we need the confirmation of closing volume. And then when you trap this whole area, like from here to here, that's where the market is consolidating. Okay, with both buyers and sellers accumulating. Sellers, buyers, sellers, buyers. Eventually, you know, the market is going to either redistribute back up to the upside a little bit or continue accumulating, or sellers, if they're in control, they will redistribute to the downside. I'm betting that it will go to the upside. You know, when you take a trade, you're placing a bet, right? With proper risk management. But I can't stress how much easier the bet will get if we can close with volume above here or above here with 90 seconds to go. And guys, another thing, if you're learning to and you've been holding, you know, and a trade gets right back to your break even, you've suffered some drawdown, you didn't get stopped out, you're right back there, you can close a trade at break even and refocus and things like that. I'm holding this thing. I'll verbally let you guys know what I'm doing, you know, still in this. I can't stress how important that close will be above there. Here we go, 60 seconds to go. Because we could regain our opening balance and then initiate new buyers to step back in and start trading back up here. That would take us to our destination where we want to go. Okay, so that's great. That nice little pump right at the opening balance came back up. We got our new higher high, but we need the closing balance. Okay, so it's a nice candle, but I'm not trading this just for those little pips. I didn't go in that much drawdown just to take out now. Now we're looking for a bigger move now, but we need that closing because it could close and we're pulling back. But now we want to build support and build nice little block right here at 50% point of control. Okay, if it could even get a little higher and close above that 9 EMA and above 50% of that candle, we could, you know, we're well on our way to maybe redistribute some volume to the upside. NASDAQ, good pullback, continuing to drive. Okay. We're working overtime here. It's 10:10. Okay, close volume above. Okay, so where's 50%? It's right there, exactly, right there at that red line, right? So our accumulation in this zone held. Okay, now if it pulls back, this could be a supporting level, right here. Okay, pulls back here. Hopefully we don't. Hopefully it just dojis right here, holds, retests that opening balance, and we're ready to continue to drive a little higher. Okay. But selling pressure is there and we'll push this thing down, okay? So we need buyers to continue to ask to trade up here, okay? So we're retesting now. We're retesting the opening balance. Here's the daily buyer indicator. It went down bearish, bearish, bearish. We came back to the opening balance. We just kind of broke out just a little bit, and now it's retesting it. So are our buyers stepping right back in at the opening balance to continue to fill that wick and take us a little higher? We need our opening day buyers to step in. It's a significant discount from where it was trading at 9 a.m. So, you know, this is where we got to see our buyers step in now. Because if they're not there and they show weakness, sellers will just step in and push this thing right back down. You know, when you sense weakness, so we got to get our buyers here. If they're not here, are they going to be at 50% of that bullish candle right there? And then if the sellers come down, you see we lost that, and then sellers could take over and just keep dumping this thing down, right? So there's the retest at that red line, 50%. Can they build it back up? Okay, remember this arrow coming up, retesting this to continue to move back up, retest this purple line to continue to move back up. Okay, sometimes things don't just go straight up or straight down. They got to continue to build. But if we're building higher low structure and we're making higher highs, we're still building a little bit to the upside. However, it's trading against significant selling pressure. So even if I was waiting for that body to close, this is kind of like a retest confirmation of 50% of that preceding bullish candle. So you see it's not there. We're losing it. Sellers are tough. So you can see how strong today's selling pressure is. We got caught in barcoding. It happens. Okay, so it's bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish. Can we get a wick coming back up? You know, closing again above 50% here, or the seller's going to close it back down, and then they're going to bring it a little deeper. Okay, again, my stop loss is just below there because I don't want it to continue coming down, and then it just starts moving real bearish. That's it. That's my maximum risk. Then I move out of the way. Then sellers have proven to me that they are strong. And we got 50 seconds to go into the close of this candle. Both sides are in accumulation on US 30, okay? So there's both parties are accumulating. One party will redistribute. And 20 seconds to go into the close. So if sellers can close it below this red line, they've regained control. They got the next momentum to push it back down. If buyers, they failed. You see, failed to close above there. So sellers are in control now. So that red line, again, becomes resistance. You know, if the candle opens bullish, but again, it could come up right here to resistance and push back down, okay? Again, we got to continue to build it and get it back above there. Okay, let me just move this out of the way here. Building phase of trading. Technically, higher low, higher low, higher low, holding, you know, but man, that close was nice up there. Would have been nice if we retest that, push this candle back up, we'd be driving, okay? But sellers had other plans, right? Bringing it down, coming back in, they could easily push this back down, drive back deeper down in here. So you need kind of to close in the upper half quadrant above here. It's accumulating, Sherry, but accumulating both ways, and sellers are accumulating a lot here too. So, you know, I'm still in this, but I'm starting to lose confidence. You know, every time it comes up there, lower high, push back down. Shooting star, took out our low. Okay, so now they attack coming down in here. And there's liquidity down here. The market can easily come down here, but I'm not going to give more. Like I could increase my stop loss. That's not the situation. I place my stop loss there from the start of the trade, and I'm going to leave it there. Discord buy 44,246. Yeah, up there. Yeah, so yeah, if we can get it back above, you know, 246, that balance. If it can come back up there, I might add a second order buy. But you see, it failed. Came up there and failed. So yeah, you could wait for 246 back at the opening price, but I wouldn't entertain it right now until we get volume coming back, improving closer, and retesting it. Because right now, these sellers are going to come to take out that low and drive the market even further down. Unless we got good higher low support still holding here and bringing it back up. This is the phase of accumulation, kind of right in here. Markets do this. It sucks. Yeah, it sucks when it does this. A nice trending market is nice to trade. This tests your patience. It does. Both sides are getting tested, buyers and sellers. In this block. No, I'm not saying here. Sellers were in full control of that, but this now. Sellers, buyers bring it back up. Sellers, buyers bring it back up. Sellers, will buyers bring it back up, or sellers going to push this thing down? I'm still in this, still holding in drawdown, close to getting stopped out. Continuing to stay with the volume. What can we do when we're in a trade? All we can do is continue to stay, watch for clues, bodies close, you know, keep holding while we get into new 15-minute candles, 30-minute candles, hourly candles without hitting stop loss. Yeah, Ephraim, we're in overtime now. What can we do? This is OT. You know, it could have finished right there with a break even, kind of like the Dallas Cowboys game last night. And I could have been on my way, recovered from this. But, man, that closing balance, thought we could get a nice little retest and drive a little bit. Sellers pushing it down further down. So we got to see, are our bigger buyers down here, okay? So they didn't close that candle strong. There is a higher low support, but this is Wall Street now. Like these lows could easily be broken, no problem. Okay, but if they're continuously holding and they are building higher lows, that is telling us a little something about the depth of market below us. Okay, so don't lose all hope. But you know, if it's continuing to build higher low, higher low, higher low, like right there where my cursor is, can it continue to build here? Is this going to represent the ugly second bottom? One bottom, neckline right there, back to the opening balance. Second bottom here, but we got to see a nice bullish push. You know, like when I say the second bottom traditionally has that good push, can it push nicely, get above here, retest here, and then drive up to that block? That would be perfect how to end this call, but you know, we're going against a lot of resistance, a lot of sellers. Okay, so if we don't get that big push, we got to take it candle by candle. Can we get back closing above that red line, above that resistance, make that into support, and continue to get us back up to our opening balance? Because the longer we can't get it up there, remember, offers, that the market is trending down. So more offers are populating and then could eat away at that and continue pushing down, okay? So we got to get a strong move and a strong close coming up very, very soon without breaking down here, which we are technically still holding by a little bit. Look at it at the 1 minute time frame. Yeah, 1 minute's, nice for scalping. Came up, back down. We had a closing right there at 10, just after 10. They brought it right back down, building, higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. 1 minute candles again. If we get the 1 minute candle closing again, you can utilize these red lines too. There's resistance if this one closes above. We haven't had a 1 minute body close above here yet. If this is the one, could make support for the next one. But ultimately, we got to look at opening balance right up there, kind of where I took the trade, the blue box. That's where I want to see most of the volume. Okay, so it's coming up again. It's been doing that to us all call. Okay. Same. Look at now NASDAQ. Okay, you got a little bit of points of interest also on NASDAQ, the way it's building now. I know I'm not watching it, but still you can see the structure. Came up, down, bottom, neckline. 50% of that big red zone near the all-time high. Came back down, second bottom, NASDAQ. Very similar situation too. Will it come back, close above, and continue to drive the all-time high? Okay, so we're coming back up to the opening balance. Strong move coming up, okay? But I can't stress enough how important it is to continue to close above here and build off of that opening balance so we can start to redistribute. Sometimes trades take a long time to develop. I've been sitting in this chair for what? Almost 5 hours now. Okay? So whoever tells you trading is easy money, show them a clip of this, sitting at a chair for 5 hours. We made some good profit on gold. Now, again, we're back to break even. But did I hold this for all that time just for a break even? Again, is my ego, you taking the best of me? Should I just, close this right now, no win, no loss, and just recover? Or did I build with that and gonna go with it? Okay, so that's what you got to ask yourself in situations like this. Do you want to, because this could easily come back down, and are you ready to deal with that emotional roller coaster coming back down? This is what this literally is, an emotional roller coaster. Okay, some people can deal with this. Some traders can't, okay? I can deal with this emotional roller coaster because I've been part of this multiple times in trading. You love roller coasters, Rob? This is a stand-up, one of those crazy. Here's the roller coaster coming up, then we go back down. Here we go back up, and then we go back down. Here we're coming back up. Are we going to go back down, or are we just going to enjoy the ride to the upside? Okay, I'm going through an emotional roller coaster in my personal life right now, with everything that's going on with my wife's aunt and life support. She's showing signs. We get all excited, and then the doctors give us, bad news again. And then we see signs of improvement, and again, so it's an emotional roller coaster. Trading is the same thing, okay? You see there how we did not close at that opening balance. That's how technical trading can be. Why did it not just close at the opening balance? Because the market decided not to, and then the market decided to open bearish with this ignited roller coaster candle coming right back down, right? So now we gotta go with the flow of our market. The red line is now support. It did close with volume above. It did not close where I wanted it to, but we got to go with the next best thing, is our higher low support right at 50%. The buyers stepped in there from preventing it from going down so far in the first 45 seconds. Now can we flip the candle and have an impulse break back above here? But remember, it opened ignited. They opened it ignited bearish for a reason, okay? They're holding the opening balance price down. Who is? Not me, not you. The markets are, the market maker. Whoever opened today's balance is holding it down, right? So we need buyers to ask to trade back above the opening balance so that we can squeeze a little bit back up here, because there's a lot of short sellers that have stop losses located above here, right? Just like myself, how I have a stop loss located down here. Sellers are trying very hard to come down and penetrate and grab stop losses down here, but we're building a little bit of a depth of market off the bottom here. But we got to get that closing pressure above here. See how we're trading right near that opening balance again. Trading, you got to be persistent. You gotta handle these emotional roller coasters, okay? But you know how you can handle these? Someone asked Ron, how can you stay so calm? Keep trading in drawdown, watching what's happening, very close to your stop loss. Because I'm not over leveraged, guys. It's not a secret, okay? Everyone asks me that, like, what's the secret? What are you doing? I'm just not over leveraged. It's that and discipline, right? I understand what these blocks represent, right? So that's the only, right? If I was over leveraged, yeah, I probably would have been panicking down there, okay? But I'm not over leveraged. You should know how much risk you're willing to take on a trade. How many trades per day? This is my only second trade of the day. The first one was a profitable one, right? So I'm not really taking too many trades. Yeah, my buy was a little, I could have waited, but same thing here. I could have waited for that bar to close, and then maybe I could have bought that, but then I would have been in drawdown coming back down there, right? So, you know, I don't play those would have, should have, could have games. I did what I did. Now we got to go through the motions. Okay, so guys, you guys probably understand why I'm saying that this opening balance is so crucial. This is representing the daily candle, not just like a 5-minute candle. This is the entire daily candle. Remember how bullish today was? If you guys remember, it opened bullish ignited, and it was bullish, 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 bullish all day. And 9 a.m., this huge drop down, you know, and now it's kind of building back up. So it's building to, you know, upside, higher lows, higher lows, higher lows. But can we just kind of redistribute about up here, back to that yellow point of interest? But while that's happening, sellers are accumulating, and they could just continue bringing this thing right back down. It's that emotional roller coaster. I didn't intend to take this trade and be in this trade for this long, but the market has other plans. Okay, so again, bearish coming back down. We're retesting again, 50%. Now sellers are pushing it back down. Okay, if they close it below here, again, that red line would be resistance. Next bar could open ignited and continue pushing back down. But it could be coming down with more volume, more offers. Then it could easily take out these lows and then start coming after buyers' stop losses down in here. And then trigger the next leg down. And then the market is just making lower low, came up lower high, and then they're going for that new lower low. And we're going into 10:30 as well in 10 more seconds. So you can take a peek at your 30-minute candles as well to maybe clean up all of this and look at your 30-minute bars as well. I'll do that in just a second. See how it closed back below that red line? We got that nice retest, came back up, but they pushed it back down. Told you, the bar's opening ignited bearish of the close, and now they're coming after these lows with the new 30-minute momentum. If you look at your 30-minute candles, again, we came back up. It was a spin top. That entire 30 minutes from 10 to 10:30 was indecision, closing with the bearish volume. The next 30-minute candle right now, open bearish ignited, coming back down. So with this volume, they could easily come down and take out the previous 30-minute low. However, if buyers are stepping in, produce a higher low here, continue come back up, flip this 30-minute candle, and then we're trading back in that drawdown, getting back up to that opening balance. But right now, this is an opening bearish ignited 30-minute candle that's got that pressure to push down, take out these lows, and you can see my final stop loss is just below there. Okay, so it's got a little bit of a wick, but again, we've seen a lot of this in all of this. This is that emotional roller coaster. That's why I said 2 times now, when it came back to break even, you know, sometimes to clear your head in trades, when you're either in profit, going back down, drawdown, break even. Sometimes just closing a trade, just to go, regain composure, go for a walk. There's nothing wrong with that, guys. I know it goes against your journaling as a BE, but you can write in notes in your journal. This was a hectic trade, an emotional roller coaster. I couldn't deal with it any longer. I was in this trade for over an hour, up, down, up, down, up, down. Finally came to a break even, and I just closed it out because I've had enough of this. Sometimes you need that and to review that. But then someone will say to me, well, Ron, what if we closed out there, we cleared our head, and then all of a sudden it's running? That does happen too, right? I'm not going to say that doesn't happen, but you got to understand why you decided to do that. It's more important to understand why you did that and not just what the result could have been, right? I don't trade what could have, should have. I trade exactly to the close of candles. And sometimes to just clear your head, it's better than just, getting rid of the trade and just starting fresh again. But you see, it came down, higher low, still holding, higher low, bullish volume, coming back up, barcoding in this entire area, okay? We're smart, we know 3 directions. See, they're going to continue to accumulate in the zone, which it's doing. We know there's a possibility to redistribute to the upside with all of the buyers accumulating. That's a possibility, and we still have ascending higher low support, okay? But we don't have good positive closing volume back above our opening balance, okay? And then we do understand that sellers can continue to redistribute to the downside. That's, we understand that. Those are the 3 moves of the markets, okay? But it's still stuck in here. Man. Guys, hit the like on YouTube if you've been here almost 5 hours with us. Subscribe to the channel if you want to go through this emotional roller coaster with us on a daily basis. And yeah, that was the gold trade coming down. Right now it's kind of just, just flip your zones, everything, guys, if you can, if you're trading gold. I really got to watch this US 30. Man. So it's coming back up. Watch this opening balance, this purple line. Okay, with 1 minute to go. So I can tell now the first little bit of our 30-minute candle. Remember, it was bearish ignited, came down, picked up the higher low. Now we got some 30-minute pressure pushing back up, back to the opening balance. But I'm not going to wait for this 30-minute candle because there's 26 minutes to go. So I cut it down in increments. I watch it by these 5-minute bars. So I know that this candle is representing the opening 30-minute candle. Let's see the close. "90 seconds to go. The emotional roller coaster continues. This is like if you go to Cedar Point in the States, Six Flags, Canada's Wonderland in Toronto. This is the roller coaster. This is us. We're going down, and then we're going back up. We're going down, we're going back up. We're going down, we're going back up. We're going down, and we're coming back up. But can we just come up to here so we can all shout and yell and enjoy the ride, and then maybe close and then retest this, and then we come down one more roller coaster, and then we're going right to profit and enjoying the roller coaster ride back up. But it's coming to this close. Oh my God. I can't stress, guys. If we don't close above here, next candle, bearish, ride right back down. Why is that always happening? Because sellers are there protecting that opening balance. And you can see over time, it starts going to not just the 5 minutes, the 15, the 30s, the hourlies, the daily. And you can see how strong the sellers are at protecting the previous opening balance. It's devastating, like demoralizing when that happens. But volume does not lie. Showing us, Again, we were coming up really nicely. Sellers pushed it right back down, closed it. Look at the open. Bullish ignited again. Strong open. Okay. So with this strong open, can we continue to fill the previous wick? We still have not closed with that volume above there. So remember, this candle is bullish ignited. Can we continue hold it? Will it refuel, refuel, refuel right now? Continuing to refuel. It's getting pushed down. It's refueling. That's a rather large wick to continue to fill, but it's Wall Street, so those wicks are no problem to fill. If this was like in the Asian session, that's a different story, but this is a lot more volume trading right now, so it could potentially fill that wick and drive for a new high. But then that would be like an impulse break above our opening balance. We need that closing volume. So that candle opened ignited. Okay, continue to acknowledge that. But we couldn't take out the previous high, so it gets rejected. Will the volume continue to refuel itself while maintaining its ignited open? Those are things that you have to watch for. With 2 more minutes to go on this body. See, the sellers rejected it, lower high. There, we lost our ignited open. That's it. The candle turns into a pin bar, a shooting star, and sellers now have full control. So all of those strong opening buyers, when this body opened up, we lost them. Just like today, how we lost our opening buyers. We're trying to recover that. So this candle now is trying to recover its opening balance and come back up. Sure, you don't ride roller coasters anymore? Yeah. Yeah, this is this is a roller coaster ride right here. Codex, you got out at break even. I respect that. I respect that. I respect that. You know, I do honestly respect that. If I wasn't trading with you guys, maybe I would have got out earlier on a break even myself and just moved from this chair because I've been sitting here for 5 hours. But we're here now. Still watching this thing. Like, this is horrible volume. But it's unfortunate that we got in a trade in this, right? If I was not in a trade and looking to trade, I would be waiting patiently to see if the buyers can close it above here and look for a possible pullback to continue to buy. When you're already in the buy, there's nothing you can do. Or I would be waiting, if I wasn't trading this, for sellers to continue to close it below here to look for that sell. Okay, so again, it's still in that consolidated box where it's accumulating. So it's coming right back up. Look at the close. 10, 9. Okay, we're back right back to the opening balance. Watch, guys. This is going to be so strategic how they're engineering this move. Not myself, but the market makers. Watch this shit. Okay, close right at the opening balance bearish again. Okay, so this is an impulse breakout. Okay, for us that are in buys, I welcome an impulse. Oh shit, I would love this to go impulse to the moon, but I know it could just come back up and get rejected and come back down. Now, can we follow 50% if it does pull back into that body of the candle? Okay, do we have enough impulse to continue to backfill that wick and drive? Okay, so where's that high right there? Right there, okay? So that's the high. And then you see there, the wick to the wick? There's so much imbalance in the market right there. Okay, right here, untested volume. Right there. I'll keep it neutral. I'm trying to trade it up to that red zone up there. But this location, you see, when we opened right there at 933, coming down, these are 3-minute candles, guys. There's that little imbalance in there, okay? Okay, we got our 5-minute volume closed above. Okay, so now for retesting, we could retest our initial opening balance with buyers stepping in now to push this to some trade imbalance above us. Man, Ephraim, have a great day, brother. Thank you for joining. Okay, and then guys, this is our resistance, right? There's a wick there, a wick there. Can we get pressure to close above? Break out of this, close above, so that we can make this red line support going forward, so we can go a little further up the chain here. We have our opening balance reclaimed, but it's still this kind of spin top candle where sellers could easily push this thing right back down. Bring the magnets. Oh man. Sometimes they're reverse polarized. Okay, we got to get it back up here. Let's see if we can draw it up here. Oh, man. Miss Jones, slow day today. She's slow today. She had a rough weekend, Sherry. Miss Jones didn't have the greatest weekend. But she'll come through for us. Mohammed, you're out. Okay, guys. I'm still in. Okay, I'm in. It's in a little bit of profit, but you know, we've been through this roller coaster. We got a new higher high. Can we get now following closing volume above here? Wow, Mohammed, up 1.8% today. Good for you, brother. That's fantastic. Good for you. Call it a day. That's it. Yep. You're done. Don't come back later. Nothing. You're done. Maybe a little bit of review later on, and that's it. Your day is done. Congrats, bro. %1.8%. Some traders say, it's not a lot. It's just 1.8. 1.8 is a lot. Okay. If you can do that, mimic that 5 days a week. You're 9% per week. Compound over time. Fantastic. I always say 0.5% to 1%. If you're around the 2% mark, 2.5, you're doing something great. But don't give it back. Okay, so we do have a point of interest right there. A body at 930 close there and a body at 935 open there. So I got to acknowledge that point as well. 46,292. Okay, we got a good strong move. 90 seconds to go. That will be another point of interest up there. Got to continue, just build. Can we close above? Can we make this resistance our floor? Can we make this resistance our floor? All depends on closing volume. Okay, so far, the buyers who accumulated down here are redistributing to the upside. Okay, so I escaped a little bit of drawdown. Am I ready to go to a break even right now? It's up almost 40 pips. If it comes up to there, it's about almost 50 to that red line. However, our magnet is at this red zone. Can we pull it all the way up there? It might come up there, but it might take some time. But let's see what's going on. Okay, so we got to wait for 50 seconds to go into the close. Okay, but up here, guys, to the red line, little break, 50 pips. You could start to reduce risk. You don't have to go to an ultimate break even, but you could come reduce it right here. If you like. It's up to you. Okay, that's completely up to you. Because this could come back, tumbling right back down to retest this location. Where? Right here. I'm going to just draw a small green box just to show you where it could potentially come back down and retest. Right there. The daily demand, the opening balance. So you see our opening balance is filling. So that's how much drawdown they took out today. Now can we fill back up? Remember this yellow line up here where the 200 EMA is and our magnet, that's the daily point of interest. Okay, so we close right here. So get ready. If it's bearish, we want to see how it will react at the red line. That was previous resistance, volume closed above. Will it turn into support? If I get a shallow pullback like that, that's perfect. It didn't even need to come down there. We got a higher low, but can it continue to fill that wick and break out of here? Okay, if it doesn't get that, it's going to come back down and test this, then come maybe down into here. So if we continue to ask to trade up here, we can probably take out that wick. Very well can do it with Wall Street's volume, make a new higher high, and continue to fill to this preceding wick right over here. And then after that, it's clear sky. We have an imbalance to fill right up to our magnet. This is just the last wick to fill right here. The last bit of resistance is right here. Everything else behind us is clear skies. Okay, but this little right here, in between this red line and red line, this is where the resistance is. Right there. I know it sucks doing this, but I have to illustrate this. You guys see that? That wick to that body, there's our resistance. Because above here is nothing. That could be clean fill up there. So the sellers are going to try everything in their power to prevent it from driving through here, because if it does, it could easily come right back up to there. So this is the point where whoever sold at Wall Street, you know, it's coming slowly up there. Right there could be big offers, and then they're going to push this thing right back down. Okay, so this is where you got to make a decision now. When you kind of go up 50 pips, are you going to bring your stop loss, reduce it? Are you going to go to a break even? Are you going to take some partials out? Or are you still holding this roller coaster ride? These are all decisions that you got to make. Because if we continue to break through here, yes, we might get that extension, but you got to see how we trade through here in order to get up there. I need a bigger magnet. Oh, wow. Let's maybe put a pancake up there. So we're getting kind of hungry. Something. Okay, so you guys see, guys, it got rejected right there. That point of interest. This is a very important interest, guys. I'm breaking this down for you guys. This was 930's close and 935's open, okay? And that was that, just initially when the market opened at 935, that's as high as we got. So you see they're protecting it. Now it's coming all the way right back down, okay? So when it comes back down, right, we have this red line. That was the previous resistance. Is it going to hold as support? Or is it going to come all the way back down to the opening day balance? Again here to test. And then if we lose this, the roller coaster ride continues going back down into drawdown if you haven't gone to a break even as of yet, okay? So, you know, maybe we can consolidate in here, continue to build near the highs to continue to break through this. Okay, NASDAQ is building nicely to maybe continue to break through here as well. Maybe it's on a diet. That's why it's coming down after the pancake. Maybe. We could all use a diet from time to time. I ate in Chicago too much deep dish pizza and those Italian hot sandwiches. I could use a diet right now myself. Omar, you ended the day with 2%. Amazing, bro. Congratulations. That's big. Stop trading now. You're done. Okay, so you see, guys, how that block is holding. Are we getting greedy? Like, we got to ask ourselves, are we getting greedy? Like, you know, I know we want that, but the market has a block position there from Wall Street, okay? So it's not easy to break that. So it came up. Now you see the sellers bringing it all the way right back down. Where? To the opening balance with 5 seconds left to go. Man, here's the roller coaster ride we're going through again, okay? So you can see I'm right back at my entry point, okay? So I didn't take out anything at the 50 pips, not even partials, and I did not even bring my stop loss to a break even or reduce it. So is the market going to come now and punish me and say, Ron, this is a lesson for you now? Or am I going to continue to see if my opening day buyers are here to continue to push this thing back up? Because it's got to get back above that red line and close above there to build. Now sellers are in control to break this and come back down to test this red line, okay, which will put me in drawdown again. So this is how it's trading. We might now accumulate somewhere inside here. I would welcome accumulation here. If we can go bullish, bearish, back up, bullish, bearish, and build, we can accumulate now up here to continue to drive higher. However, the day is bearish right now from Wall Street, okay? So you can see where the battle is today at opening balance. This is the big tug of war today. If you want to draw a little bit of a trend line, if this is enough evidence to give you like a trend line right now, what's going on the 5 minutes, the way how you want to connect it, that's all up to you, okay? But right there, I got a wick, kind of got that candle. That's this yellow line is the uptrend so far, okay? So if the sellers push it back down to here, trend line, maybe the red support level, it's holding points of interest. If we lose this, and they're coming back down. So can they continue to ascend, hold up here? We had a nice little push out, but it's retesting the opening balance. Not easy, guys. I hope some of you guys, you know, did something up there, you know, regarding your stop loss, maybe taking some partials out. I didn't, okay? And again, the market could, you know, come down and teach me a lesson, right? And we're going into 11 a.m. in the next 8 minutes. So you can, again, take a look at your hourly candles. Okay, this is representing the entire 10 a.m. candle. So it's got the higher low. We came right up to there, pushed back down. We're, again, the hourly volume, look, it's right at that opening balance. So I can't stress how important the next 7 minutes are. If the buyers can close above that opening balance, maybe 11 a.m., they can continue to push it up and build. If the sellers close it below there, next hour could be bearish and coming right back down. So it's higher time frames are right at that hourly, at that opening balance. Okay, there it is. There's the dogfight at today's opening balance. Five hours of streaming, 5 hours and 11 minutes right now, and I haven't moved from this chair. Yep. You wonder why I get migraines, guys. It's this shit. This is tough volume. It's a Monday morning. This is tough volume to trade. Like right out of the gate, the sell market open was nice. But everything after the fact, like even NASDAQ right now trading this, if I was doing like a post-New York session and this is what it presented me, I'd be on the sidelines right now. Okay, so now we're coming back down. You know, the red line is representing that body, that body. We had a previous higher low. Okay, we got now tweezer bottom lows currently, right now, holding at that trend line. Can it continue to hold? Remember, if it closes below here, that's it. Sellers have taken control of the daily bar bearish, and then we're going into a new hour in 5 more minutes. So it could technically come back down for the lowest point of the day and continue to drop down. We need buyers, you know, to prevent that from happening. So we got to continue to go through this. Okay, so guys, like I hate to do this, but that bar closed below this zone. I gotta go red. Okay, you know I hate it. I'm gonna buy. Believe me, I don't want to do that. But the sellers proved to me they closed below there. This bar just opened, ignited bullish. You saw it just short-lived for a couple seconds. As soon as I went green to red, you see it got rejected. So sellers, now this is gonna dictate who has momentum going into 11 a.m. and who's gonna retain control of the opening balance. Sellers look like they're strong here, okay? God, I hate this volume. I hate this volume. It really, 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 really tests your patience. Believe me. The market knows what it's doing. Like it's frustrating buyers and sellers at the same time.
Guys, I don't know how much longer I can stay on the call, okay? Because around 11:05, that's it. Kind of got to wrap it up. Regardless what happens in this, but let's see here going into the close. Entered too early. Yeah, I did. You're correct. Yeah. But just looking at this, I'm looking at hypothetically, if I waited for that candle to close at 10:05, waited for the pullback, you know, like had I bought inside here, still, you know, it's hard to say. It's hard to say. But yes, I did buy early. I did. Sorry guys, I just got to pay attention to the close of this bar. This is a really important candle going into the next hour. Patrick, you need the chart link? Yeah, 1 second. It's in the Zoom chat, Patrick? Yeah, no worries. So if you kind of eliminate all of this noise, okay, they'll eliminate the whole roller coaster ride. Consider this whole big move, one bottom. There's your bigger neckline. We had that impulse breakout that got us up to there. It's coming back down. If it comes all the way back down there, consider this whole area maybe to be the bigger second bottom, and then see if it comes back up. If it loses this, if you're trading the rest of the day, come in there. See, I'm getting stopped out, and then you can see how the sellers can push it back down, where the bigger buyers could be at this yellow line down in here. But if it loses that, then today is a big selling day. And you're going to see that daily candle flip into a big shooting star, and selling pressure is going to continue to drive US 30, maybe also NASDAQ down. NASDAQ kind of closes below here, could continue to push down. So here's the close in 30 seconds. Okay, so it's still closing below that red block. Sellers are in control below the opening balance. Close below that trend line. So it does open bullish, but now that yellow trend line could be trend resistance. Continue to push this thing down. Trade back down into this green zone. Again, going through the drawdown process. Can it continue to build the higher lows? This is the volume that I hate scalping. I hate scalping this stuff. But sometimes you got to stick with it, stay with it. You can see why swing traders do not go through what we go through on a daily basis. This is not easy. This is not easy. Rob, you re-added? Yeah, I'm not going to re-add nothing until I get more confirmation closing above here. You know, that was a nice bullish candle we had above there, continue to move, but right there, our opening day buyers were not present. Sellers took over. So if it comes back up, I know it's going to be after the call. I don't know how much I can last on this call any longer, but if it comes back and closes above there, and I flip that and we're continuing, could provide, you know, another re-entry. But right now, sellers are in control. They're showing that on every time frame right now. So buyers got to get it back above there, right? Gold. Yeah, gold is driving all-time highs. Yeah. So we had that sell, but you see that zone came in there, back up, came in there, back up, came in there, held, continued to push. So you can see which zone is holding, which zones are stronger. Justin, thank you. Have a good day today. Man, I wish I could change this volume. I wish I could change this volume. This is so frustrating to watch this stuff. Deacon, no profits for today, but some lessons learned for it. That's, hey, some days that's how the markets are. They're lessons. Some days we lose money while learning lessons. So if you didn't make any money and learned the lesson, that's good. At least you didn't lose money and learn a lesson. You know? Lessons are good. Sometimes they're costly lessons. Sometimes they cost us money to learn a lesson. But you got to learn from them. You got to learn. That's how you improve as a trader. Every day is a lesson in the markets. Okay, last 30 seconds. Bullish candle coming right back up. Is it going to reclaim this opening balance? This 46,245, 250 area, holy, will really dictate who wants to take control of today's volume. Man. Here's the close in 10 seconds. So I look to see, will this volume engulf the previous bearish bar, close above here? Even if it just doesn't close, like see how it did not engulf it? Okay, there's a reason why it did that. The market did not allow it to engulf. Why? Because there were some more offers right at the end. Okay, but the next candle opened bullish ignited. So can this one fill the wick? It just did. Can it fill the previous wick? But it's got the red zone that it's trading into. Okay, so it could just get rejected and then start again, coming right back down. We need to close with conviction. Again, we can go through this for the next hour, like this sideways trading stuff. But this could now create the bearish flag below here and barcode bearish, bullish, bearish, and continue to drive down to the downside. And this is just going to increase the offers on today's daily candle to continue to come down and fill today's daily wick, possibly down there. So the only thing that can happen is we got a higher low, higher low, higher low. Can they continue to build itself back to come back up, close above here? You know, it's not too far away from, you know, again, coming back to break even. Again, if it comes back up there, again, it's giving another situation. Do you want to just close this trade and go, you know, have a coffee, go for a smoke, do what you got to do, and just kind of regain your psychology back? Do you want to continue to hold this? All of these things, okay? Because this is very difficult situation what we're in right now. It's showing that sellers are still very strong, but we were building slowly above here. So it could continue to build, But, if sellers close it below this red line will turn to resistance and continue to push it down. So it's not easy where we're trading right now, especially with this barcoding stuff it all started 9:40, okay? And it's 10 after 11 right now. So it's been 90 minutes, an hour and a half trading this garbage right here. And I guarantee you sellers are getting frustrated as well. Like, they're sold off, the buyers brought it right back up. Sellers brought it back down there, the buyers brought it right back up. Sellers brought it back down there, the buyers, we were in profit, I didn't do anything. And then sellers at that block brought it right back down, right? Again, sellers were looking to push down and buyers are buying it back up. It's frustrating for everybody, for buyers and sellers. The market is just accumulating both sides. Eventually, we'll redistribute this volume at some point today. When? I'm hoping it's on this call because I've been sitting here for 5.5 hours. I don't know how much more I can take of this. I'm honestly to the point just tapping out. In the UFC you tap out. I'm at that point, but again, I'm very persistent. Can I get that close above there? It's showing me higher lows, still holding this location. And sometimes you get out early and then you miss that big run up, right? Shit happens, okay? But you got to be prepared for the roller coaster. Man. So now we're stuck in this flag of accumulation. But one lesson you guys learned, you guys understand the opening balance, how significant it is, okay? At least take something from this trade to see how the market is protecting this opening balance today. Do you guys remember the recap of the daily candle today? This thing opened bullish. It was a big bullish ignited candle, bullish, 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 and right there, kind of at 9 a.m., right there, all of that selling pressure pushed it all the way down, okay? Flipped that bullish pin bar, bullish ignited candle, came down to a bearish candle all the way down there. That was a shooting star, and we're starting to build a little bit. It was building, but if it can come back up, it's got a lot of distance. It could redistribute to the upside and go, but these sellers are holding it down, and they could easily come back down, fill down to the lowest point of the day, and continue to drive this down. But they're maintaining this opening day balance, this 46,245 level. Yeah, so that one closed bearish near the low. So this is the bearish bar that could take out those and travel back down. But we do have this green box. Okay, so you can see history. When it came down here at 950, it went back up. Sellers closed it inside there. 1005, big bullish candle came out of there. It came back down again. 1015, look at the answer, bullish. Right, and we have not transacted back in this green zone as of yet. Okay, so it came in there 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, and held. Okay, so if the buyers now can continue to maintain this location and build in here, bearish, bullish, and close back above here, we've got another accumulated phase that's accumulating higher than this zone. Okay, but I know it's a bear flag still here. So sellers are got lower highs, and trying desperately to break this thing down. But they haven't closed it below here yet to take it down into here. Maybe when it comes down in here, that could represent that second bigger bottom, what I was trying to illustrate. If you ignore all the noise, that's one big bottom. Our neckline is the opening balance right there. And if it comes all the way back down, right there, that could be the second bottom that could take it back up to that opening balance and have that move. But right now, sellers are strong. And you see how they're bringing it down. So we'll see now how we react inside here. I would say 50% of the green zone is right there. Let's see, will it get a wick right at the green zone? 50% of the green zone at the bottom, because if sellers start to break this, you can see why I don't want to be part of this anymore. My stop loss is just right below there. If this zone can't hold up, that's it. The sellers have proven to me all day, this entire session, how strong they are. This trade is giving you a headache. Believe me, that's why I suffer from migraines, guys. You know, migraines are not nothing to laugh about. They're very serious. That's how my wife's aunt had a brain aneurysm. She was suffering from migraines, right? So you gotta, that's what I'm saying, guys. You know, even a break-even trade, just to walk away, can relieve migraines, can get you to focus. I can't tell you how much more important it is than just trading. It's just when you get up there back to a break-even, after you've been through all this, just get out of this and go for a walk. Go do something to help you if you're suffering from a headache right now. Believe me, it's not easy watching these candlesticks go up, down, up, down. This is the, like, look at how, oh, I can't, look how ugly this stuff is, okay? But man, sometimes I say to myself, you know, I just come and stop me out. Just take me out of this trade just so I can move on in my life. Like, sometimes I say that. I'm literally saying that to the market makers. Just come, make my life easy. Just tap me out and get me out of this trade. Take whatever money I have left and take it. Donation to the market makers. They can have it. My migraines are my health is more important than sitting here and just playing this ping pong game here. The markets test you. Are you resilient enough to go through this? Okay. What did I say in that green zone prior to that happening? Okay, coming into the green zone, did I not just place that red line right at 50%? So you see it came tapped in there. So it picked up some buyers. Okay. So now it's coming right back up. But how and where will it close? The volume will dictate. Okay. So it came down in there showing that our buyers are there. But look at now, they're continuing to offer. So this is more than just 5-minute volume. This is coming from higher time frame. You see the daily wants to continue to drop down. Okay, so that's why my final stop is there. I can't give it more room to breathe because this thing could start breaking down. So I see it came in there, initially tapped those orders, came back up, coming back down. 20 seconds to go. It might even close below that and then continue to push down. However, if the buyers can hold it up, maybe close there. Next candle again could open bullish, coming right back up. But we still have significant resistance above us now, even if we are to come back up. Yeah, you see, closed right in there. Bearish ignited bar coming right back down. Okay, so very likely going to get stopped out right down in here. I'll verbally let you guys know when I get stopped out. So that's a bearish ignited bar. You know they want to hammer it down. It's that big daily bar coming down, okay? So my mistake in this trade was obviously entering early. Suffered that drawdown. My second mistake was when it went up 45, 50 pips in profit there when I recovered, I didn't take my stop loss to break even and reduce my risk, because right now, had I followed my daily plan, taken out 80% up there, went to break even, now when this comes down, I could have escaped this with some money in my pocket. And but live and learn, guys. Live and learn. I got greedy. I wanted more. You know, I had the magnet up at this daily location. Got greedy. Market coming back down, punish me. Okay. So I'll verbally let you guys know as soon as I get stopped out. I'm watching the wick on the candle. Would you guys call me crazy if I take another buy position? Between you and I, would you guys call me crazy? Would you guys want to go for another 30 minutes, hour? Can you guys deal with this? Or just take the loss and go eat some breakfast? Okay, but remember, it's a bearish ignited candle that came all the way down, picked up, okay, coming back up. Will they flip that bar? It's a hanging man candle right now. Will it flip and close above this green zone? Next bar, move up bullish. But it's got that ignited head. Okay, you guys know the importance now of ignited bearish bars, how strong they're at the open. Push down, okay, came back up, but still, it's still strong bearish, okay? So you can still see how strong that momentum is in this candle. 2 more minutes to go. Can the buyers continue to ask and flip it and close it above there? Maybe build off the green block and continue to come up. However, if they bring it back down, close below here, oh man, as much as I don't want to do it, this green block turns red and it's dropping. So they're coming after all stops below here, okay? So I'll just verbally let you guys know as soon as I get tapped out. I don't want to get stopped out, but sometimes, man, just to clear my head in this shit. Still in, there's a wick. 90 seconds to go. If you were selling on NASDAQ, there's the volume that closed below. Could have sold. Stop loss above there. Took it down those 2 bars. Extra innings, yep. This is overtime. We're in the bottom of the 18th inning right now. This is for the World Series here. Toronto Blue Jays versus the Dodgers. Okay, so 10 more seconds to go into the close. Okay, so they swept that previous low, came down, still got that ignited head with that bearish bar. So it is a hanging man candle. So it's closing below. Could continue bearish, right? Didn't close strong. So there's again another bearish ignited bar coming down to potentially take out the previous low. And I'm going to get stopped out very, very, very soon. Unless this candle can get a quick wick and flip. I haven't changed this to a red zone because it closed inside of it, so it's still technically green. Okay. Okay, there's a good wick developing down there, but they got to flip the body of the candle. Okay, remember, it's an ignited head. Okay, get used to those things. It's a hanging man candle. It opens right directly, very bearish. You know, remember when we were in the sell on gold. It benefited us when you're in the sell. As a buyer, I hate to see that, but we picked up a higher low, kind of came right back to the opening position on this candle, but you see, still that bearish head is still holding. Now it comes down with added offers coming back down. The buyers are bringing it back up. So can it flip? Can we turn bullish inside this green zone? Maybe technically close above this red line or close above here and build our way back up. But, you know, this is tough to decide what's going to happen here, okay? So it has flipped the candle. There's the bullish move coming back up. But it could just come right back up and go right back down. Okay, so we got to watch where it will close. We got 3 more minutes to go. Some of you guys, maybe if you were in sells, that's a good location to close out some sells down in there. Realize some profit because, you know, buyers could be stepping in. Let's see if this can engulf and close above here, maybe retest. Remember what I was saying? Would you guys think I'm crazy if I took another buy? Probably you guys think I'm crazy as is. Sitting here for almost 6 hours without even moving. But welcome to trading, guys. I told you guys, I used to scalp 24 hours a day. But look, man, see how it is nice, beautiful bullish candle. And then they break our hearts again by bringing it right back down. Okay, so that was an impulse move that drove right through here, right? Looked beautiful, but candles look even better when they close, okay? Good candle coming right back up. Okay, again, saved myself that stop loss by just a few points. I told you I'll verbally let you guys know when I get tapped out. Still in this. This is that crazy roller coaster that just doesn't want to stop. But we need some popcorn. And then we got to watch the 1 minute close. Okay, guys, there's some news over here at 11:15. The Bureau of Labor Statistics, BLS, to suspend all operations in case of a government shutdown, plans not to release economic data during a government shutdown, according to the shutdown contingency plan. Wow, okay, so this could affect the way how we move this week, you know, leading into NFP. So, guys, that just was released 10 minutes ago, okay? So we came back up, pushing it right back down, close. Bullish ignited bar again, wants to push back up. But don't be surprised if it catches a wick and wants to come back down, okay? It's nice when we open ignited. Can it break these highs, come back up? But we got to get closing volume above here, okay? It's nice when we see this, but we've seen a lot of nice bullish candles in the last 2 hours. We've seen a lot of nice bearish candles as well, okay? So this is technically a bullish ignited open, but remember it got rejected hard where that was a big bullish candle trading all the way up here. They rejected hard, just a little bit of blue volume buyers were left, and it transitioned into the opening candle where it was very bullish, and again they're continuing to push it back up. Got a big wick to fill. When it comes up, it might be a lower high wick and then come right back down. So I'm going to go through this again. With this nice open, it's good open, but can we sustain it? Can we hold it? Can we continue to build? Can it continue refuel? Can it essentially close above this green zone so we can build off of this in order to get back up to the opening balance where I initially took the buy, you know, get it back up to the 245 up there. You might see someone pass out live on live trading. If you want to join us and go through roller coaster rides on a daily basis, feel free to subscribe to this channel. If you want to join us in this madness on a daily basis. How do I think Trump's speech will affect the market? I have no idea. I just want to know how this candle will close in the next 3 minutes, let alone what Trump is going to say in 2 hours. Okay? I just want to try and escape this trade. I don't know, honestly. I don't know what Trump is going to talk about. Who knows with that guy? He'll talk about anything. Sometimes whatever it's scheduled to talk about, he doesn't even talk about what he's scheduled. He goes off on his own shit. I don't know what to say with that guy. Yeah, I'm only interested in the close of the candles. I could care less what Trump is going to say in the next couple hours. Who knows? Probably a lot of bullshit. And Trump is talking right here. I am confident there will be peace in Gaza soon. I pray, I hope to God that there's going to be peace in Gaza soon. But coming from Trump, there'll be peace when it's all demolished and then he's making the Trump Riviera and the Trump Towers there. And when they're rebuilding it. So, part of the Zionist plan over there. So that's when you'll probably see peace, when they start reconstructing it. Hopefully that's not the case, but watch the news, guys, and see what's going on down there for yourself. Okay, so here's the candle closing in the next 90 seconds. Okay, again, it's coming up, back down, coming up, back down. Still holding its opening balance, still that bullish ignited. Again, just moving from one zone to the next location. We got to close with some bullish volume back above here to rebuild this and continue to come back up. If we lose this, then that's it, guys. Like, I think the buyers are going to start to get exhausted, including myself. I'm a buyer and I'm going to get exhausted. And then gives clearance for sellers to continue to just break it back down in here. And maybe your bigger buyers will be here at this yellow line. This is more of a daily point of interest just from trading where we are right now. Okay, so there's deeper levels. I don't know how much more I can do on today's call, but here we go into 11:30 in 30 seconds to go. If you want to take a look at your 30-minute candles, man, they came up, back down. Spin top came all the way up. We were in that profitable trade. I was in there. Then it came back down, came back up and pushing back down. Now, will it at least close above this green block on the 5 minutes in order to continue to come back up to that opening balance, guys? If it can't, sellers are going to continue. They already did some damage with that wick where they created that low. The only thing that needs to follow is just the volume, and this thing can continue to drop down, okay? And the markets could be continuing to be bearish, especially with this government shutdowns and things like that. It could be a selling day, right? So again, we didn't get that close with volume above. I can't stress, you guys know the importance of it closing above there, because we could be building and already be trading up to here right now, okay? So we didn't get that. Now it's going to take, again, the next bar. Can we hold here the red line for support? Continue to come up. Maybe this 5-minute bar will be the one that closes above there, okay? But as it comes up, lower high, rejection. If it can't hold there, it's going to come back down. So it's still holding, building. Again, some traders like to take these trades on impulse. Again, if you take it on impulse, you have to know that it could get rejected 1, 2, 3 rejections and come back down, lose its opening balance right there, and then start being a shooting star candle coming down. So that's why it's important, if you want to go in a buy, to wait for the body to close, okay? Or watch how it's building. When it came down there, it's refueling itself again. And you see those 3 wicks, like below 50% of that bar, keeping this market down. Shout outs to you guys who are still on this call with me from 6 a.m. Holy, what time is it? 11:30. From 6 to noon, might be 6 hours straight. Oh. I don't want to sound negative, but sometimes I've had enough. Take me out of this. I'm going to tap out. Just come. Take my stop loss down here. Relieve me of these duties. Because if it continues to build and close above here, guys, I'll be straight up with you guys. I'm going to smash it with a bigger buy order just to recover my, drawdown, get it back up to there. But the buyers got to prove to me before I get stopped out that they can close it above here. It's not a revenge trade. Someone will say, Ron, you're revenge trading. I'm not. I'm just watching my stop loss. If it can get back above this structure, I'm just looking for it to fill back up there. But I could kind of double up my sizing just to recover the original drawdown and then get it back up to the opening balance. But if they don't prove to me, I'm not even entertaining a buy up there. So right now it's coming down. Take that low, take that low. My stop loss is just below here. So maybe I won't even look at that because the buyers are not even proving to me that they're there. So this could convince me to sell the markets, right? If I was going to continue to trade, I could shift focus from being a buyer and start going with the higher time frame sellings with the sellers and continue to move this market down, especially with everything that's going on here, with all of this news about government shutdowns. This is when your back starts getting tense, your shoulders are getting tense, the migraines are kicking in. Wow. Whoever said trading is easy, again, take a clip of this session and show them. Show them how easy trading can be. It's not easy for buyers and it's not easy for sellers either. Believe me, this is frustrating for sellers. They want to really push this market down, but it's still not really moving down the way they want it to, okay? But sellers are winning. They got the upper hand. So 30 seconds to go into the close. This candle is representing the first 5 minutes of our 30-minute candle, our new 30-minute candle right here. So it came down, higher low, building, still in that green zone. I'm looking for 5-minute volume to close above here in order to take that next leg back up, that roller coaster ride back up. NASDAQ is getting to a daily point of interest right there as well. Okay, so it closed bearish. Engulfed the previous bar, open bearish, came back down, higher low, so it could continue to build in this green zone again, but notice how we have no closing blue volume above the green zone. So it's still a building zone. It's still higher low, higher low, higher low above here. Could be a building phase as well right here. Okay, so what I'm looking for is blue volume while I'm still in this trade and I have my sanity here to close above here, then to come back down and retest this to take it all the way back up. I'm not looking all the way up here now. I'm just looking to take it back up to maybe the opening balance right up there. If I do look to continue to move up with this prior to getting stopped out, okay? Because remember, I'm still in this. So that's what I'm looking for a blue candle to close above here without taking out these lows and my stop loss. My stop loss can get tapped out, but the market could continue to dump down deep down into here, and I'm not willing to hold it any longer down there, okay? So just making that clear to everybody. I'll verbally let you guys know as soon as I get stopped out. Kind of hoping that they stop me out. It's been enough of this. I screwed up by not moving my stop loss right up there to break even, scaled out. This could have been a entirely different trade outcome than what it is now by not following my plan. Why? Because I got greedy to get it up to this balance right there. It's like the market knows where my stop loss is, and they just don't want to take it out because they want to see me struggle. But just fucking take me out. God, because if then I start getting pissed off, I'm going to hammer it with a big buy. And I don't want to do that. Still in this, guys. Wow. This is unbelievable. You ever ask yourself, like, are market makers watching your stop losses? Are markets, like, do they know where you position your TPs? Do they know where this is? I question that sometimes. How do they know exactly where your stops are? Absolute cinema, yeah. You're absolutely correct. All we need to top this off is a bucket of popcorn right here. This is the cinema part, okay? So it's a bullish candle coming right back up. I'm not stopped out. Verbally letting you guys know I'm still in this. Trump is talking with Netanyahu right now. I call him Satan Yahoo. Sorry about that. YouTube might censor me on that. YouTube might suspend the channel. You got to call a spade what a spade is. Okay, he's Satan Yahoo. Okay, bullish candle coming right back up. Wow. 1 minute to go. Can we get a body closing above here? You see how deep they came in that depth of market. Missed me by a few points. But man, holy. "30 seconds to go." Still, the volume is in that green zone. You know, came down in there, back up, down. Okay, those are wicks. Wicks represent how low it went. Volume is still concentrated in this zone. 10 more seconds to go. So it is technically barcoding in here. Bullish, bearish, bullish. Man, this entire session from right off the hop when Wall Street market opened. Very, very difficult, okay? Bullish candle, opened. Okay, so this could be, again, one of those tricky impulse candles that break out of here, right? I'm not going to trade on impulse. I'm trading more on confirmations, okay? Because I'm not going to play this game. Because I see that was a bullish impulse. If you bought, they rejected it back down. That was a nice bullish candle impulse. If you bought, they rejected it back down and brought it down there. That was an impulse candle that opened bullish. You bought, they brought you back down, okay? So again, that was a bullish impulse. If you bought, they're bringing you right back down, okay? So stress the importance of closing volume above there, okay? So no bar has closed above to continue to initiate a buy. NASDAQ now has reached this level. Look at when it started to take off. 930 Wall Street was right there. So it's kind of retraced the Wall Street market open right there. If you're looking for a pullback buy, you could be looking to buy the original Wall Street market open. However, if it goes down deeper, right down in here, that could be a good location to maybe entertain buys on NASDAQ, deeper down into there, okay? What's the longest you've ever seen a live streamer stay on a call without even moving from the chair or going to a bathroom break? What's the longest you've ever seen? This might be a record for me. Almost 6 hours? Well, no, it is 6 hours right now. Is this my last trade? Yeah. Yeah, this is my last trade. You know, unfortunately, the sell I had on gold, you know, if I get stopped out here, I give it back. So then today would be a break even for me. And I don't have the mental capacity to come back and trade this afternoon. So, you know, today, putting 6 hours in the market and then you walk away with a break even, it's a learning day. Got to learn from this mistake right here, okay? While I was in profit right there, coming up to the 40, 50 pips, I could have easily taken my stop and brought it to break even and taken out 80% right up there. I didn't. And then if I did, as it came back down right there, my stop on that 20% break even would have got hit, but at least I would take some money out and I didn't even have to deal with all of this. Okay, you see how it's just kind of now spin top, indecision at this location. Same with NASDAQ coming in, going back up, coming in. You can see the volume is getting a little thinner. Okay, is there going to be a possible reversal coming back up, or are they going to take this a little deeper down? Okay. Yeah, but sellers are still pushing that volume down, right? Okay, but we can look at the 15-minute candle because we're getting a new 15. Okay, so it's building. Okay, can it close blue? Can it flip the 15-minute candle? I'm looking more towards blue volume closing above this green box on the 5 minutes to continue to come back up, maybe test the opening balance right back up there. Is this enough volume that they grabbed down below here for them to just come and retest the opening balance? And then we see what happens up there. Will it continue to break out or come opening balance and then push right back down? Here's the close going into 15 seconds on this candle. Again, watch for volume close above the green zone, below it. Is there going to be a big volatility move right near the close? Keep an eye on these things. Will it close right near the high? Here's the close. Okay, it didn't close right above there, but it is ignited. I love those kind of bars, but not in this situation. This situation is playing too many games, okay? They're just, you know, baiting you in. They're baiting the sellers. They're teasing the sellers to sell down there. Comes back up. They're teasing the buyers. Okay? But just concentrate on the volume. It's still inside this green zone. Okay? So we got to wait for confirmations above to continue to move to the upside for buyers. And for sellers, some of you guys are selling. I understand that. You guys got to wait for black volume, bear volume to close below here in order to come after my stop loss and continue to come down in here. And you've failed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times to close below this green zone. Okay, so both sides are frustrated. Buyers are frustrated and sellers are frustrated. This is how this market is very choppy right now. Now again, no volume close above. That was that impulse break. I told you, we can't bite on these impulses, especially when the market is trading like this. It just wants us, enticing us to take impulse buys, impulse sells. We've got to be a little smarter now, okay? Because we see what the market volume is presenting us. So you have to be a little bit more patient, right? And then if this can close below there, that's it. Then, you know, if it closes below there, this green zone turns red, and then sellers pushing it down. So right now it's filling these wicks. Will it get a higher low, or is it going to continue to come down there and then just one little push? That's it. I'm out, right? I didn't intend for it to come down into this location, but that's why you place a stop loss. If you're watching also NASDAQ too, it's kind of consolidating right in there. I think the maximum I can stay on this call is maybe noon, guys, okay? Which is in another 15 minutes. I think I'm getting burnt out here. We've witnessed everything. This crazy roller coaster ride. Choppy, choppy, choppy. US 30, very choppy. You know, on a day like today, I got to give a shout out to NASDAQ. NASDAQ traded a little bit cleaner. Nice move to the upside. Closed right there below. Nice, easy push down. Volume looks much better on NASDAQ today than US 30. US 30 is very, very, very choppy. Okay, so that volume is coming close to closing below this green zone with 1 minute left. So last minute, can the buyers bring it back up? Or sellers going to officially close it below there? Then you got to go through the motions, whether you're still going to trade today. Green zone goes to red, because if it comes back in, buyers are buying. They'll get rejected in red zone and continue. Sellers could literally fill these wicks and come down for a new lower low. And then you see the selling candle is pushing down here. And here's the close, okay? I don't want to get stopped out, but I kind of do. You know, I got to be honest with you guys. Okay, so it did close below, green to red. Any bullish candles that come into here, they're coming into an area of sellers, right? So it could just come in there, you know, lower this red line to 50%. Even if it comes up bullish, 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 get a wick there, come back down. It's going to fill these, and sell side volume wins, redistribution to the bottom. And let's see, I will verbally let you guys know as soon as I get stopped out. Oh my God, I don't know how much more I can take of this. just please stop me out of this madness. You're not too far away, come on. You'll get me. Oh my God. They're still holding it down there. Still live. The candle flipped bullish. I think I gotta go book a massage right after this. Yeah, that's it, guys. Okay, I got stopped out there. That's enough of that. That's it, guys. I'm tapped out. Okay, so the gold trade profit I gave back on that. I didn't make any money. I didn't lose any money. I lost 6 hours of time here. And my back and head hurt again. Okay. But sellers have flipped today's daily candle. You know, when you're just looking at the daily candle now, look at it. They flipped. So that opening balance, you can see, didn't last long and continue. So you can place an alert if you really want to continue with this the rest of the day. That's up to you. I choose not to. But, you know, you can have an alert if it comes back up there at some point. It comes back up. Maybe you get an alert, you watch it. Maybe it will come back above. Maybe retest this. Who knows? Maybe it's filling 50% of that wick getting back up there. But it could also come right back up here and sell right back down. You know, it could come right into there, get rejected, and then they got it. They're taking it back down. Especially with all the news. And now Trump talking, Trump in the news, possible government shutdowns. I don't know, guys. I'm just going to walk away from these markets while I have my sanity. And I'll be back tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Eastern. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks, everyone, for putting up with me for the last little bit. And I wish you guys have a good day today. Sorry this outcome didn't work out, but it's tough. This was a roller coaster ride. But I'll see you guys tomorrow, 6 a.m. Hopefully we got some better volume. Maybe Tuesday can give us something better than this. Okay. Have a good day, guys. Congratulations to those that, you know, did hit their daily goals. I saw some of you guys also lost out today. It's early in the Monday. Again, hopefully you weren't high leveraged. I saw someone in the chat lost $600. Again, I don't talk dollar amounts. I don't know $600 what it means. Were you trading with just $600 and you blew your account? Were you trading with $6,000, $60,000, $600,000, or $6 million? Again, it's just numbers. Percentage, pips, ticks, points is what we talk here. You can calculate how much I lost there by the point system. Where I bought in, how low it went. Okay, that's how you can calculate losses. But, you know, dollar amounts don't mean anything depending on your size of your account. Okay, so anyways, guys, have a good day. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
Hey guys, good morning, welcome to the live session of Stocks Number Trading. My name is Dave, guys, my partner is Ron. Let's get down to business here, guys.
In on US30, sell. Okay, I'm jumping in. Guys, that's a 100 pip drop. Yes, we caught it. Hey, guys, 200 pips, please secure.